It's too many damn streams. It's too many. Sorry, I'm adjusting. Mic volume. Hold on a second. That better? Oh, that might be better. Oh, yeah, that looks pretty good. Well, okay, maybe a little high. Hold on. How about now? Is that good? If I'm just talking normal. Well, yeah, I want that little bit of a... right there. I don't know. Fuck it. It probably sounds fine, right, Chad? I don't know. I don't. Fuck it. That's where I'm at. As always, it sucks. Well, I was messing with it to record shit, so I was recording shit, so I have to turn it down when I'm recording shit. There I am. There I am. What up, Spartan? I know you're lurking. Hope work's not going too bad for you. What up, Goose? YouTube house with the beard. Like, bad. Hope everybody's doing well today. Almost to the cold months, which means I can do. Oh no, I'm set. No, I guess unfortunate timing with all the Pokemon leak memes. I have Lapras. I have Lapras socks. You know, Lapras and Octillery and like Typhlosion aren't having the best time right. Astrobot? I do want to play Astrobot. There's the playroom. I did. Man, I heard it was really good, but I didn't want to drop. I think it's full price. I didn't want to drop full price for it. Cause I watch when people play it. It looks damn fun. By the way, my dumb little video actually kind of popped off a little bit on TikTok for some reason. And I'm not sure how to handle that mentally, like a video doing well for once. I know it's just a little 8-second dumbass me that I cooked up in like 30 minutes last night. But it's crazy, that's all it takes. I'll just make all my trainer school unexploreds now 10 seconds. Every one of them just gonna be one fact now, and then all of them will go viral. I don't know, go viral. Go viral is a strong word, but get views. You know. I think I'm good. I don't know. I think if I sound fine, then the music's fine. Stop this. Boom. Don't worry, I've resized the game. The game was a tiny bit not resized. For day 2. Like y'all could see everything fine, but it was a tiny bit not resized. But it is now fixed. I think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take away some of y'all's chat lines too. Up in the corner there.
I trust this will suffice.
God smiles upon the generous.
Oh, away with you! Back to your cesspit, beggar!
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, okay. I've already seen this like 400 times. Okay. Oh, sorry, Aurora. I've been using the my ottoman more, but Aurora's kind of commandeered it the last number of months. So, why is it so quiet? Turn it up. Cat, how's that sound? Is that good sound? Bad sound? Is it a good balance? Let me know. Let me know. Okay. Fine? Hell yeah. It was a lot darker on my screen. Hold on, it's a lot darker on my screen. Oh, I know why actually. Hold on 1 second, chat. 1 second. Oh, not that. What the fuck? Not that. Vivid? Is that what it is? Yeah, that's what it is. There we go. Now I can see. Now I can see. And y'all should be fine too. Alright. So, we gotta do something.
Whatever should I do?
So I gotta remember what we're doing
Right now.
So I don't think I had. Okay, I'm pretty sure I checked bounties last time before we stopped. Calendar. What are the am I just waiting for tomorrow? Because I've already done that. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just waiting for tomorrow. Oh, today's big bargain day, so I can buy stuff. Well, that's kind of cool. I don't want to go to a dungeon.
No, I
I don't want to cook. I don't think there's anybody standing around I haven't helped yet.
What were the gods doing?
Unstinking believable.
Can't be real.
No.
But we're gonna figure out what to do. We're gonna figure this out.
Blasphemy!
I'm just...
Alright, well, the closure.
Closure.
Do I have any? So I got a water. We can fucking do this. Purified. I forget it. I think it's just going on bulky, but I don't know. So you have bombs. You know what? I'm waiting. Yeah, there's a poison fucking thing that I want to buy. I think I can at a fucking reduced price. Hold on.
Closure.
You guys buy shit here or sell? They do not.
Closure.
blows away. I could get my imagination up, I guess.
Wind up
By the
here.
way, Mom's moving
I
stuff in
love
the
it.
kitchen. So
Grand cathedral.
if I suddenly drop, it's because my power cord might have been. Or at least the one to my internet. So just fair warning.
Oh, Louis is done private.
Oh, I could do this guy too.
Oh, I am grateful.
Been waiting to do him.
You will?
I need to sell shit though. Don't talk to me? Alright, pal. Fuck you.
Hey, listen.
Fuck you, guy.
Hey.
Little fucking kid.
Hello there.
So I do have stuff. The chipped white porcelain, the sand, the mushroom, the fur, the onyx, amethyst. We're never selling my human parts. That's my collection now.
Now then.
Do I have anything? Oh, I do have a couple. The iron abacus for the merchant. Sturdy abacus with brand iron. Okay. Then a silver curie. Oh, that doesn't help any of them. That doesn't help. Sick. And I don't think I'm gonna need this bronze one, even if I get the new class, because I have both of these. Could sell that. Kindling sets, probably good having a backup. If I get rid of the bastard pack. I could probably just get rid of the iron lance, get the silver lance, and the pipes. Like we need that. The mate, I think that's the only mate. Oh well. Well, in case I have two of this. You could probably get rid of the iron mail, but I'm gonna keep that just because I only have two of those. And jackets. That's already on somebody. Apprentice's Circo. I can I get rid of these maybe? Get rid of at least.
Now then.
Get rid of at least.
Now then.
That's what she had. I don't want to get rid of it. Alright. Oh, sorry, Aurora. Yeah, I bumped.
Hey, listen.
What the hell was I doing? I already forgot what I was doing.
What now?
I was probably going to help that guy out. Don't really have any. Well, I guess I can see if there's probably nothing new in the shops, or at least shit that's
Hey,
probably-
listen.
Unless there's a second one of those damn coats. Probably
This is
not.
on sale, right?
Yeah, they're just the one. I already have it. I don't need the code book. Alright, so we don't need to buy that. I want that. There's a poison charm I want though. I'll tell you what. Alright, let's go. Oh, we can hang out with her too. Forgot about her.
Excuse me.
What's your what do you? Oh, mother.
Appreciate it. Gonna be tough.
Eloquence, sure.
Happy to hear that.
Let's do some eloquence, Chad. Carapace, the Yugi from the Starry, and of course the Elder too. These tribes are poured by other tribes. Without a great deal of wisdom and skills, it's impossible for them to get a normal job. Work is especially limited for them here in the capital. You've seen the executioner in the back alley, right? Dairy work like that is all that's available for these tribes. Having a job, nothing though, those less fortunate. Starvation, banditry. Actually, no, there's one other option, become igniter experimentation subject, but there's no guarantee they'll survive that. Kind
What's
of
happening?
experiments, what the hell? I don't know the specifics myself, not many do, but you should still be careful all the same. Even though igniters are not common and useful tools, blood is being spilled for their development. I know not many people on my side, and I haven't been able to help many people yet. Knowing there are people like you out there gives me confidence.
Take care.
People like you see injustice and actually try to do something about it. This world will be a better place with
All right.
I think that's the first time I've done anything eloquent. So, oh, I got some fairy dust. Oh, thanks, dog.
Well then.
Yo, it's raining. Yo, I could get some extra fucking money, dog. I'm gonna be honest. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's talking? Will she level up if I go to her? Ooh, we gotta level up with Brigittes. Maybe I should, like, jot these down, huh?
Really coming down. See there.
Rhyme?
Gucci, what are you barking at? Son of a
God,
bitch.
I am grateful.
Aha.
Alright, what do we have in here? What are the damn thing to the place?
See there.
No, I don't care about this. That's what I wanted. I wanted at least one of these. Able to perform 2 consecutive actions. And that's steep. I ain't got the 3,000 I need for it. I mean, I could probably sell shit. Oh, wait, hold on. I can just go sell mag. Can't I? Hold on. I need 39,000. I have 36,000. How much mag do I have?
This bloody rain. God, I am grateful.
Stop that at once.
I mean, last time it was 5. It's not guaranteed to be
You've
5
come at
now.
a good time.
Oh, it's 6 this time. Holy moly. And we got 21,000. What if we just do 10,000? 60K? I'm not sure. Maybe I just do 10. Keep 10. It easily gets me one of the dolls. I'm not sure I want to have a doll on everybody. That'd be annoying. But I wouldn't mind having a doll on the main person of a dungeon, just in case they can double up on attacks, you know? And I still have 10,000 mag. And we got a lot of extra money now, too. We don't have to worry about that early on. Because it pays to grind a little bit, you know? Get shit done early.
God, I am grateful. This bloody rain.
That's my thought
Say
process. At least. One of these. So, able to perform 2 consecutive acts. That's cool, but I don't want the cloth right now. The doll's cool though. I want at least one of these. Nobody's equipping it. I could get a second. Okay, what's the mask do? Prevents poison. Maybe I just take like fucking I haven't had Forget yet. I don't think I've had that. I think I've just had Hex, and I assume Poison will be a thing sooner rather than later. So maybe take one of these while we're here. But then Hex doesn't let me do MP thing. So maybe I take this too. Just in case I need it. Or is that Silence that does that? What's Silence? There's no Silence. Maybe I just want Hex. Just don't be mad at anybody. Too tiring.
This bloody rain.
Yeah, now we still have a good amount of money. Let's go see Berkey.
All right then.
Oh,
Let's go.
here.
Well, I'll not loiter in a storm.
Hey,
Just you.
Brigitte, how are you? You come to work? Hell yeah.
Now then,
Well, hello, sir. Just walk on through, I guess, pal. Been itching to get out late. Keeps making a fuss. Walking around the capital so it quiets down and gets the energy out of the system. You can't be seen coming in and out of here. No question. Get to on it. We gotta take care of the doggo. 4569. Yes, Anna. Partial nice. You almost counted to 7. I took the dog out without anyone seeing and walked her around the capital. Bark. Bark. Seems to have taken a liking.
but
I could hear it from downstairs. Don't get it too excited. This is on you too, dog. A simple walk shouldn't be enough for you to let your guard down. Proof
Listen.
she's smart.
oh,
Trusted you unconditionally, sight unseen, and you think that makes it. You say. Waff. Waff indeed, bit. Waff.
hopeless.
Never liked this thing ever since the first time I laid eyes on it. Why you have it then? It was on the side of the road, buried from the neck down, head bleeding too, probably hit by a rock at some point.
It's over.
Could have just given up and died, but it looked into my eyes and whimpered. I hated the sight of it. Hate's a strong word.
In those days,
I was once a stray myself. My earliest memory is of fighting a dog over a scrap of meat covered in dirt and getting bitten for my trouble. Wherever I went, I found only hunger and violence, so I robbed and stole anything and everything. I fought and I survived.
it's a living hell.
Really?
Beyond words.
Uh,
What am I doing talking to a child? I don't know how old I am, though, I'm be honest.
just a fantasy.
Like that dog, I let my guard down like a fool. Never mind. Forget I said it.
Sure.
Yes.
Word of advice.
Listen,
World's a bottomless hell, a bog of endless muck, and if you trust another person to keep you afloat, you'll feel the sludge close over your head.
don't ever forget that.
To survive, you need the strength to make your way through that muck. Nobody can do it for you, and indeed, nobody else should. You need your own strength. And I'd say that's well within your power.
Therefore,
I'd like to provide one other reward. You're aware there's a man in town tasked with exchanging him agent. Don't say you're gonna up the price after I just fucking did this. Oh, God. God damn it. Whatever. And Well, rank 3
No
though, it's
pain
really
can
good. What do
stop
we got?
me now.
Skill inheritance for the merchant to 2 and improves the exchange rate. I don't know if I'm going to use the merchant or if I'm going to use the I think we're going to do that because I've already been. Oh, do you just get them both? Oh, I thought I was choosing between them every
Even then,
Oh, okay, okay. Shouldn't be the only one talking to you. You owe me some secret spirits. What? You, I didn't ask. You did this on your own. Grius tried to kill Lewis. I imagine you're aiming for the same thing.
you there.
What are your true motives? What are you really aiming to do? Help people
Honestly.
like you.
I hated it.
If there were anyone else telling me that, I'd kill them where they stood. For now, I would do it then. Oh, balls. Can't tell what you're thinking at all, but I'll expose your true nature. Don't expose.
I'm off.
Don't. That's probably illegal. Don't do that. Don't expose yourself, chat. Unless everybody's
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
It's the day we were
Announcement is
supposed
soon.
to get everything done, but we got it done like 4 days ago. So Forden's grand announcement is coming. What's his proclamation going to be anyway? I wonder if he's going to thank us for what we did in the Grand Cathedral.
No.
Wouldn't hold your breath on that one. Ostensibly, the state army is getting all the credit for taking down that human. But no, soon enough, there's little point in contemplating until then. Let's simply do what we can, wait for the events to unfold. I mean, that's what I've been doing. I'm just kind of filling time, dog. Thank this grand announcement
Say that.
happening tomorrow. Alright, well,
What is it?
I
All right,
wonder if there's a...
Let's go.
Bounty? Or I'm just killing time at this point. I got no dungeon to do. I don't have to go back in. I already full cleared. I already cleared the other dungeon for the what's her face lady. I already did the other bounty in full. Alright, well, I did everything too well.
No. No.
And I'm sick of whoever's saying no every time I ride by here on my sword.
Whatever should I do?
Bam, bam, bam.
Blasphemy.
I'm just incredulous. What is it? Ridiculous.
Oh,
Oh,
how fine.
that's me.
The Grand Cathedral.
Give it a fool, I say.
I'm that elder.
What am I gonna do?
Okay, so I get my imagination up, but I'm gonna go talk to that dude. Fine. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
My wits have left me.
I mean, I guess I could go see if Maria's available.
Oh.
Oh, what's going on here?
What is it?
Man charged with the murder of a Clamar woman. The distressed man came up upon the woman at night. Damn fiend just killed him already. Can I go up there?
What a cursed devilry is this?
God, I am grateful. What is it?
Say there.
Bam, 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 bam.
What?
Wilshire? Well, I don't want to go to bed.
What is it? Amazing. Fancy a bit of info?
I don't know what I haven't bought. Oh, the thing that I already did.
Amazing. What is it?
I miss Maria, I'll be honest.
Say there.
It's so, well, yeah, I guess this was that dude. Check him out for the first time. Hey, what up, bro?
Oh. However,
We're tolerant, right? Yeah. Yeah. let's do
pleased
it.
to hear it.
Let's learn about the
Well,
Mastari. Most obvious part of our culture is that we wear masks like the one I have on now. We all have
What?
eyes. Every Mastari, what's it like to see? Our third eye cannot see things. We see the world almost exactly.
However,
However, the Mastari faith is vastly different from that of other tribes. We have our own unique faith, different from the religion think. Is it restricted?
about that.
Only Mastari practice this. That's correct. Normally, we cannot reveal our teachings to other tribes. Sanctism is open to all. Perhaps that is why at times politics get involved and distort doctrine. For that reason, we refrain from revealing our faith to everyone. The only means of keeping our doctrine hidden. Doesn't sound like the best solution, but I'm guessing it's complicated. Some try to spread our teachings outside the island, but things quickly grow complex and one must tread carefully. Other tribes have a tendency to jump to conclusions. That's why Sanctus gathered sleepers. Now we are scorned as the masked tribe. That is who we are, forever etched in our history.
All right.
One
Pleased
day
to
I'll
hear
get
it.
two on my tolerance. One day.
What is it? Amazing.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to go by. Hold on.
Oh,
Amazing.
I don't think anybody's leveling up. I don't know where Maria's at.
yeah.
Fuck it. Maybe we'll get our tolerance up helping Fabian out. Maybe we'll get enough to get that first level early on.
You're a big help.
Alright, let's see if I can go 3 for
Next
3
up
with my
is-
cooking knowledge, chat. Let's find out. Let's find out. We finished preparing the fish, so now we just have to put these in that pot.
Then
The cockatoo. Oh, this one. Oh, it's low heat.
Let's
We
try
did
this.
this one.
whoa,
We already know the lore. You know the lore.
nice job.
Now then.
A triple. Hey, we're open-minded now, Chad.
Tolerance.
One of the virtues a ruler must possess. If thou aspire to true sovereignty, take a mantle of benevolence, which shall spur
Why,
love and love.
that's...
Conqueror needs that precious kindling which a follower's passion keep inflamed. Don't be if you're inflamed, go see a doctor. Continue to help out as the night went
It
on.
would seem that disaster was averted.
Right then. Today's Forden's big
Oh, I
announcement.
don't have to talk, thank God.
Wonder what he's planning. I guess the church has to have some reaction to all that stuff the king said.
Whatever it is, Luis
I can
won't be
drink my
able to
water.
just ignore it. This might be a day that goes down in history.
Oh, it's our homie.
Ladies and gents, lend me your ears.
Sanctifex Forden has spoken. The
Okay.
giant face in the sky, the massive rocks appearing throughout the land, and the mysterious voice claiming to be the past king. The Sanctus Church has officially recognized these happenings as the will of His Royal Majesty.
So it really is His Majesty.
And so, as His Majesty has decreed, whoever has gained the greatest trust of the people by the day of decision shall be our new king. This is a historic moment, good citizens. It's revolutionary. It's unprecedented. No matter who you are, you can take the throne.
Anyone?
Even me.
If, and this is a big if, you are the
Even
person
you,
that
chat.
all our people trust most in their hearts.
Maybe you could be king yourself, eh? You're popular enough.
Me, in charge? Well, that's the last thing this country needs.
Oh,
Right, let's
this
review what
guy.
we know, shall we? First, the new faces that have appeared on the rock. It shows us who's foremost in the running. We've worked out that much. The top 3 of the lot are also shown in the sky. Suppose that way you can see their inspiring faces anytime, anywhere.
Hold
Okay.
on. How's us common folk supposed to stand a chance against all these upper crusters?
Say you do become popular. With your face clear for all to see, surely that'd make you a prime target for assassination.
True.
Not quite, friend. Not quite. A valid concern, but one His Majesty prepared for. Popular aspirants, at least those who make it onto the rock, are protected by royal magic. Assassinations off the table. Magic chains will spring to life and bind anyone who tries. I saw it happen with my own eyes to Count Luis's sorry assailant.
Aw.
So, literally anyone could be king? Even a pauper? Or a slave? Or a criminal?
But hold on, you mean to say we might not be ruled by Clamar? What does that mean for us?
Right, I've said my piece. You know all I know. Now go forth, ladies and gents, and spread the word. Whether you're from our fair capital or the middle of nowhere, the crown's within your grasp. Anyone in the land could be our next king.
Alright, chat. Who's gonna be the next king? Which one of you is gonna do it?
I heard the announcement. The church has chosen to recognize this face's words as crown sent and shall abide by them.
They conceded that one quickly. Though I suppose it's a hard thing to deny, what with the royal palace hanging up there in the clouds.
Had they rushed a coronation for His Eminence Forden, it would have dashed any hope of reinstating His Highness. A small comfort.
I can tell from your face there's some bad news too.
Do you recall those chains that froze Alsace in place? It seems that too was part of His Majesty's magic. Plainly, any candidates of sufficient favor cannot be deposed by force.
That's not good.
No, 'tis not indeed. This marks Luis as nigh untouchable. I will still seek to find him. Yet, even should we stand before the man himself, we could not kill him.
No! If we can't kill him, then how do we break the curse?
What the hell was the king thinking? Grius was trying to save his son. He died for it.
Even so, without this magic, no aspirant would be safe from assassination, leaving Luis to dominate through sheer martial strength. We appear to be at an impasse.
Everyone, have you seen Maria?
Did something happen?
I checked
Seen
her
her in
room and she isn't
days.
there. She wouldn't just leave without telling anyone. I couldn't deal with losing both of them.
I'll go look for her.
You will? Thank you. When
I haven't
think
had
of what
nothing
might
else to
happen
do
to
for
her-
like 8 days.
If she left her room on her own, she must have had some reason.
Let's go search for her. If we head into town, we might find some clues.
Ba, ba.
Where?
You're kidding.
Probably went to where Greece was last, so maybe the church.
Ridiculous.
I'm in trouble now.
Tournament? I don't care who gets it.
What happened in the human's remains? I done killed it. Want to see the eggshell?
What is it?
Sanctifex Warden.
I certainly can see it being
You little bastard.
I know I can fast travel. I'm not sure why I'm not.
So foolish it arouses
What should I
Stop that at once!
Tournament? Forward.
Him? King?
We'll take the crown. This is all right.
Okay, maybe she's not here. Maybe she's not here.
What is it?
What's going on?
Maybe she went here.
Let's not.
Okay, I don't think she went there. Gotcha! Excuse me, chat.
so
Maybe she went to the lookout point?
What in tarnation's
Ridiculous.
I certainly can see it being released. Can I be the king?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Tournament for the flow.
Still haven't gone over here.
Haven't even properly finished mourning.
Hey,
Haven't even properly
I'm,
finished mourning.
I'm staring at it.
Unstinking believer.
I'm just incredulous.
Find Maria. Where the fuck?
I don't care who gets it.
I'm just incredulous.
This is all right.
Oh, she is barking at somebody. Don't know why. What? Oh, shit. Another gold beetle.
Hey, listen.
What now?
This is all right.
Oi there! Aha!
Oh, I'm in it now. Whatever.
hey!
Ridiculous.
See, I should just gone.
Tournament
Unstinking believer.
I don't know.
I'm in it.
That's
Unstinking believer.
Sorry to have done this.
Papa looking all sad. Back out. Man, I already went there, man. I just went there without talking to people. Damn it.
I'm out of ideas.
Sanctifex Warden.
He's right out front this time. I'm gonna lose my damn mind.
What's going on?
Closure A. Oh,
Ojere,
Him?
We'll take the crown now.
hello there.
Way her eyes look, I'd not be the one to stop her now. She's coming to pray for a while, no matter how many players she gets. Man, I just came here early. Damn it.
Huh?
Hey, Maria.
Everyone was worried about you.
Sorry. Papa hasn't come home. And I always come here whenever I'm feeling lonely. One time he came here to get me. I remember because he called my name. But I pray, and he still doesn't come back. Maybe because the cathedral is broken?
Maria.
Miss Fabienne says Papa can't come home anymore. But I know Papa's gone away. He's gone somewhere I'll never see him again. Hasn't he? It's going to be so lonely. The loneliest it's ever been. But I have to be strong, don't I? But if it gets any lonelier, I don't know if I can do it.
I'm sorry. I promised we'd all come back together.
Why does everyone always leave? Mum was sick. The king and prince are gone. And now Papa? Why does everyone always leave? Is it my fault? I really did my best to be a good girl, but...
It's our fault.
What? How?
You?
Listen to me, all right? Your father, he was fighting a very bad man. We were with him, but we couldn't protect him. I'm sorry.
I remember Papa saying something like that. He said, a really bad man might be our king. Is that part of it?
It's going to be all right. Don't worry.
I hope the next king is as nice as you. Then maybe things won't always be so sad.
My ideal world, people can believe in their future, their birth doesn't matter. Prince told me that once.
I think I understand the king's intentions now. Maybe this is the sort of tragedy he was trying to end. Maybe he wanted a world where the crown goes to one who acts like a king ought to. Not whoever's willing to spill the most blood to do it.
You may be right, but much as we wish it, this is not a fight that might be ended through words alone.
Even so, we have to try.
Maria, you're safe. Oh, you had me worried sick.
I'm sorry for leaving on my own.
No, it's all right.
Miss Fabienne, I'm hungry.
Maria, yes, that's right. Let's all sit down for some supper together. Thank you for finding her.
No trouble.
It looks like she's worked things out.
She's a strong girl.
But we've more troubles ahead. How now do we resolve this curse upon His Highness?
If Luis is the curse's caster, we've got to kill him to dispel it. So how do we do that if he's shielded by the king himself?
I wish I could report back, but the prince is still asleep, and we're losing time. I don't think going back to the village is an option.
We cannot lose faith yet. There must be some further course we can pursue.
Well, there's the church's announcement. I expect they're trying to stop a wave of rival candidates from flooding the standings. I doubt the church would accept this popularity contest if they didn't already have a plan to game it.
True enough. I can only wonder at their aims. For today, we should content ourselves with rest and recovery.
Late at night.
Sorry, did I wake you? Laying here, I always end up caught in my own thoughts. Grius and Maria. The prince. Just thinking in circles again. Not good, is it?
What about it, True?
Try to calm your
young
mind.
Padawan.
Don't be so tense.
Fair enough.
Kiro asked me, I vant to suck yo yoke eggy leggy boy. But seriously, how are you? Hope you're doing okay. FJ, I'm biting bath bubbles, smoking on that Banshee booger pack, feeling real wavy, yo. Life's a freestyle, we vibing and thriving in the Fantazio flow. Hope y'all cruising smooth too. Bow wow.
Thank you, Dracula. What up, Ab? Hope you're doing well as well. Oh, FJ. What? Wait, what? What did I do? Hello. Hope y'all are well.
That book, is that the novel you're always carrying around?
Yeah, it's my book about the
Feels like months ago now that I spotted you buried in it on the
capitalism
carriage ride to the fort.
Want to read it?
If you don't mind, since we finally some room to breathe.
Oh, more lore.
Oh, interesting. It's written through the lens of a fictional land. This bit's about the Utopia's security. In this world, there is no blood-stained contest for sovereignty. The people choose their sovereign from among themselves. One cannot put a sovereign to the sword to seize power. Such an act would be met with scorn and judged as murder. Taking power or wealth by force is seen as the most shameful of transgressions. Couldn't be further from reality, could it? With a Kingslayer on the brink of seizing the throne right now. And this idea of competing for public support. Here it sounds so commonplace, but the idea's thrown us all into chaos. Interesting. Perhaps I'm overthinking, but it sounds almost like the aim of the king's magic. You suppose there's some common inspiration? Still, I don't imagine this would turn out well in the real world. In public opinion, tribal perspective always divides us. Besides, does a decision made by the people guarantee it's right? Tribal squabbles aren't always political.
No.
Take us Clamars, for example.
No.
It can be
Doesn't
hard for us to see
guarantee
outside the bubble of our own worldview. We're the majority, and the tribe of the royal bloodline besides. That privilege can make us insensitive.
That would
A problem
never
with
happen.
no easy solution, I fear. Lofty words. I can hardly come to terms with my own ideals. Still, the discussions helped clear my head a little. Thank you. I've been so fixated on killing Luis, but maybe we could look into whether that's really the only way to lift the curse. Sleep should come easier now. I think I'll give it another chance. Wait,
No problem,
how long
Stroll.
have you been asleep?
Bro, you're boring, dog.
Time marches on,
Don't be
and
stuff
the
I
age
don't.
of a new king draws
What
nearer.
up, Amp? What up, Ash? Hope y'all having a moon day. Welcome, welcome.
Ladies and gents,
battling
have
me.
you heard the news? The curtain's about to rise on the show of a lifetime. To
Alright.
choose our new ruler, we're going to give all of you a chance to take center stage in a show of power for the whole kingdom.
Oh,
And
tournament
we
art.
call it
Oh,
the
it's
Tournament for the Throne.
God.
Our aspirants will set out on a
Yeah.
grand tour of the 3 allied nations' capitals, taking part in a variety of exciting trials. First, we have the exhibition of the brave. Slay a monster plaguing our fair people and bring its head to Oceania's capital in time. Biggest find takes the win.
Oh, man.
Official word is, this event's open to all.
I'm
So
in.
what do you think, ladies and gents? Are you in it to watch or in it to win?
Oh, fuck. I forgot to warn y'all about the ads. My bad. Good luck with the ads,
Why call
everybody.
us so early in the morning? What is that journal?
I had Fabienne bring it up. Something occurred to me, so I asked her to go through Grius' personal effects.
Okay.
Hey, looks like he was investigating the curse too.
There's a note here. Given the spell's complexity,
Okay.
it must have required a scribed formula.
You mean to suggest Luis possesses a written composition of the curse somewhere?
Ah,
Maybe if we can find that.
we can undo
Yes.
it.
I'd wager, even if we can't kill Luis, we might still have a shot at breaking the curse.
Okay,
That
okay.
attack took place years ago, didn't it? This curse's formula could be lost for
Ah,
good.
you don't get
Yeah,
rid
no
of
choice
something
but
that
to hope it's
important.
not. I'm not saying
Or
it
this
would
is
be
a
easy,
giant red herring.
and the real trick will be finding it. We wouldn't leave it unprotected.
That reminds me. A crier for the church was handing these out.
A flyer for the Tournament for the Throne. This popularity contest is state-sponsored now. An interesting
not?
gamble for those politicians. I like the bit about all this being in the interest of fairness, those weasels. But saying it's being organized by the state. The throne's empty. This smells like the theocracy at work. Probably Forden himself.
You think Fordin's looking to
Obviously.
fix the competition in his favor? He's
think
been
he's-
in first place this whole
I
time.
don't think he's
In the
fixing it.
interest of fairness.
More like
remember?
he's.
If he wins a
No,
fair
chicken.
race, he gets legitimized, and Luis gets put on the back foot.
That bodes ill. Those with existing support could easily solidify their claim. Even should His Highness wake, he may lose the throne.
If we don't hurry and find a way to get close to Luis, we're sunk. Ah, what are we supposed to do?
I'd go find something big and kill it. Though I'm an outcast in the city, I think that gives us an advantage here. We just fucking
Let's
end.
enter this tournament for the throne.
Yeah, why not?
Huh? Hey, were you even listening to us?
Hey, it
Besides,
sounds fun.
the prince isn't exactly in a position to take part in.
Wait. It sounds crazy,
get
but I
eyes
think
on
you might be
us.
onto something there.
Then if we get protection, then
This
we
could
can't be
just
killed
the
by
excuse
Luis.
we need to get close to Luis. He doesn't
that
care
too, I
about your
guess.
tribe so long as you prove capable, yes? That's what Zorba was saying. Which means, even though the world looks down on you as an elder, having the power to kill humans puts you in his good graces.
I mean, that
You're
too, I
going to
guess.
make him a candidate for the throne?
If all we need to do is get
Yeah.
Luis's attention, then that's
Eggy
sure to get
time.
the job done. If we're lucky, he might even try to recruit us.
I see. An undercover operation, is it?
Welcome back,
Quite a
chat.
gambit.
Welcome
But
back.
it may well be our best chance at finding this formula.
Just hold on a second. Getting Luis's attention is all well and good. But remember who's actually risking their life here.
We've been doing it this whole time anyway. Infiltrating Luis's ranks would be dangerous, and if I found out, I'll be as good as dead.
What do you think? Having heard all this, do you want to enter the running?
It's probably fate at this point.
No point fighting my fate.
Your courage is admirable.
Right.
I'm reminded of the words the prince spoke to me in our youth.
In my ideal world, people can believe in their future. Their birth doesn't matter. No matter who someone is, they deserve a fair country. If it's to help achieve that, I will stand for the prince as a candidate for the throne.
Sheesh. So much for being a guide. Now you're the one leading me around.
Your resolve has marked you a fine fit for the role. I have trusted you with my life before, and would gladly do so again.
Oh boy, I'm really the leader now, aren't I? I inherited Grius's journal. Now the afternoon. I gotta sneeze again, but
Good
it ain't coming.
heavens. Haven't you put yourself in enough danger? Listen
But
to
you
me.
gotta do something,
I don't
dog.
want you going down the same path he did. Are you really this set on running off again?
We're not just gonna do it in the middle of broad daylight like he did, don't worry.
I have to carry on his legacy.
I see. Well, I'm sure he'd be glad to hear it. I'll be cheering for you in this mess of a competition. Truth be told, I wish I could do more than feed and shelter you.
3 streams this month. That's crazy. Actually, what is mom doing? Gilbert, what up?
What's the
How long?
competition?
It's a big, grand race to see who will be the next king. The whole country will be watching.
I'm
So you're
gonna
going
win
to
it.
try and become king? Wow. Then I'll cheer for you as loud as I can.
Hell yeah. Thank
You have
for
your
real.
first advocate, it seems.
Suppose you'll have to actually try for the throne now, eh? Your Majesty.
I wasn't gonna before, but now I'm all in.
That was the plan from the start.
Yeah.
That's the spirit.
Well, if we want Luis to notice you, we'll have to make quite a stir among the people. Maybe reaching for the throne will do it.
Does that mean you're not coming back?
Work sucks. Evening is improving. If I'm here, well, welcome home. I don't know. Jerk off. Get your mind off work. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever you gotta do to calm down. I'll be here all night playing fantasy Persona.
No, we'll be back. Although we might be a while.
I don't like when it gets lonely.
Maria.
Same.
But I'll be cheering for you. I hope you win the race. You'd be a good king.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Now, we'd best get registration out of the way, but we'll need some legs for the journey. It's mostly lawless wastes between cities.
Judging by the specified deadline, we're unlikely to reach the Principality of Oceana's capital in time on foot.
We need one
I
of them
bet all
there
these
runners.
fancy nobles have their own gauntlet runners to ride in.
Hey, we got
A
Brigitte.
carriage might save our chances, if we could find one.
Can't we just ask Brigitte?
Perhaps we split up for now. I'll leave you two to the registration. They should be taking entrance at the
Bet
recruitment
she's got a
center.
runner she could let us use. Okay.
This should be the place, right?
Excuse us, we're looking to join the tournament for the throne.
Aye? Bit young, ain't ya? And who's the kid? He with you?
I'm the one
I'm
in.
the one entering.
You? Really?
I've not heard of any age restrictions. There a problem?
Well, I'd not have thought it, but you're an elder, ain't ya? And you want to be king. Well, the novelty of it might win you some looks.
Could you just do your job, please? Can he register or not?
Ah, an elder. Now that I think of it, weren't you in that pack of recruits that went off to the northern fort?
Uh-oh.
Thought I heard they were all wiped out. What? We got a deserter turning up.
I never
No,
left.
they said he'd just dragged the company down, so they left him at the capital. He, got on the captain's bad side.
Could swear I've seen you before, too. Well, hardly matters with no captain to verify it with. Go on, then. You can represent the lesser tribes so nobody complains.
Thanks, dog.
That was a close one.
And, obviously, you're gonna need a carriage. Otherwise, the whole thing's off for you. You're obligated to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. It'll be at the plaza at the Grand Cathedral. Don't be late.
I'll be as late as I want.
We'll have to hope Hulkenberg can find us a carriage.
As for us, I expect we should see about finding a monster to slay. If it's not impressive enough, Luis won't look twice at you.
Hey, I still got the eggshell from Human.
Some postings over there. They should be offering bounties on monsters the guard can't handle. Let's take a look.
Oh, we could actually use this one for bounty?
Looks like everyone else had the same idea.
One of these bounties is bound to make me stand out. But which?
I want the biggest one, baby.
Hang on. There's nothing but small-time contracts here.
Are you lot here for this tournament then? Bit slow, I'm afraid. Most of my worthiest monster bills have already been snapped up by other competitors.
How about requests on anything aside from monsters? Bounties include criminals too, right?
I suppose I've got one of those, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
That
Ugh,
guy
he's
looks
horrible.
ominous.
Heisme, a
Heisme.
villainous kidnapper. Looks like the army's been trying to catch him for a while now.
This might just be perfect.
Whoa. You have any idea who that is?
I'm about to go kill
That
him.
man's an elite. An ex-royal knight, they say. He'd make short work of a scrawny little urchin, you can be sure of that.
Oh, good thing you're not
Besides,
going then,
didn't
big
you hear
guy.
What it is they're actually looking for?
Oh, of course. It's about whoever can bring in the biggest monster head, right?
He seems
If
like a
you
pretty big
imbeciles
monster
can't
to
even
me.
get that straight, you've no chance at winning. They want kingly types. not children play acting.
Stuck-up little... Is that the kind of competition we can expect?
He was right about the rules, though. What are you thinking?
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
We're
What
supposed
up,
to get a
bud?
monster's head.
Hello?
So why are you
Have a
going
good
for a
day.
criminal? Any idea what he's up to?
Maybe he just wants to stop the criminal's evil deeds.
We've got more important things to worry about.
No, but that'll get
Don't
eyes
worry,
on us.
I'll explain everything later.
As long as you can convince Hulkenberg, I guess.
Ho there! Are you really taking the bounty on Heisme?
Yeah, what up?
You three must be heaven sent. Please, would you listen to our plight?
See? He gets eyes on us, and if a criminal's considered a monster.
Pardon. Gentlemen, I'm Barden, a guard captain for Matira, a town to the south. The bounty on Heisme is up at my behest.
Yeah, I saw. That's man. Tires are expensive, man. I haven't had a new car. Like I've always bought mine used and kind of older because it's just more economical. And I don't really care as long as it holds up. So I don't gotta get the fancy, expensive $3 billion tires. But man, if you gotta get like a certain tire, man, those can get pricey. Damn, what the fuck? Yeah, see, that's what it's not really the tire shit, man. It's like all the new stuff the tires come with that hurt you too, you know?
A guard captain? This fellow's made some powerful enemies.
We can't afford lenience. On top of his past crimes, Heisme has stooped to abducting our wee ones. Our children. Selling them off, some say. If our city becomes known for nightly disappearances, what sane resident would stay? Community and trade will dwindle and die.
But he's just a lone kidnapper, right? Even if he's some infamous criminal, why can't the guard handle it?
That's the trouble. He makes his hideout somewhere too dangerous for our soldiers to tread. Deep in the territory of vicious giant worms. We've no idea how he manages to operate out there without getting devoured himself.
Maybe he is a worm.
Tricky problem indeed.
So we get a big worm head and we
swallow my pride and post a bounty.
stop this guy.
Yet no matter how many times I renew the bill, none have taken it.
I got
A
you,
pitiful
Barden.
sight, isn't it? A soldier who can't protect his home, whether by strength or by surrender. Laugh if you must.
We just want to help you.
You only cast away your honor in the name of protection. Nothing pitiful in that. Swallow your pride no more, man. We'll take your contract.
Thanks to you. That you'd accept such a perilous request, even with this tournament looming over everything. Closure day. Thank you all. And thank God for bringing it to me. In that case, we shall meet in Matira, the old castle town. Please, make haste.
Well, no backing out of this now. You sure this is what we want?
Way I see
here
it,
now.
if we want to make a big impact this late, it's going to take some creativity. Besides, this is apparently a knight-turned-kidnapper. The man can't be allowed to go on. What would His Royal Highness do in our place?
I guess that's fair.
I'll convince Hulkenberg. Somehow. You go on and accept the contract.
I not already accepted? Maybe they were writing up the papers. Fuck am I going? Here? Let me in. Oh. Demo man Goddard. That's rich and mere fledgling with no history or experience to speak of his king. This idea makes me sick to
No,
my
thank
stomach.
you.
The ideal leader of this country is a dignified man of great age, one with years of experience. Yet upstart school children like you and Louis stare to... Who is this motherfucker? Like a damn zombie. Got no blood in his... Hardly matters, you won't be able to fight much longer. Be happy to give the... What the hell? What the hell is this guy? Get the hell out of here.
Hey!
Yeah, let's fucking do it. Head to Martyria, you can probably get more information.
Let's focus.
Need to find and bring in Heisme, a notorious criminal tied to a series of kidnappings in Martira. Despite his bounty, his evaded capture and his true identity remains a mystery. 100,000! Oh, holy! And we get courage too. Hell yeah! Big money, chat. Big money.
No registration issues, I trust?
No, indeed. And we found ourselves a perfect target.
Oh, here we
Fine
go.
work.
Stroll.
See? She's convinced. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it. I'll prepare a map of the surrounding areas as well. But never mind that. Have you found us a kingly carriage?
Well, I have made some arrangements. How best to put it? The vessel itself is without peer. Supposedly, it will come to us on the day of the opening
Oh,
ceremony.
she's gonna steal it.
You don't sound too sure about
She's
that.
gonna steal it.
No, I'm certain. All I mean to
Gonna
say
steal.
is, well, you shall soon see for yourself.
She's gonna steal
Well, under the circumstances, I'll take what we can get. And setting that up in a day. Not so bad having a knight on our side.
You needn't speak so. In truth, I've just resigned from the Knight's Order. Though 'tis only my bond of service I relinquish, not my title. We will shortly be seeking Luis's esteem. Should it come to light that I am a knight in active service, it may jeopardize our efforts.
That's fair,
Still,
I guess.
you didn't hesitate to leave. I can tell you're serious about this.
'Twas not an abrupt parting. I've come to doubt the Order since returning to find them serving the Santifex and not the Royals. Those who refused the Church's rule were cast out for their defiance. I only hope those fallen knights found useful employ elsewhere.
Sounds like you've been through a lot too.
Well, in any case, we can focus on our bounty contract now. Let's make sure we get some proper rest tonight.
The opening ceremony for the tournament
Let's
is
rest.
tomorrow.
Well met, eh?
Like you're here too, you're one of us. Wherever you end up going, be sure to come see Marie. Oh, I will. Don't you worry. Those two seem to like you a lot. Aw.
What in the blazes?
Can't get through a single day without a drink. We've all been dealt a shite hand in life, haven't we? Other parts of town, they get shut up about Luis or the king. So let me ask you, even if a proper, upstanding bloke takes the crown, is that gonna fill my empty pocket? No way in hell, I say. People got their ideas about what the country ought to be like, but at the end of the day, they'll never remember outcasts like us.
Fancy a bit of info?
You know anything about, you don't know nothing about nothing.
Hello?
Brylehaven. Going to spend my days at the inn. I'm going to see that so-called exhibition myself. Goodbye, Elda. You do well to see. I mean, I think we're going somewhere tomorrow.
Hey!
That's Fabian for a map of Martira. She gave me the one from Prius's personal effects. It covers all the main roads, and we may have found one in town, but a military map always has one.
Yeah.
Fabian continues to be our anchor. To pay her back, let's achieve our goal.
Now then.
Our preparations seem to be proceeding without issue. Well, apart from whatever I didn't read there, never mind. Forgive me my mutterings. Just please do not be surprised no matter what we're presented. Where is Maria?
What?
Don't push yourself too
Tomorrow you
much.
depart. Maria will surely miss you dearly, so please come back and say hello when you can, even if only every while. I'll be come back. We gotta do bonds, dog. Wait, so I just go to bed now? Is that what it is? Hold on, I'm gonna save. We haven't saved yet today. Had to have been about an hour now, right? Not lose that. Well, there we go. Talk with everybody. I ain't got nothing else to do.
Can I come in?
Oh, there's Maria.
Want to read some more?
Not today. You're all
Oh,
leaving tomorrow, right? I'll be cheering for
Yeah.
you. So I just... Oh no. I promised Miss Fabian I wouldn't cry.
oh. I won't.
It's all right. I won't tell her.
Papa was trying to stop a bad man, you said. And that's what you're all doing too, isn't it?
More or less.
Please come back home safe. I'll be waiting here as long as it takes.
It's a promise.
On it,
All right.
boss.
Promise? The next time I see you again. Can you tell me more about the outside world?
This one's important.
Maria is waiting for us to return home and regale her with tales of the strange and distant places we visit. No deadline for this, and we get a curative coney roast for our trip.
I never got a chance to say this to Papa. So, thank you. I'll go to bed now.
Captain, may I have a moment?
What up?
Good night.
I was hoping for a chance to speak before we set out. Since our meeting, I've done nothing but impose on you. Now, you risk your very life for this cause. 'Tis no easy burden. It pains me to see. When I think of how this may yet save His Highness, I lose sight of all else. Such disregard ill becomes me.
Don't worry about it.
Tis kind of you to say. But that book, we met once before, on a carriage bound for the capital. Do you recall?
I do.
I remember your stunt getting me flung in the wastes.
My apologies. I thought only to minimize casualties, one way or another. So, 'tis a novel envisioning an ideal world. Curious to see a utopian novel these days. I'd thought them long since banned. You needn't worry. I've no intention of taking it from you.
Hey, you
I've
better not
sometimes wondered
former
why
knight.
such books were
Ain't no
forbidden.
knight no more.
Rumors say the Sanctists objected to their contents. Yet I wonder, how could a simple book have possibly stung them so? Do you mind if I read a passage or two?
Classic book burning. If you don't agree with it and it's in a book, you gotta get rid of it. Oh, more lore.
So it is a fiction written as if a personal account. This chapter seems to concern the system by
I'm gonna
which the
fall
nation's
asleep
leader
again.
is decided. In this country, one cannot become even a statesman, much less sovereign, without the consent of the people. Those who aspire to statecraft must first solemnly swear before the people what they will do in service of their country. Should they earn title but break their word, they are denounced and stripped of power. Such is the authority of the people. In this way, it is the people who are the land's true king. Quite the opposite of our own country. Now I see why our upper echelons would abolish such texts. Had our lands embraced such accountability, perhaps His Royal Highness would not have suffered such a fate. No. As a knight, 'tis not my place to say. I must clear my head of these fantasies. In the end, clinging to a dream will do me no good. Oh, I suppose 'tis not so bad to dream now and then. It takes power to walk the path of our dearest hopes. Perhaps that is the purpose of this newfound strength. My dearest dream. 'Tis to save His Highness, even at the cost of my life. Nothing more.
Did I not
Time
fall asleep
marches
this
on,
time?
and
Oh,
the
maybe
age
I
of a
did.
new king draws nearer.
Who knows? Early more. Oh, anime. Hold on. Let me get out of the way. Hold on.
Judah!
Lady Juna!
Who the hell's that? Oh, cat.
Faraway sky, blue and clear,
a sporting event, baby. And that's an outfit. That'd be cool.
Even I'm feeling the heat. Well, I suppose it's time to fan the flames. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all to the inauguration of the Tournament for the Throne! For the first time, the crown is anyone's to claim, as long as the aspirants can complete 3 grueling challenges.
3 of them.
Wow, a Sanctus Crier! He's perfect for this!
Let's discuss the venues. We kick off in the west, in the Pearl of the Coast, the Principality of Oceania's harbour city capital, Port Brilehaven.
Alright.
There, they face their first challenge, the Exhibition of the Brave. Each contender must bring back the head of a monster, a mark of their prowess and courage. Next, our would-be monarchs head east. Upon the misty peaks, we arrive in the Principality of Montario's beautiful city of faith, Altaberry Heights.
Altaberry Heights.
And finally, our heroes make their well-deserved return home to Grand Trad. But first, let's do introductions. It's time to meet those risking their lives for the crown. Closest to the throne, I know him, you know him. It's Sanctism's one and only 78th Sanctifex, His Eminence, Forden!
Ooh.
Victory to Sanctifex Forden!
Ooh.
I claim no great ambition, nor any heated calls to action. All I wish is to restore order for our people and to safeguard our land from the threats beyond. This chaos we face is but one of God's many trials. Let us restore our kingdom's glory together!
Ooh. Ooh.
Moving right along, we come next to His Eminence's champion, the very spear in his hand, the warrior monk captain of the Crown Theocracy, Master Giddo!
Oh.
I come before you only in loyal service of His Eminence. I relinquish the throne to him gladly. But those who would seize the crown by force, I will teach you to fear God and to fear me!
So much for this being a fair competition. How many horses do the Sanctus have in this race?
Billion.
Still, it's not over by far. The Luis supporters won't take this lying down.
What cowardice, Crier! Where's Count Louise?
Yeah, where's Count Louis? Gonna come from the heavens again?
Right, all right, settle down. At this time, I can report that Count Luis has not applied to enter the tournament.
What? He's not even entering?
You don't fucking
Then
need
what
to.
becomes of us? Our entire purpose in this race was to get closer to him.
Don't worry. He's definitely paying attention. He's only in second as it is, so we can't afford to ignore this whole production. Sit tight. I'm sure he'll make a move soon.
All right, all right. For those Count Luis supporters, you might want to meet our next entrant. A rising socialite, a man of ambition, godless and fearless, the brash young warrior serving Count Luis, Gladel, the Black Hound.
Why has he got a bunch of goths?
So he was one of
on his
Luis's
side.
The fallen king embraced sanctism and all its holy tenets, and for what? He was nothing before Lord Luis. Look to the sky all you wish. No god can save you! What our country needs is power!
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, it's not quite all the contenders, but let's get on with the introductions. The great liberal merchant, it's Roger Ward. By war, by conquest, by right, it's Rudolph Krauss. In it more for the gauntlet runners than the throne, it's Lena Caden. Sure to be popular by pledging free drinks for life, it's Loveless O'Shea. Uplifting the beautiful and deposing the hideous, it's Milo Maurizio.
Wow. If we lose this, I think the country has some even bigger problems.
Classic.
Now, I do believe we have one final candidate. Do we have an Elden boy present? Come on, let's see a face.
That's me. What up?
What? An elder? Disgraceful. Is this the only way you could think to distinguish yourself?
By the way, the ride you applied with still hasn't arrived. And if it doesn't show up by the time the noon bell rings, you're disqualified. All right?
Hey! What's going on?
That nitwit! What is he doing?
So, contestants, are you ready?
What? Last, I say! Wait! Found your behave!
Well, that thing's pretty fucking big.
A land runner?
It's quick!
Wait, it's headed right for the...
It'll crash!
Whoa!
This is going well. This is alright, isn't it?
What the heck is that?
Wonderful. So much for a first impression.
What hell? Isn't he a marvel, chums?
You don't! You nearly brought down the cathedral! Have a care, you buffoon. 'Twas bad enough when Luis did it the first time. That feckless, shameless old fool.
Not bad, kid. Guess you've got some interesting tricks up your sleeve after all.
I mean, I didn't do this. I set everything else
Right!
up, dog.
I'd call that a full roster. Ladies and gentlemen, race across the land. Go! Prove yourself worthy and earn your crown. For
On
the
it,
people,
boss.
for the throne. Let the games begin.
We must take to the road.
Come on, come on!
Alright.
So fast! Gotta hold on to something or I'll get blown up!
Crazy.
It's incredible.
Well, now we got a ride. Dude, we're almost top 5K, baby. Look at that. I ended up standing out more than I've expected. I've gained a lot of interest, but I only consider this part of my mission. Aid the prince.
Just a sec.
What's with this thing? This is our carriage?
Can you hear me?
Shall I just run her along the main road? The others seem to be doing as much. Just as crazy as this runner. I'll take the compliment, little lady. Now let's have some coordinates for a little test.
Let's see.
We want to go to a place called Martyria. Martyra? Whatever. The old castle town. Okay, tutorial me.
This place.
I want to go there though. Can we go there?
Let's see.
If we stop here, can we go here? Or are we just like...
Let's see here.
Oh, well, never mind.
This place here.
So Martyra, I guess we just go here.
Wow!
Down to Martyra on this craft's legs. I'll say it'll be 4 days, 3 nights.
Oh.
A great deal faster than the carriage, and surely the roads will be safer at that kind of speed. Jolly good. Now cinch those britches, chaps. Full steam ahead to Martyria, the old castle. We're off, chat.
This is amazing! I don't know a thing about gauntlet runners, but even I can tell this is a hell of a craft. I can hardly believe she's ours to drive.
You're telling me, lad? Feels like ages since I've been out on the open road.
Stole it, didn't he?
This girl's been waiting long enough for her time to shine.
He stole it.
So this is what you
didn't he?
used to talk with the driver. Convenient, that. Look, old fellow, are you really on our side? You realize we don't have funds to pay you.
Not yet.
Money? Ha! I'm not in this for the money, boy. What
But
I
man.
want is a little gusto.
Oh.
What do you think, lad? Isn't this a rush?
It is at that. Like riding the wind.
That's the ticket. It's been so long since I've had a good chinwag.
I like this guy, chat.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I do enjoy
You've
this.
a good head on your shoulders, boy. Yes, I can tell you're a sharp one.
Got a name,
Where to,
pilot?
ladies? The world is our shellfish.
Not
You
well.
certainly are a different person behind the wheel.
Hey, Hulkenberg! Can we get an explanation yet?
Yeah.
That man is Neurus.
Neurus.
An Ishkia, if 'twas not obvious from the wings. And despite everything, he was heir to a noble house and personal machinist for the royal family.
Oh.
He's a master engineer, of course, positively peerless. But as you can see, the runners get him a bit excitable.
All right. Noble District Underhall. Oh, this is a flashback? It's a
Yes.
flashback.
Are you there? I'm coming in.
Ding, 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 ding.
Even amidst all this commotion in town, I find you buried in your work.
Too much to do.
As always. To business then. I must ask a favor. Would you be able to ready a carriage for me?
No new commissions. No time for them. Ask another right.
It is not a new one I require. Before His Highness disappeared, did you not accept a contract to build him a custom carriage? Without a formal owner, I reasoned that it must now lie unused. I was hoping I might borrow it a short while.
Pish and tosh, woman. She is for royal use and not
We're trying to become
else.
king.
Tis an unreasonable request, I know. But I'd not be asking without a grave need. Might I at least see it?
I mean, well,
'Twas specially made for His Highness, yes? Not a work you'd have sold off. Where lies it now?
I've deadlines to meet, dash it. Off with you now. Leave me be.
You've been acting stranger than usual. What ails you?
Whoa!
Good God.
It's beautiful. Does it have a name?
Is this a gauntlet runner? The very craft commissioned for His Highness the Prince? Even knowing His Highness was gone, still you toiled away. Oh, Neurus, you are an inspiration. Such nobility of purpose.
Yes. Right.
However, for a craft meant for the royal family, it is rather excessive, isn't it? Did you really build this vehicle exactly to their orders?
Oh, the chance.
You cannot mean...
Well, at first, certainly. I followed the blueprints exactly. But then His Highness died, and... well, I couldn't just let the old girl waste away. A masterpiece like her?
Here we go.
Collecting dust in storage? No! Unacceptable! Unthinkable!
There we go.
I'm working toward a dream. And this poor old girl is going to help me see it through. And then, finally...
You imbecile!
Uh-oh.
A lowly, brazen court engineer butchering His Highness's inheritance for a hobby! For this mania! You embezzled the royal treasury and disrespected his legacy! Treason!
Mercy, please! Look, take my head if you must, milady. But leave the Balliol runner alone.
Look, this runner... it is fully operational now, is it? Then I suggest you cooperate, for both our sakes. Finish your tinkering by tomorrow and bring it to the Grand Cathedral as soon as you can.
Eh? What's all this now? You play the proud soldier at me and then pluck it for your own schemes?
'Tis no scheme. I would use it for His Highness's sake.
For His Highness, eh?
He doesn't know.
Tick? Haven't you been looking for him? Wandering across God knows where, last I heard. So if you're back now and now you want a gauntlet runner for His Highness? Is His Highness still alive? That's it! I've got you, haven't I?
'Twas His Highness who gave you refuge while you were only a heretical scholar condemned by the Sanctists. The time has come to repay His mercy.
Understood.
Hell yeah.
Is that enough? Can this old duck really handle an undercover operation?
I know what you're thinking, but 'tis at least true that he feels an undying debt of gratitude to the royal
Somebody's
family.
got to pilot this thing.
Fish and tosh, boy. A little faith. Not to brag, but this old duck's craft might be the fastest gauntlet runner in the kingdom. Why, probably the world.
I think. Maybe.
How encouraging.
What a guy.
All I want is to push this runner as far and as fast as she can go. Show her off to the world. And you? Well, I presume you'd rather work together than have to walk, eh?
Ain't wrong.
I don't know about this, but I guess we'll just have to trust him. What do you think?
I need bonds. I'm in. If we die, we died again.
Well, if we die, we all die together.
Ha! The boy's bold as brass.
It is not an invitation, you dolt. Eyes on the road.
Either way, he knows the prince is alive, so we can't just leave him to his own devices. We're all in the same boat. Or runner, I guess.
You lot can handle the fighting, and I'll handle all the driving and grease work.
Exactly.
Just make sure you've got a proper plan for all this mess now.
I don't
This
think
guy's
that's
got no
gonna
filter. But he has a point. We do need to talk strategy.
So, summing up. Our first trial is to slay a monster. We take its head as proof, then get it to the goal line before the deadline. The bigger the head, the better. Our destination is Port Brylehaven, the capital of the Western Principality of Oceania. It'd be a trek on foot, but this gauntlet runner should make it a snap.
So getting the bounty's head is our next move. And our target is a nefarious criminal who's been kidnapping and selling off children.
Yeah,
right?
fucked up.
A criminal? Did the task not specify a monster's head?
Here we go.
Don't worry, all part of the plan. We don't need to win this thing. We just need to get Luis's attention. Everyone's going to show up with monster heads, and we shake things up with a felon. A knight-turned-kidnapper at that. Shows them we're there for justice.
But to deliberately violate the rules, we risk being disqualified entirely. Then again, 'tis just as likely to win the people's attention and thereby Luis's.
Hey,
I do understand the intent.
Just twist the words. What is a monster? If not some asshole that kidnaps and sells kids in slavery. I would call that asshole criminal a monster too, technically.
What do you think of this plan?
I'm here for
I think it's a perfect idea.
Makes sense, doesn't it? The bounty's
I do
Heisme,
agree.
an ex-knight. I realize that's a little close to home, Hulkenberg, so if you'd rather hang back...
No, she
No.
doesn't get that.
His title is precisely why I cannot let his atrocities stand. And yet, 'tis strange indeed that we are hunting a mere man when the trial demands a monster. Then again, our true aim is beyond the ambitions of any other aspirant. Our fate rests in this plan of yours, Stroll.
Thank you. I'll try to ensure your trust isn't misplaced.
Righto. Then our course is set. Feel free to use anything in the Gauntlet Runner. Even got a bathing room if you could use a wash.
Good to know. We can always look around more thoroughly later.
Yes. You needn't tire yourself out before we arrive.
We have 4 days.
I'm a
I think we're
tinkerer
good.
and not much else. All my fighting happens in the old workshop. But I'll take you wherever you're going for your sake and mine.
Hell
After all,
yeah.
the wilds out there are no berry picnic. Oh no.
Oh
It's a
no.
den of wild beasts and savage scoundrels. And we'll not get past it without days on the road together. So, if you need anything besides a steady hand on the wheel, give me a hoot. Bound to find me in the cockpit or the engine room.
He's certainly an eccentric, but he doesn't seem like a bad person.
I like him.
We'll get used to him, I suppose.
Balances out my low energy with high energy. The Gauntlet Runner has various areas for different activities: the strategy room, the lounge, and the kitchen. You can also visit Academia by finding more in the activity. Let's visit the engine room first. Take your time and have a look around on your way there.
Yeah?
Ever been a Gauntlet Runner? Kind of want to see what the engine. Alright, chat. There's 10 minutes until ads. I gotta feed Poochie. It's dinner time for that. So I'm gonna feed Poochie. We're gonna come back and we're gonna explore this Gauntlet Runner and keep going. Does that sound good, everybody? Alright. I'll be right back, chat. Chat ads in 1 minute and 37 seconds. So if you're ready, your ad block. Sorry, chat. I'm doing something right. Bam, bam, bam. My food is also. I'm chilling for a second. Hope y'all are all doing well. How was your Monday? Did y'all have a good day? I'm gonna try and small talk with y'all on. Especially since ads are in progress right now anyway. House smells like bacon and pork chops. Damn, that sounds good. What the hell? Why are you tempted with this, harlot? Why are you? Mix up a maple whiskey glaze for the tops and their bacon. Killing me. We traveling? Yeah, we're in a gauntlet right now. Sorry, I had to do something. But yeah, I got food cooking. I was just trying to wait the ads out a little bit too. Since I had to feed Poochie or shit in the air fryer. But yeah, we just started. We're traveling to some port town, and we gotta stop a madman that human traffics kids or whatever. Which, you know, obviously, don't human traffic kids. It's not something you want to be known for in life. Or maybe you do. Then you're kind of don't. I wouldn't want to be known for. But to each their own, I suppose. Alright, let's explore this runner before I go get my food. I'm supposed to go to the end room. I don't know where the fuck that is. Can't begin to oh, I should probably unfucking zoom myself. Probably fucking do that. Carriage can't begin to compete with the gauntlet runner's speed. I suppose they've earned the reputation. Constantly losing my lunch is far from ideal, but once I'm used to it, I'm sure the journey will be pleasant. Rider makes a smooth ride. Eccentricities aside, he sternly earned his title as support engineer. I'm more concerned with his unseen workings. I hope he hasn't made any dubious additions. I do. So here's all the bedroom. Washroom I get. Oh, this is the kitchen. Back deck for the engine. It is. Oh, there's where more is. A broom. Alright, this is where we're going. Oh, what's this shit? What's a heart? The hell?
Yes.
That, huh? What?
Hello?
First time in a gauntlet runner, eh? Yep. It's called a runner phone. There's one in every room. Now, I believe I heard you speculating at the old girl's inner work. Gauntlet runners use magma crystals as fuel to run. Used to be you'd take your life in your hands when you travel the wilds. Then, thanks to the kingdom's greatest minds, the gauntlet runner was born. The runner's actual legs are based on a colossal beast made for zero momentum loss, even on the roughest terrain. Among other things, I modified this craft with a bit more zip and speed. Another step closer to my dream. What dream? Long story, my girl. Best told to a captive audience with no plans for the next few days and not. Well, we got 4 days. Never mind then, maybe some other. Anyway, still plenty about the old girl that's a work in progress, but by the time I'm done, she'll have some tricks. Watch. It'll be sunset before long, so start thinking about bedding down for the night. Can't run in the dark, and the old girl needs her rest as much as we do. Interesting. You will continue onward toward your destination while spending time in the Gauntlet Runner. Utilize its facilities to obtain items and raise abilities. Things you wouldn't be able to do in town by using the kitchen, reading books at the bookshelf, or using the washing machine. You can also spend time with your allies traveling, which may help improve your virtue. At the end of the day, the choice is yours. Boy. Oh, I want to see this part. Man, place is crazy. Okay, so what does sweeping get me? Let's save. We haven't saved in a minute.
Come on.
Cleaning igniter that Neuros modified to create wind that collects. It's a vacuum. No, not now. Chill. We hold on. There's plenty of shit we can do. Yeah, we can read here apparently. Yes. The bag of cotton. I don't think I'd be able to move. This is where you read? What are you doing inside the bookshelf? Get out of there. Don't know what that is. Oh, here's the washing machine. Washing clothes can sometimes cleanse the mind. Max MP, okay.
Understood.
Interesting. So we can raise MP and HP down here. Oh, hey.
Speaking of.
Got the kitchen up running if you're hungry with your fancy meal. I can hardly consider myself a chef, but Schroll said he wanted to try some of the recipes he learned in the touch. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Shit. Probably should have learned that, huh? Okay, what's this? Bookshelf. Interesting books. The books I can read are The World Travel Diary and Pride and Persuasion. Chronicle of a boy's journey in a fanciful place called the New World. I haven't started reading it yet. So we can get imagination, or I guess persuade. I'm assuming the other ones, the talking. Outlines useful conversational techniques for convincing others. Eloquence. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we can do eloquence. That. Bed. We sleep in pods. Pantry. Toilet. Wash. I feel drunk. You vomit. On the rope wouldn't want you going overboard. Don't go there. Massive door. Okay. Depends. Is that everything? Sure, I probably can't climb up here. Oh, I can climb up here. Whoa. Look at him go! Surprised they have this. That's kind of cool. Unique to say the least. If we're gonna do anything, I'm gonna get my. What do I need to get up?
What now?
Kill? Oh, it would be party, me, and so my. I guess I could get my eloquence up. My imagination would probably go up to. No, we want the other one. We want our eloquence.
What's that?
Apparently this book teaches you ways to ensure others will agree with you. Oh, first impressions are vital when coming to negotiation. Lower the other person's guard by assuming a natural smile and humble demeanor, then use flattery to probe the weak. I need one of those. Oh, you need a runner to get home from work. Yeah, we'll probably get you home a little quicker. So.
What are you talking about?
Probe for weak point. gain the upper hand. So you can gain the upper hand.
No kidding.
Feels a bit underhanded, but I guess if you need things to go your way, it's how it has to be. I feel like paying close attention to the art of persuasion has increased my eloquence.
All right.
4, 2. Man, I can't talk. I'm not eloquent. No more left to read in the book. I'll pick it up from here next.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at the desert camp as the scorching sun sinks below the horizon, and the curtain of night falls over the land. Protected within the stalwart hull of the Gauntlet Runner, the party gains a short, peaceful respite.
Respite, good word. The desert camp. Establishing an encampment. At night, the vast wilderness outside town is ensconced in darkness. Forcing your way through the unmarked terrain is very dangerous, even with a stalwart gauntlet runner. Instead, establish camp somewhere safe. You can resume your travels in the morning. While at an encampment, you can use any of the facilities on the gauntlet runner like usual, but you can also reminisce about the trip. First time camping the gauntlet runner. I'm kind of excited, but it'll be a long night, so why not spend some time relaxing? Can anybody... Okay, so you give imagination.
Your thoughts?
Smooth as butter, luxurious as a palace, awe-inspiring, tear-jerking? Absolutely! The runner is such a guilty pleasure, though credit where it's due, my tinkering certainly helped make her what she is. Full disclosure, that's all thanks to a little mechanism I whipped together that keeps her legs from being in food. Wouldn't have to worry about terrain if she could just fly, but that's a story for another day. Off you go, alright. Where is... Can I like go back in? Am I just out here? So I guess I just talked to Stroll, huh? Oh, I can go in. Yeah, they said I can use the facilities. I was not know where the damn door was. What do you give me? Oh, so it's just go talk.
What now?
I guess we could talk to Hulky. Hey, hold on. 3 had 1 too. I could get eloquence, or I could talk with Hulky.
Well met.
Well, we get more imagination from either of these two right now. So, we'll go with Hulkenberg first. The power we've awoken to have all sorts of questions, but what I really find curious are these forms. Each has their unique aspects, but one bit they all have in common is their armor-like appearance. Bizarre. Ever seen armor like that?
Hmm?
True, the designs do set them apart, but it was not their actual appearance I meant to ask about. In my opinion, the armor encloses the raging force within us, allowing us to direct that power as one directs a horse by its rein. Roman? It is said people lose their magic because they refuse to confront their fears and anxieties, forever unaware of that power lurking within them. Is that not when the very condition to awaken our slumbering power? Also hints why it's so exhausting and why it cannot be maintained for long. The ravenous appetite I had afterwards is proof we do well to practice diligence maintaining our food.
All right.
A 4-1, 2? I don't have any imagination yet. Getting quite late, but way to go. Very much. Yeah, we'll keep talking, Hulkenberg. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Hulkenberg. Hello, Aurora. What are you doing over there?
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Good morning.
Top of the morning to you. My dear passengers, I trust the sleeping quarters more than exceeded your expectations. They're better than I feared, considering how tiny they are, but I've got a question of my own. Isn't the desert sand going to do a number on this runner? Remember who maintains this rugged girl. Nary a grain of sand could fit between her seams, I assure you. Regardless, we'll be leaving these arid dunes behind tomorrow.
I knew it!
Runners really neat, aren't they? They'd never be able to get through the deserts this fast, but just keep an eye out on the road, okay? CDT. I think it might be a slight audio format to another countries get resolved. Yeah, shit, thank you, Anna. Yeah, I love what? I can't. I'm not a big audio file, Anna, so I don't know. We'll arrive in Martira in 2 days. Okay. So you want to practice fighting. I respond to it later. I will.
Well met.
Battle strategy. This for intelligence? Wisdom.
Well then.
And this raises...
Hey.
What? Courage. We're already getting courage out of this. I see. We're getting courage out of this mission. What do I get for cooking? Cooking table, ingredients, masterpiece. Oh, potential recipe. Oh my god, a lot of recipes. Oh my god, a lot of recipes. I mean, I want to cook, but I want stats. Cooking can wait. I'm pouring. You know, we're getting eloquence up. I don't think I have pork chops, by the way. So I don't know if that's gonna. All right. I don't know why I want eloquence up right now, but I want it up. Even if you make a flawless first impression, as the discussion progresses, the other person may erect an emotional wall and start giving you the, oh, here we go. No matter what you say, they'll remain unreceptive in these situations. Just challenge, you must shock their senses and break down their walls. Tear them down. Scare them. Oh, ribs? Maybe I'd scare them. Find their weak points. You can let you know their weak points. Look at that. I'm gonna be eloquent.
All right.
Oh, see, look at that. I don't know what the max is. Give me the 2. Bro, man, this is what, man, I'm...
I say, we could stop for a break.
Is it that mountain thing I saw? That can we go in there?
Now into
yeah.
View is the tree of prophecy.
There's
tapestry of
always a tree in these JRPGs. There's always a damn big old
the
tree.
Tree's roots gorge on the land's magla, and still another is that it gorges on those enraptured by its colorful foliage, as though themselves snared by the bewitching magla surrounding the tree. The gauntlet runner comes to a stop at its base.
Every damn time, chat, in a JR, there's always a damn tree. Here we are. Shall we get a closer look? The Tree of Prophecy.
Wow.
Don't make me react. So pretty. That's not just leaves. It's as though the whole area has been painted red.
Certainly.
The place calls to mind a picture book I read as a child that told of a great tree located somewhere within the country, whose colors shifted to foretell unusual events in times ahead. Exactly what a tree foretells the future. How does a plant grow this huge in the middle of a desert? Not sure if this explains it, but I'm sensing an incredible amount of magma in the air. Your hypothesis is correct. That would make sense. That would make this no mere tree, but a magical organism that feeds off magma. Matter of scientific research, I must document. Harris pulled out a sheet of paper and a brush from his pocket and began to draw the landscape in front of him.
Hey.
Whoa, how'd you get so good at drawing? Probably practice.
Yeah.
Meticulous documentation is the foundation of all good research. Take it as it keeps. Giving it to me?
Yeah.
I've already committed all to the safety of my mind. I have no need for the sketch itself anymore. Tree of Prophecy Drawing. Receive Nurse's research picture. The drawing is intricately detailed and accurately convey the full majesty of this place to a viewer who has never seen it.
Hey there!
Why don't we give that to Maria? I bet she'd love to see something from our journey, and we could tell her a story about this place. Alright, I mean, that makes sense. Magical organism, form of a tree. Fairies in the same classification? Precisely. Gallica is the most precious treasure as well. I've been observing her very closely, which is giving me great insight into my own research into flight. Huh? Class.
However,
turning our attention back to the tree, I've heard that it tends to herald the arrival of favorable development. I wonder what manner of anomaly the current color portends. Red is usually bad. Oh, we get some wisdom out of this too. Hell yeah.
Alright.
A 4-piece? Bro, hell yeah.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives in a quiet clearing, concealed by boulders, as darkness reclaims the wilderness for itself. Monsters run rampant in the wilds. To sleep here would be perilous, unless from within the safety of a Gauntlet Runner. The party, secure in their Gauntlet Runner, spends the night in peace, hidden from hungry gazes.
Hell yeah. The Rock Den Camp. We'll be in Martira the day after tomorrow. Wonder what kind of place Martira is. I mean, my imagination's gotta go up, right? Travelers' voices. You can see how the players spent their time. Might serve as a good reference. Hulkenberg stroll, read from the book. Say, yeah, nobody did anything. Well, that's all we can do. Inspected the reactor. Oh fuck! I guess I didn't check down there. That where Nuris is at? Can I get him to wisdom? Interesting. I'm already at 2 for wisdom. You know what? No, we're going all in on eloquence, chat. We're going all in. Eloquence and imagination right now. I don't know why, but that's what I'm doing.
What's this?
Where the fuck was it? Where the hell did I come in? Oh. Found it. Found it.
Speaking of, your thoughts?
Well, I had Gallagher.
Fair point. So,
Search for the first star. The star moves to the west in the evening and the east at night. Time and time again it helped correct my path and my journey to find His Highness. I'll say I did not expect to return to life on the road. It'll be a long journey yet. Perhaps we better rest while we can.
Hey.
Alright, what up, Stroll? We need imagination.
Now then.
Next up, Martyra. Feels like just yesterday I first arrived at the capital. So much has happened. I met you. We went to the northern fortress, awakened a mysterious power. Blah blah blah.
Speaking of,
perhaps this is the same power that Hero Kings want to use. If that's the case, then why do you think many of them met such a miserable end? Power isn't everything, dog.
Oh, I see.
Kings, they had to govern their people and maintain peace. Arterial might be alone. Wouldn't help you there. What the hell? Man, I can't read. Perhaps not a matter of how much power you have, but how you choose to wield it. Moreover, we've got more than one power at our disposal. On top of that, we've got allies who share these abilities.
Then,
if we continue to master these archetypes, maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to surpass the great Hero King of old. Though this all does make me wonder how many more of these powers are still out there.
All right.
Need the imagination, the two. I don't have imagination. I'm not SpongeBob, Chad. I don't have imagination. It's not allowed for me.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Afternoon. Oh, cutscene. The anime? Oh, it is. Hold on, child. Get out of the way.
Finally! We're out of the desert!
Hey, green.
Oh, wow! I missed all this green!
oh, why is it so bumpy?
That'd be the change in terrain, lad.
See, you got to let the suspensions get used to hard ground instead of soft sand.
Must be nice to fly everywhere.
What the? Did we just crash?
Of course not. That's
a cannonade.
What is this shit?
My star is rising! Ah!
I get it.
Sanctism will reign!
It's them. Remember, from the opening ceremony. I think one of them is Guido, Forden's confidant, and the other is Luis's man, Gladel.
Leave him alone.
Prominent candidates. Shouldn't the king's magic petrify them for their aggression?
Only if they're on
see where
the
they're aiming.
thing.
They're not shooting to kill, just to take out the opposing runner's legs.
I think that they're trying to land a fatal shot, just aiming to break the opposing side's gauntlet runner.
stuck out in the wilds with no working runner. Whether they survive or not, they're dashed well out of the race.
So it is a clash to halt each other's advance. Damned fools couldn't resist a show of force.
Look! Over by the legs. That crier is there too.
I see. Acting as witness to the higher candidate's conflict. It seems Gladel cannot match Godot's firepower.
The plan hinges on making Lewis's favor. We can afford to abandon Gladel if he's one of Lewis's supporters.
What's our plan? If we just hang back and watch, Godot's gonna win. I know. And Forden gets a leg up on the competition.
Oh.
Is this Dragon Ball Z?
You can't just ask if it's Dragon Ball Z every time, man. You can't. But thank you for the 87 months. Okay, it's definitely not Dragon Ball Z. It's definitely not. What up, man? 87 eons. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good day. 87 forevers. Actually, this is a perfect time to leave y'all in suspense and I can go grab my food on what I should. So give me like 2 minutes to grab it. Keep them in line, Hack, or don't. I don't. mean, we're here to help, right?
Let's give Glodell a hand here.
Good thinking. That way we could win Luis's regards.
Agreed. Let us ride to Glodell's aid.
I say, hold on. You realize you're a no-name candidate, eh? If he wants to shut you out, he'll not have to aim for just our legs.
It's a runner, isn't it? If things get too dicey, we'll just run. Didn't you say we had the fastest craft around?
Fine. Suppose there's no room for caution if we want the world's eyes on us.
Okay, then it's settled. Let's make sure he owes us big.
There should be an external runner phone out there.
We're here to help. Withdraw, Glodell. Who goes there? Why do you stand for Luis's forces? Well, sorry. Can't get into it now.
Ah.
That Cortland. You're that commoner candidate who destroyed the Grand Cathedral. Was that not enough? You would profane the sacred a second time.
So be it. In God's name, be thou punished.
Godot and monks have boarded the deck. Looks like you know the magical shield us. He's aiming to kill us here and now. Oh. Oh, we're fighting.
You dare interfere in my fight. Know your place.
Okay,
Is it fame you seek? You thought by confronting me, you might lift your own names. Then you chose the wrong opponent.
I hate to interrupt, Old Egg, but it's a touch more complex than that.
We of the Crown Theocracy's monk army have silenced all who would oppose the eminence of God. Your petty ruses are beneath me.
Woo!
Now you shall know how powerless you truly are.
Remember, the king's magic means we cannot move to strike Godot himself.
Go for his followers first. We'll thin their numbers and turn the tide.
Go, my brethren! Put the fear of God into these impious commoners!
Don't forget about the petrification magic!
The what now?
I shall vanquish evil!
You'll be dust!
Prepare yourselves!
Let's set it up!
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I forgot I can't hit.
Maybe there's a better choice.
What?
By this power. Burn!
Well, let's just go for him.
Witness me, brethren!
Let justice prevail!
I'm not sure this is gonna hurt because light, but that makes sense. Good?
Kneel before him!
Okay.
What could you hope to achieve? Oh, you've done it, God.
Can you stop targeting him?
He knows we can't attack him. He's toying with us.
Give me your aid!
No. I don't even have enough HP.
Right on target.
Oh.
I'll show you the essence of truth. Let's go. The lightning.
Stroll
Not resist everything.
Someone heal him.
For all that we strive for! Are you alright?
Thanks.
My thanks.
Stroll,
Behold
they've sapped your
my
defenses.
power! I call upon royal power within! Take that!
Oh my god, he just keeps critting.
Nice.
I shall seize my chance!
A cocky smirk. Dick. Don't do that.
What could you hope to achieve? Here they come.
Hulkenberg's guard is down.
That's fine.
With blade in hand! This won't do. Into the fray! I'm stepping back.
Stroll, they've sapped your defenses.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Witness me, brethren!
Oh,
No
I should have
holding
healed.
back.
What the fuck am I doing?
You'll be dust.
Close your eyes.
Dude, he's
It's
critting
too
like
late
a
to go to
madman,
his
dude.
side.
I'm pretty sure this will do the most.
Know your place.
Blade in hand!
Peasants!
I will not let you die.
I knew you'd help.
I owe you.
I would lose nothing by conceding this fight. But the faithful are watching. For the
Oh,
sake
yeah,
of my
yeah.
dear brethren, I must hold nothing back.
Whoa.
Feel the righteous truth of sanctism engraved upon your flesh.
Don't do that to me?
Rise, my brother.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, now.
This is God's judgment.
God damn it.
Sanctism will reign.
Badly wounded.
Everyone,
Brace
yourselves.
Forgive me.
Someone
Bro.
get him back on his feet.
I thought we weren't allowed to attack him. Oh, this is bullshit. Okay, well, we gotta get him up.
Take it.
I will
to see another
shoot to
day.
his side.
For all that we strive for! Are you alright?
Thanks.
My thanks.
Insolent heathen! Take this!
Oh, please. Not good.
Oh, come on, man.
Take this! Take this!
Oh, you've done it.
Badly
Here they
wounded.
come.
Can anyone heal him?
Stop hitting me. I can't attack.
I call upon royal power within. I'll crush you. Die hard.
Stroll
It's
can't
too
take
early
anymore.
to go to his
Someone
side.
heal him.
Burn.
I step
He's
in.
up your defenses.
Healing us.
Pain in my ass, this fight.
I owe you.
Sanctism is
Look at this
supreme.
fucking walk.
Sanctism will reign.
Stroll's badly wounded.
Oh my god, he's gonna die.
What a farce.
No, stop targeting him.
Stroll.
Take
Someone
this!
get him back on his feet.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
Motherfucker.
This should work.
Captain,
Live to see
you
another
got your
day. Go
defenses
to his
down.
side.
Healer! Are you alright?
I knew you'd help.
Pain in my
My
ass.
thanks.
Chant!
Just stop critting.
Sanctism will
Only
reign.
a flesh wound.
Oh, thank God.
This is God's
Please, God.
Only a flesh wound.
God fucking damn it.
Take this!
Thank God.
I shall vanquish evil. You'll be dust.
Close your eyes.
Not done yet.
Come
forth, royal sword.
Fire.
Thank
Let
God.
justice
Now I can
prevail.
heal. Holy
I
shit.
will not let you die.
Thanks.
I owe you.
Sanctism will reign!
Is that all?
Yep.
Take this! Damn it!
Stroll, they've sapped
I
your
call
defenses.
upon royal power within. Take that.
Stroll can't
Know
take
your
anymore.
place.
Vitus
Someone
power.
heal him.
Peasants!
Burn.
Oh.
Oh, healing power. For all that we strive for! Healing us.
I knew you'd help.
Helpful as ever.
Sanctism will reign!
What can I
Stroll's
do?
badly wounded.
Sanctism
Anyone heal
will
him.
reign!
Stroll,
Wasn't enough.
someone get him back
I'm
on
leaving
his
him
feet.
dead.
Come forth, royal soul. Fire.
I'm leaving him dead.
Stroll got
Observe
knocked
the
out.
enemy.
Can anyone get him back on his feet?
Shine!
Sanctism is supreme! Sanctism will reign!
Only a flesh wound.
Take this!
Oh, come the fuck on. Oh,
Sanctism will reign! Delay the
That,
inevitable!
Bird, like poetry in motion.
Vitus power. Burn.
Stroll got knocked
Witness
out.
me, brethren!
Can anyone get him back on his feet?
Come!
No, not this turn at least.
I will not let you die.
Thanks.
Sanctism will reign!
I have your back.
Oh! Good trip?
Take this!
Fuck you.
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
Come forth, royal soul. Take it.
Oh, this is the last one.
Captain,
Live to see another
Captain,
day.
our defense is down.
Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
I owe you.
Resistance is futile! Sanctism will reign!
Only a flesh wound.
Take this!
You dick.
This is nothing.
Don't underestimate me!
I shall vanquish evil.
You'll be dust!
I'll show you the effort won't hold back. Fire!
Fill up.
Grim state.
Let justice prevail.
It's only defense down for me, and I have good defense.
Oh, Mystic Purge! Still standing, I see.
Sanctism will reign!
God crap.
Take this!
God damn it.
Still
Stop it.
Someone heal her.
Are you prepared? I'll crush you! So,
Oh, God.
the faithful are broken before you, yet your desperate struggling is for naught. You cannot defy the inevitable. I am immune to all your wicked harms.
Oh, he gets to do whatever he wants, and we can't even get near him.
Bend the knee and yield to the divine truth of sanctism.
I am my ass crap.
Are you prepared for the end?
Ha! I think not, you rotter!
What have you done to my gauntlet runner?
We've nothing to lose. At the very least, I can thrash your old clunker until it's inoperable.
This is a waste of my time. So be it. You'll face your divine punishment soon enough.
I better get experience for that.
Phew. Finally, he took the hint. Hey, get down here. What are you playing at? You think I owe you now or something? I would have been fine without your meddling.
Would you?
Are you hurt?
Of course I'm not hurt. Look, what are you after?
Why, Gladell, surely you can spare some manners for a crew that saved our lives? Honestly, that got a bit ugly for my liking.
Well. Do my eyes deceive me? Juna the songstress in the flesh. What brings you all the way out here? A little tryst on the road, is it?
Nothing so saucy. I'm afraid this cad's just my chauffeur. Now please, darling, a little privacy, or I'll have to charge for an interview.
Fair enough, miss. Fair enough. Nothing you're not used to. But consider me chastened and shoed. Besides, I might have found another angle here that's just as promising.
Okay, pal, chill.
You surprised me out there, love.
Yeah,
You
that
bested Godot. So you're not just a pretty face. You were more help than my useless driver, at least.
Look here. However talented and famed a songstress she may be, you must remember to contain yourself.
He's not containing himself.
Songstress? Wait, is she the same Nidia lady who sang at the opening ceremony?
Aye, but that's... Oh, blast it all, I can't take it anymore. I'd know the suspensions anywhere. You had Hayden workshop on this, eh? Yes, those are quality parts and no mistake. Luis really shells out for his own.
By the crown, you can't be serious! She is Juno! The kingdom's greatest singer! The dulcet diva! Oh, this is preposterous! Surely I can't be the only one starstruck?
Like you are, dog.
No one else wants to
It's like
shake
somebody
hands?
meeting Taylor Swift, right? Is that the equivalent here?
And on behalf of
Be a
Scoop,
Swiftie?
I suppose it falls to me.
You're an interesting little ensemble. Wait, is that a fairy? A real living one?
Yeah.
Where did you...
Hey, up there!
Oh. Well, that's a big old flying ship, ain't it?
An airborne gauntlet runner. He's actually finished it.
What now?
Luis.
Oh, what up, Luis?
My Lord Luis. How kind to provide a personal escort.
So that's it. I thought it was strange that a candidate like Gladel got stuck playing someone's driver.
But she was still the Sanctist's pick for the opening ceremonies? Guess even Forden's camp has to bend to popular opinion.
My humblest apologies, my Lord Luis, for this travesty, especially when you had graced me with the privilege of bearing the lovely Lady Juna.
Glad to see Lady Juna's safe, at least.
I could have crushed that churchman like a bug, and I would have if these insolent fools hadn't.
I'm sure. Sorry, don't much care.
It would seem you had to clean up my associate's mess.
Yeah, a
I'd
little
like to
bit.
express my gratitude, but if I might ask, who are you?
I'm a candidate.
I'm just another candidate.
Indeed. Then we are both striving for the throne. One would think you commoners, but for the Lady Knight at your side. And you have a gauntlet runner. Most curious. What made you decide to enter the competition?
Oh, I
Looks like he's more
wonder.
interested than we anticipated. This might be our chance, so choose your words wisely, okay?
What if I just say it? What if I just do that? Fuck it. We're bound to complete secretly.
The more you hesitate, the more suspicious you'll sound.
Oh, fine.
I want to help you.
Can't have fun. I'll hydrate in a second, Goose.
You fight in my name, do you?
Really now? So, you thought you'd step in for a little self-promotion?
I don't.
We want to help anyone in need. That's what we believe in.
Anyone? Most interesting. However, my immediate needs are met in terms of sword hands.
Oh, come now. Don't they have a certain charisma to them? Why? I dare say I saw them use magic without igniters.
Damn right you did.
Please, I know we can help you. We want nothing more than to see your vision realized, Lord Luis.
You do know what that vision is built on, don't you? If you would claim yourself my ally, then prove your power before all the kingdom's eyes. You can't change the world without power, after all. If you can manage that, I'll consider your proposal.
See you, loves.
Don't think this changes anything. Come on, Hector!
Oh. Chat! Chat!
Right then. That could have gone worse. We were lucky we managed to connect with
30
Luis this
seconds.
early.
What are your ad block?
No thanks to that Gladel. Even should we be accepted, he'll be no ally of ours.
Well, at the very least, Luis knows our faces. All we have to do now is avoid screwing it up.
He wants to see our power, does he? Then let's find Heisme, bring him to justice, and show the nation we're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
As the chirping birds return to their nests and the darkness claims its dominion, the Gauntlet Runner at last arrives at its repose, a place grown thick with trees. Are the sounds from between the trees just the leaves being caressed by the wind? Or are they the whispers of the beguiling beings of the dark? The party
Great
never
word,
has to find
beguiling.
out, for they are safe within the Gauntlet Runner.
Ah! Oh, damn it, blast!
Did you hear that?
It's over. The end of the road. So ends the life of the genius engineer.
Let's say we go check on him.
Oh.
Hey! Nurse, you okay?
Oh, you two. Terribly sorry. It's nothing, really.
Is there something troubling you?
Ah, well, I suppose you could say that. It's just the runner, you see? She's in top shape, but I wanted to make her peerless. An absolute beauty, you know, top of her class. Something that would make even old Luis's runner look like a bally apple cart. I'd not be floundering so much if I just had a bit of spark.
A spark?
Yes, my girl. A spark of inspiration. A moment of epiphany, like when I saw the lost relic.
Lost relic?
I
Doesn't
don't
ring
know
a
what
bell.
the fuck that is.
Ah, yes, context. They say that long, long ago, there was a civilization so highly advanced it was beyond all modern understanding. Automation ruled the day. People lived surrounded by machinery with no need to work. Legend has it that they lived lives of convenience and comfort, but somehow that civilization just up and disappeared.
Nuclear war.
God only knows what happened to them.
Sounds kind of far-fetched already.
Nuclear bombs, probably.
Hear me out, would you? The point is, once in a stretch, you hear about someone unearthing relics from those days of yore. Absolutely inscrutable to the layman, don't you know? But those in the know would recognize such a prize at a single glance.
Who'd you hear this from?
Heard it, lad. I've seen it with my own eyes. You see, there was this old inventor in the neighborhood where I grew up, quite sharp, but a bit balmy. That old fellow only showed me his find once, but even seeing it lit a fire in me, like being struck by lightning. After that, it was like a boiling pot. Ideas, ideas, ideas rising to the surface. And my tinkering always came out marvelous. Some proper court engineer-worthy genius. Something about it utterly captured my imagination. The lost relic, I mean.
Wow. You could try getting him to show you again.
If only I could. That old fellow went back to his own hometown. That single solitary glimpse of the past was all I had. The old goat. He told me he'd leave me the relic in his will.
Okay, so where's this guy's hometown?
Oh, some tiny hamlet somewhere on the outskirts of Martira. A village by the name of Camiro or some such.
Camiro. On we go there. Welcome back, chat.
This one's important.
Old adventurer near us once knew is living in Camiro, a village near Martyria. He may be able to tell us more about the relic he showed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We'll arrive in Matri this evening. Soon we'll be liberated from this blasted shake. Liberated? I do believe I take offense to that. The fairy girl's right, you know. Carriage would never keep up this pace. Some gratitude to me. I'm grateful, it's just hard to show it while on the verge of losing lunch. That, and I pray we can avoid a further hindrance.
Isn't that...
Once we arrive in town, we're supposed to meet with Bardon. Sights will be distracting, but let's not keep them waiting. Gotta buy
Departing the
shit.
capital and barreling southward, the party's gauntlet runner at last arrives in the old castle town, Artira, where their client Barden awaits. The towering castle's stark walls stare down coldly upon its visitors. The only question now is whether or not this gambit was the right move.
Therapy! But Therapy, what a braid is, barely doing well.
'Tis
How
far more
went?
desolate a place than I'd heard.
Not many people out.
Probably Pokemon.
It's like everyone's afraid of something.
Did you win? Better. What a braid is. I'm after we're playing.
You're here.
Metaphor.
I've been hoping you'd show up soon.
I know it's been a while, but we pledged to help you. We'll not go back on our word.
Glad to hear it. I'm sure Lady Joanna will also be pleased.
Post game, hell yeah! Also, go follow Cerebi if you're not following Cerebi. Get over it. It's not at 2 FPS, and it's at least 28 FPS for Legends Arceus probably. But hell yeah!
Oh, your pardon.
Oh,
Lady Joanna
gotta sit
rules
up.
this city. She's also a most holy sanctuaress of the Sanctus Church. She lives there, in Criganti Castle.
I take it the locals are hoping for His Eminence Forden to win the
We're trying to
tournament.
become kings.
Aye, naturally. No sane and righteous man would want Luis on the throne. Speaking of, I heard
not
there was a
actually
scuffle on the
become
road
king.
between two candidates gauntlet runners. The criers say Forden's ally suffered the worst of it.
Yeah, that was us.
Well, that's Luis's camp for you. I assume it was them. I mean, some nasty characters at his heel, eh?
But surely all fights have casualties.
I suppose. There is truth in that.
Hey, read the room, will ya?
Captain,
Fuck.
are you sure we can trust these strangers? These bounty boarders are always in it just for the money.
Looks like his officer's not on our side just yet.
Oh boy.
Dinna be rude, Morris. They've come
Yeah,
a long
Morris.
way for our sakes. Now, I'm sure you must be knackered from the journey. Let me show you to an inn. You can try our local
No,
specialty,
I
perhaps.
just want to take me to the dungeon.
You've a local delicacy. 'Twould be a welcome treat.
Hell, Hulky,
You
we
chaps
need.
go on. The old girl needs a bit of maintenance after carrying us so far.
Can't that wait until you've eaten?
Too much at stake, lad. Go on, don't worry, and I'll sort her out.
Thanks,
Might
Nurse.
as well fix the Bally Waterworks while I'm at it.
Oh,
Come, everyone.
I don't think
This
it's
way.
coming to eat. I'll be honest. Damn, is that a bug?
Is this some kind of smoked
Is that a
dish?
bread bug?
Roasted larvae of the giant sandworm.
Ah.
It's Martira's culinary speciality. Cooked to a delicate finish, just enough to preserve all the natural juices and flavors of the innards.
Oh, good.
Slimy yet
Marvelous.
satisfying.
Tis a unique texture, to be sure, but the taste is divine. Exquisite.
You're completely serious, aren't you?
He's a foodie and a Swift.
Something the matter? Do try some of your own before it gets cold.
It looks great.
Looks great. What is with that smile? Not you two.
Try it. Rich flavors are bursting in my mouth. It's surprisingly tasty.
You fairly eat with gusto, young man. Passion worthy of a royal candidate.
Also, Sarah, if you gotta go like get food and chill out. Streaming sucks. We'll do that shit. Or don't.
How was it? Sometimes the insides can twitch a bit, but it's harmless, I
No.
assure you.
Okay.
Would that I had time to try more of your dishes, but to business. Can you fill us in on the details of all these kidnappings?
Aye.
Aye.
The wee ones have been going missing for at least 6 months. All told, we're looking at 15 children now unaccounted for.
And do you think this
Damn,
Highs May is
15,
your
what the
culprit?
fuck, bro?
I'm told he's a disgraced knight with nowhere else to turn. We've no proof, but the pieces fit. Seems to me that with nothing else to lose, he's gone rogue.
For a man who claimed a knight's honor to stoop to such horrors. 'Tis unacceptable. We must end this quickly, for our sake and his own.
If I recall the brief, it'll be quite a feat to even get near this Heisme. His hideout was in the midst of the sandworm's territory, yes?
Aye, well remembered. He certainly isn't going to make this easy for us.
So, is Heisme's hideout way out here? Looks pretty far from Martira.
Giant sandworms nest in the wasteland. Reputed the hideout of Heisme the Kidnapper. The area is subject to a unique weather phenomenon known as sand flash.
And there,
The rival gauntlet runner.
Let's see here. Here's where we are now.
Martyria, the old castle town, a city on the main run between Grand Trad and Port Brilehaven. The old castle looming over the city center is an incredible sight to behold. Alright.
Now that you mention it, I have to wonder how we can even survive out there.
We've been chasing any lead we have, but we can't figure it all out. We're in over our heads.
We'll get this job done.
We're awful grateful to have you. And don't worry, we'll pay you what you're due. After all, nobody else in the royal capital would give it a second glance.
We help anyone in need. That's why we've come this far.
Inspiring words, young man. Now, I hope you're not full yet. We've a whole spread of other dishes for you. Now this is the pride of the town. A fine sweetmeat made from the juvenile sandworm's entrails. You'll find this tastes as sweet as any dessert. Together, I'm sure we can find a way to the stronghold without falling prey to those worms.
Chat, eat your dessert.
Now, please, dig
eat
it.
your dessert, chat.
Tis altogether different from the roast. Why, 'tis succulent as a mellow fruit. Another marvel.
You must have gotten used to eating anything you had to out in the wilds, eh?
I'll schedule a meeting with the Honourable Lady Joanna tomorrow. Please, rest your weary heads for today.
If they aren't here, con a free meal out of us, that is.
This
Now,
fucking guy.
let's
this fucking Morris guy. I swear to fucking guy right.
It's been a while.
Been forever since I had such a spacious bed.
Exactly.
Hey, you got some intel?
Pleasure to see you.
Thai Tavern has been reserved for your party's private use. Had to kick out a house full of drunkards, so I hope you're all worth it. Nice of you to come all this way. Please make yourselves comfortable. Beds are in the back, past the door next to the desk. Okay, let it leave.
Got a moment?
The cuisine here was delicious. Last meal, Martyria is a fine city indeed. Makes this Heisme offenses all the more damning. If all we've heard is true, hunting him will be a trial indeed. To be expelled from the order is one thing, but to be wholly stripped of knighthood, I would not be surprised if a man's king. Alright, let's go to our room, I guess. Oh, what up? Finally free of those runner bunks. Nice to sleep in a net. It wasn't so
Look at that.
Oh, okay, that's not what I've said. You can see monsters out there when we camp in the runner, so it rests a little easier. And wish Neurus would come inside with us, but I suppose the runner is a castle and he is king. Alright, let's save. We haven't saved in a minute. Our hourly save? Yeah. Our hourly save, chat. Oh, there's nothing else. I mean, I guess I could do.
Good night.
Move shit around, but
time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Arbor Day. Arbor Day.
gorgeous
I
out.
think I might have overslept.
much?
Where
Let's
is
hurry.
everyone? I went to Creganate Castle. Climbing the stairs in the Stairstone Market.
More people missing.
Beg your pardon.
Hello there.
Water. We got pristine clear water, we got mellow milk, and we do have fruit court. I'm gonna grab these to have them. Really? Cooking ingredients? Oh, we're about to get money anyway, fuck it. About to get money anyway.
More people missing.
That's not the castle. Is that the castle? Oh, we came. Oh, maybe those are the stairs. Oh, we got bounty? Aww. Oh.
Just a sec.
Why not?
Now what am I to do?
Whoa, what's that? Can I go up here? Are you gonna allow me to? Oh, it's Roger. Abolish taxes, it's your money, reclaim freedom for commerce
That
and
sounds
for
right.
yourself. There are no taxes, how could the kingdom help anyone? Closure.
Oi!
Everyone's Barton set here to help.
What?
Castle, you take those stairs on the other side of town. Not that you can't get to the castle this way, but it's just an unpopular little byway is all. In times like these, don't you get safer where there's
All
buses.
good.
Fucking care, I'll go around.
Let's not.
Oh my god, let me go. What are the damn
Now what am I to do?
An elder candidate?
Won't even let me run where I want, chat. Ooh, we got an armor shop. Oh boy.
What'll it be?
Alright, what do we got? Damascus vest, which doesn't help me too much. Luce's clothes. And gilded vestments. Excuse me. Vestments worn by mid-ranking sanctors. Magic +3. I mean, she could have it. Plain, nondescript clothes make it easy to slip away, and hide allows for evasive movement. That's a lot of evade, and I kind of want to get it for Troll right now. Since he's up front. I mean, we have the money.
Oh.
Sturdy headgear crafted from strength and silver. Strength and magic +1. Sand rat jambo. Endurance +2. Agility +. All stats +2? Fuck, man, that was shit. Yeah, so we gotta grab that. That's for sure. +18. Endurance 2, agility 2. Let's get at least one of these.
Indeed.
John Fantazio, yeah, Mr. John Fantazio is in a new town, man, Cardi. What up? Maybe I get him the headgear. And then when I get the Brave Guards, I'll just take those. I don't think I have anything to raise, right? What do I have to sell now? No, I'm not selling my apple. Apple's not being sold. Oh wait, hold on. Did I buy the vestments? Already have it. Well, that's plus 39, and I get magic plus 3. But I lose my dark evasion. Let's see the weapon shop. Like,
What now?
bro, you're maxed out. So are you. Alright, here is the weapon shop. Is there a one-of-a-kind weapon in here? Oh, they got everything. Holy moly. The Slayer's Base Lord. Okay. Sham Damascus Cestus. Knuckles loaded with hard desert ore. Oh, okay, so we have increases fire and we have increased ice. Interesting. Okay. We have a club. I don't even have that yet. Daggers. There's the abacus. An abacus that aids in the... Man, why is that 55k? Holy moly. Should I be using the merchant? Increases light? No, wait, I already have that on, right? No, wait, I don't have that on. I mean, she's using light magic right now. This might be worth it, honestly, because... Unless there's like nothing's weak to light, you know? Fuck it.
Good.
Alright, let's go. It's not shitty out, so we can't sell mag. I'm gonna check the merchant. Now? Hold on. Maybe I can give merchant a stroll. Yeah, I haven't really looked much up. I did see that using it early is good. So I guess we could.
I see.
Weak to fire and light. Oh, look at him! He's like a sultan.
Fascinating.
This is the archetype of Birgitte's way of life.
Right here.
The heroic embodiment of the prudent arbitrator who bridges the gaps between others, fostering new values and new places that belong here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's try it out.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Here's a valiant heart. By shared resolve and honored creed, take new form as merchant. If thou art prepared to disavow martial might and support society from within the shadow of coin, I shall bestow upon thee our soul, the soul of the merchant. The merchant, you can have...
A new power to wield.
I'm glad I bought that silver headgear. Yeah. My defense is huge though now. Or, well, a little bigger at least. Oh, I can inherit 2 skills? Increases critical hit rate. Eat up. Strike dodge. I kind of want to give perfect punch. What are my stats? I mean, my strength didn't move, it looks like. I mean, I guess we can give perfect punch just to fucking chill for now. That way, at least have something other than using Magla, you know, to attack. Which I assume that's what Almighty is. I mean, the evasion would be good, but it's expensive as hell.
All right.
Let's just do this one, just so I have a little bit of backup on me. Do I have any hero horse shit?
A new ability.
Increases likelihood of receiving items after battle by 20%. Shit. Fuck it, we'll just get him close to 3.
Can't be.
What now?
I'm glad I already had that, huh? Increases defense at the start. Oh, no, hold on, never mind. Keep that on him. I can use that now. Alright, sick. Alright, and just in time for a dungeon.
More people missing.
I like messing with that poor guy. Respect the old, tax the young. Alright, dog. Chill, brother. Oh, that's funny. The hell is this place? Oh, it's probably a general shop. Oh, I need some fucking horse shit, don't I? What up? I need a couple of these back. I don't like spending this much. I'm taking some back. Thanks, dog. That asshole on that ship really fucked me.
You.
Hang on, what if... I see.
I see. President stones appeared around the world and they weren't wrong. This means wherever we are, we'll be able to know the rankings.
Oh.
Ford and Lewis, and then...
But...
Oh, wait. Thou art destined to become king, locus of his people's sport, great custodian of their anxieties. At the foot of the monumental stone wall, their feelings gather.
Tis in thy hands now.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting free money? Due to the king's magic, the faces of the highest ranking candidates have appeared on gigantic stones called coronation rocks. The amount of mag equal to the people's faith in the protagonist will accumulate, and you can collect a day's worth at once. Ah! Well, how much did I get?
Yep.
Well, how much did I get?
What
Oh, I'm
now?
up to 13,000. At least a few days worth, huh? Oh, that's not where I want to go. Sick. Oh, we're at the gate.
Oh, any one of them.
Hey guys.
Well met.
Listen, I had to show up. And I had to give you merchant.
I've
Come
awaited
on,
you.
Bard, let's go.
Aye, yes.
Let's go.
May I present Lady Joanna,
Thank God, on the
Sanctress
talk,
and
chat.
the ruler of this city.
Close
These
your
are the
way.
ones who have undertaken the request to subjugate Heisme.
I am Joanna, presiding lady
Hello.
of this city. On its behalf, you have my gratitude for traveling all the way from the royal capital.
Lady Joanna refused to use taxes to pay for this, so she sold her own heirlooms and possessions to secure the funds.
I have to do
It's
that.
clear you want only the best for your people, milady. So we'll give you our best in return.
I cannot claim any nobility above yours. Even as other aspirants to the throne quarrel and bicker, you've chosen instead to help the kingdom's people.
Well,
how it
we don't
be,
deserve
dog.
that much credit. After all, we're not helping for free.
Even so, please put an end to this tragedy.
We
Won't
won't
let
let
you
you
down.
down.
Thank you. In truth, I thought it foolish to decide a monarch by a simple vote of popularity. But perhaps there is something to it. Here is my offer. If you get rid of the culprit, I will appeal to the people of this town to support you.
Tis most kind, but can you truly afford that? Surely, as a church sanctoress, His Eminence Forden would expect your support.
Well, they didn't come help her out when she's been dealing with all this fucking bullshit this whole time.
Indeed. However, I would rather have a king who truly cares for his subjects.
Yes, Lady Joanna.
Now, I must return to my duties. I shall await our next meeting.
We're counting on you.
'Twas a confident smile indeed, with a great deal of pain behind it.
I know it's but a step in our plan, but truly, I hope we can help these people. She even promised us political support.
She did say it. Well, I mean, I can't help but wonder if she'll keep her word on that. It's quite a promise to make when she barely knows us.
Did something seem amiss?
Not in particular. Maybe it's just the gloominess of this place getting to me. So what are we gonna do about Heisme? We'll have to go out in Sandworm territory to find him, right?
To be fair, just the 20% passive, I think that I have now for getting items is gonna help too. Especially going into a fresh dungeon, you know?
The mere fact of his kidnappings suggests he's passing unseen by guards and sandworms alike. The question is, how?
Let's ask around the city a bit first. Though I can't say we'll find many willing to talk with the streets this deserted. Maybe we'll have better luck around the taverns and shops.
We should go.
Alright, let's gather intel. We already got all the,
Boy.
What up? Yeah, we're gonna try. My wife, she's one of the people
My
who've
thanks
gone
to you.
missing. I don't know if I can be of any help, please. Do you know anything about giant sandworms? Can't be of help, you have to ask the others around town. Shopkeeper
All
might know
good.
more. Alright.
Oh, any one of them, too.
welcome.
Hello, Miss Butcher.
So, hey,
I go out hunting, I give him a wide berth. We go out there alone. Do you know anyone who might know some? I tried asking a fellow by the armor shop. He's got quite a fondness for a giant sandworm larvae.
What?
The costs don't seem to scale, so once you can afford it, it seems like it runs away until it outscales. Interesting. I like I need to see it in action to comprehend it, you know. Like I need to be in the dungeon to see how all this shit works, you know.
Can't be.
What the hell are you doing? I'm dying doing down here, Stroll. Is it you? You like the larvae? We Americans love our edible grubs. We are a bit indifferent to their inedible appearance. Larvae is my personal favorite, but I know little about them before they make it to the kitchen. Dying is forbidden. Same.
Right.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta cough your lungs up.
nice.
Okay, merchants. Okay, where the fuck are we? Are we just going down the stairs to find the merchant? I wasn't looking. I'm not gonna lie.
An elder candidate? No. Must have got that wrong.
More people.
Are you the
I can hardly
merchant?
think on it. I can hardly think on it.
Hello there.
Merchant?
Hey,
Yeah, you know about a worm?
okay.
I'm out of
Hey,
ideas.
do you know about a
What do you
merchant?
want to know?
Excuse me.
The reconcording? What the fuck does that mean? The hell's a reconcording? They bringing Concord back? Concord 2? This town's informant. I can tell you where the merchant. Like the bird? Like a, I don't know what's going on. Sure. Just take the damn money, asshole.
Thank you kindly. Here's the real skinny.
All right.
Man, I went to him first. This is horseshit.
I'm out of ideas.
What a waste of money.
More people. I can hardly think on.
Hey,
I didn't get that close to it. I just found a giant sandworm husk. That was it. And then at the bar, I was excited and, well, pretty drunk. Anyway, at some point, the story turned to me waltzing right into the sandworm and staring it down, and I regret that. They updated the Steam file. People include they added a free-to-play storefront in the framework for PvE. Oh, baby. Concord's back.
oh good.
Honestly, it should have been free to play
What a
already.
scrap. I suppose we knew it wouldn't be that simple.
So at least it was $40. It should have been. Should have been fucking half that.
It is far
At
too
the
early to give up.
very least.
I spent over a year asking after the prince with no luck. And still I did not falter.
Yes, and it's very admirable. But I think I prefer a change of tack instead.
Oh,
You
you
there?
fancy fellow.
Might you answer a question?
Terribly sorry, but I can't help you. I'm just here on my leisure. You're better off finding the information you're looking for elsewhere.
People will play it out of curiosity
Suspicious
now.
character, isn't he?
Hey, you lot. You seriously gonna hunt down Hazme?
Someone like me was never gonna try because it was fucking $40. Rather just fucking hate myself in Overwatch than pay $40, you know?
You're Barden's man.
Yeah, the guy with the attitude.
Not sure I should tell you this, but here I am. There's actually a way to avoid the giant sandworms. You just gotta wait for the sand flash. It's a local event. A kind of storm. The wind kicks up sand peppered with magic crystals. Not too uncommon a sight round here. Our diviners say we'll have a sand flash in about 5 days. Seems to put most wild beasts to sleep. Might be some magic effect, or might just be waiting out the storm. And that includes the sandworms. Eh? They'll nod off, and with proper timing, you'll sneak right past them. Heisme might well be using the same trick himself.
We're much obliged, but if you know all this, why haven't you and the guard gone out?
A guard unit stomping around would wake up the whole den. Didn't much like saying it, but us local lads wouldn't be much use against Heisme anyway.
Especially with
but
the former
you think you can handle him?
high-ranking
Aye?
knight.
Wouldn't be here otherwise.
That information is all we needed. Thanks for the help.
Good luck out there. And don't worry, no charge for the advice, eh? Can't have you getting yourself killed now. Cap's reputation's on the line.
All right, Morris.
And
First time I admit
one
it,
more
dick.
thing. You didn't get this info from me.
Oh.
Aye?
Understood. But why? You could have shared this with us at supper yesterday.
What? And got myself volunteered to go out there as your travel guide?
Oh.
Hey, danger of that.
I see.
Anyway, I'm counting on you.
Thanks, Morris.
Finally, a solid lead falls into our laps. And we'll not even have to bother with the sandworms.
I want
We've
to
apparently
kill
got
a
5
sandworm,
days
shit.
till the sand flash hits. Let's make sure we can get this done quick. Looks like more than a day's trip on the map.
If it takes us one night to reach the giant sandworm's territory, and we aim to go when the storm has them all asleep, we should leave in 4 days' time.
Let's go inform Nearest.
What the hell you want me to do for 4 days?
Righto.
Or we can go
straightforward
help
enough.
him out, right?
Long as we get in when the worms have all tucked in for a nap, we'll be just dandy. Suppose I'd better crack on with the tune-ups then. Don't want the old girl failing on us when she'll be our only hope of egress, eh?
The hell was that?
Oh, that? Damned if I know. It was just in the blueprints from the royal family. Works rather like an igniter, but no idea what it does. Just don't go breaking...
I'm blind.
Oh, easy there. You all right, lad? Thought I saw something glowing. Then you came over all giddy, gave me a start.
For a moment, it's like the light was blind and wasn't sure
Still can't
what it
believe this
was.
thing reacted. Look, we don't want any nasty surprises, so I vote we stay put and rest up for today. Just in case. Don't want you passing out on me, do I? Just consider it a little precaution for the trip.
We made the thing react.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh, hey, more.
Your journey is going well, it seems. One by one, you take your steps forward on this road. A supernatural awakening, a call to adventure, legs to carry you. All of these are coming together. Accordingly, new powers needed for the journey seem to have awakened.
That thing in the
Are
gauntlet
you talking
runner?
about that thing inside the gauntlet runner?
By my eyes report, there is one piece of equipment in the Gauntlet Runner that was created in ancient times. Something no longer crafted in this day and age. A divine relic. It contains ancient magic once thought lost. The power of teleportation.
Oh.
With proper use, its great power will turn your Gauntlet Runner swifter than any beast or transport on land.
Wow.
Most interesting. The reasons elude me, but you seem qualified to use this divine relic. I cannot imagine this is mere coincidence. Perhaps you are guided by an unknown hand. Now, try to imagine. Vivid, familiar scenery. Somewhere far from the land where you rest.
The tree. What about the tree?
What's going on here?
What's with all the yelling? Wait, isn't this...
What? The royal capital? How? We were in Martira just
Hell
last night.
yeah.
Eurus? Surely you didn't drive us back here?
Are you mad? Don't you remember how many days the last trip took? You can't dash and roll pop over to the capital in a single night.
Well, what is this teleportation magic Moore was talking about?
What? So this is some magic you saw in a dream?
Did it?
So this teleportation, it can just whisk us all back to the royal capital in a flash. Even the gauntlet runner came along for the ride.
Well, that's kind of what did it.
It certainly did. And there might be a reason
It's
for
the
that.
catalyst.
Do
It's
you
the
know
machine.
something? She was custom made for the prince. When I wasn't there in the concept phase, when they gave me an odd gadget and said, make it work, I bloody well made it work.
Yeah?
You saw it yourself, eh, my lad? That part all bound up in its heart. Last night, we caught it glowing. Then I wake up and find a proper hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo indeed.
It only started glowing when you got close, eh? Maybe you were a trigger of some kind.
Yeah, it's protagonist powers.
Yeah, maybe I am.
I cannot say I've heard of teleportation, and yet... surely there can be no explanation for this other than magic.
Hold on. If we're back in the capital, that means we've got bigger problems. We're due back in Martira for the bounty. If it takes us days to get back, that's all our planning ruined.
If we
Just
magic
teleport
ourselves
back,
over here,
dingus.
let's valley well see if we can magic ourselves back, eh?
He makes it sound so easy, but what do you think?
I'll just go.
It's no small feat we ask, I know. We might
Then
be
we'll
at least
just poof
try.
back. So I'll just do that. Let's go. Just real hard like that, and then we'll be good.
Where to?
Oh, baby. We got the fast travel. I'll focus on Martira. Oh.
It reacted! The lad really is the key to triggering it.
Oh, hey! Are you sure this is safe?
All we can do is trust him.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'd look damn cool.
It's Martira. We really are back.
Hell yeah.
I can't believe it. It feels just like when the king's magic caused that spectacle in the capital.
In my eyes, it's the other way around. It's not powerful by virtue of being connected to the king or to the lad. Maybe it's that all magic is supposed to have potential of this magnitude. You've all got some powers that defy understanding too, eh? Gives one the sense that those
shit,
sanctists preaching about needing igniters are wrong, or lying outright.
I suppose when you say it like that.
Speaking of sanctism, well, not like this. A tool full of this kind of practical, unorthodox magic is against all their teachings. Why would the royals have had it?
Hold a moment. With this teleportation on our side, can we travel anywhere in the world with only a thought?
It must be magic!
Thank you, Mr. Flower.
If that's so, we may not even need a gauntlet runner at all.
What? You mean we could just magic snap ourselves to Brylehaven?
I have to
Just
be
like
there
that?
first,
Go on,
dog.
try it out.
Well, I've never seen it, so I can't just fucking zoop us there. Ain't how it works.
No reaction.
Yeah.
So we can't go somewhere we've never been before. Anywhere else you've been? How about Montario?
No. Commoners don't usually visit the 3 great cities.
'Twould seem this power of travel is somewhat conditional. Best that we define its boundaries now.
So, in the end, the only places we can teleport to are the cities we've actually been to.
Well, thank you very much. Almost had me out of a job there, lad.
Sounds like you've got to envision the destination in great detail for it to work. We'll need more than a glance out a window or a passing familiarity. And you have to focus for it too. Seems to take you a moment, which means it won't save us in a fight.
Not as convenient as it sounds, huh?
How
No,
so?
it is.
Now we can return to the royal capital anytime we need to restock. It is useful enough as is, and the more places we travel, the more we can return to.
You're right. And now we can drop by to see Maria whenever we like. Put like that, it really is something impressive.
Even if we've no idea where it comes from, it should certainly prove useful.
Our next foe is a bounty, and we have a lot of preparing to do. We've got 3 days to
Do
go,
we?
so don't forget.
I want to get a bounty from this town. He said the bounty would be open today, right? Capture Heisme, must be well prepared. You can go stronger by accepting requests around town. Such as I was gonna do that already. Your base of operations has been changed to Martira. Each time a new operation begins, the town you stay in will become your new base. Your departure date is July 2nd. Try to be well prepared for it. Going to other cities, you want to return to a previous location. Open the world map and select it. You can travel there using teleportation magic. Teleporting does not pass time, so feel free to return to previous towns to complete unfinished requests or meet with followers.
That's right.
So?
That's what I was gonna do first, anyway.
People,
Excuse me, Jack.
take a look.
What?
Each city shares information on bounties.
Good hunting to you.
Alright, what do we got? 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 That's what we're already doing. We can go get Goreborn King, the Forest Champion. I need to slay the Goreborn King in the Imp's Den of East Martyria. Defeating the Goreborns in black may lure it out. I can't fucking read, chat. I'm fucking illiterate. The informant at the Visca Alba Tavern in Martyra should have more.
Don't go get yourself killed.
On it.
Yeah.
They'll tag you with swords and bows as well as magic, but also come out until you dispatch the underling. A bit tougher than you might expect. Yes. We can go get this done in a day. We'll be fine. Amsden is northeast of Martyria. The king's not around. The magic-wielding Goborn keeps order within the horde. Take him out and the big guy should appear. Mages wear black cloth. I bet you get more information about the target from the informant. Not fine. Blah, 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 blah. Bring me the imp's loincloths. Once you've taken care of them, change will get your reward.
Let's do it.
Alright, let's go, chat. And we get courage out of it, too.
Let's see here.
It's called the Imp's Den.
And right there's a labyrinth. Let's see. All right.
Alright, where is the...
I'm out of ideas.
Let's learn about the Goreborn guy. Might as well just buy both of these now.
Here's the wheels.
Fido meats. Some sands, rock beans, Oreo sugar. $1,000? Alright, well, let's learn about it. I can prepare a little bit. Here's to be an ordinary forest. Find yourself in the Goborn Haven. Creature is clever enough to understand strength that comes with numbers. A single Goborn is easily dispatched, but a horde of them is trouble. Got business with the Goborn King who runs the horde of them. You're going to want to take out the Goreborns.
Here's the wheels.
No weakness to speak of, but they have a good, love a good nap, and you can find some items to make them drowsy at generals in town. That's how you fight them. You already know, but don't go wielding a staff. They'll fly off the handle. There are a lot of giant insects called vesps in there. They're apparently weak to pierce attacks. You best prepare yourself with a spear or a bow, something of that sort. Be sure you're well prepared before venturing into that place. Alright, so no magic.
What now?
That means I have to change. Hulk doesn't. I don't think mace, does a mace count as a staff? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. What can I change? I mean, I guess I could just go back to Seeker. We go Knight. That'd be interesting. Kind of suck to not have. Wait, hold on. Can I inherit the? It was only 900.
I see.
I definitely don't have a ton of strength though. Definitely can't go healer. I mean, I wouldn't be hitting hard. If they don't like stabs, they don't like stabs.
Fascinating. This right here. All right?
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Alright, let's go tank mode, baby. Principle of pursue the path of the protector, I bestow upon thee our soul, the soul of the night.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Sure, that works. I'm gonna miss having MP. We have recovery on her. I mean, it's only 800.
All right.
I do luck. I guess I could put the consecutive action ones on. Fuck it. What we're going with, we'll find out.
Isn't that...
What now?
I need to be up front. I don't know where he Hulkenberg is. Maybe, I mean, Stroll's gonna have defense too. That's probably what we'll go. Alright, so, let's just go, I guess. I hate not having my MP, so I can't just run around in there forever. We can help this fella out, though, it looks like, with something.
Oh, my apologies. That's a relief. Well, I'll be off now.
Hey, you sure you want to let that fellow go? He nicked
Big
something of
pocket.
yours just now when he bumped into you.
Oh no! Grievous' dagger is missing! Let's chase after him.
Thanks, dog.
I don't see him anywhere. Come on.
Now.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh? I'll be off.
God damn it. Man, I tried to get my imagination up. What is
What say
this?
you?
Oh, weather forecast. Sure, because
Well, thank you.
is it gonna rain soon? Need to know.
Let's see.
Literally not raining anywhere for the next 3 months.
Pop by again, won't
Waste
you?
of my fucking time.
More people
Right.
missing.
Oh, what'll I do?
Spare a moment.
Why did this happen?
Lilo has plenty of time right now.
Stupendous.
11's like
so
way
love
after,
your
isn't it?
Let's give it a shot.
The Pigeoneer asked us to buy a pigeon parcel in Camaro, Village East. I mean, we need to go there anyway for one of our other things. So it's good to have this on our map now, because we need to go for...
That reminds me.
What's his face? Yeah!
So?
Now what am I to do?
Right, I want to go to...
All right then.
Let's go.
To start traveling, visit the round table. The gauntlet run and discuss plans. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're going out. We're going to the forest.
About time, what? Now point us toward the fray.
Be sure to check the weather and try right at that.
Now then. Interesting.
What are we doing there again?
You would pursue peril.
Good ones from a handful. Let's go.
It's your call.
Yeah, let's
Great.
go.
Let's move out.
Oh. Whoa. Cool. Cool animation. I hear a voice. Stagnating. I need to try. What the hell? I need to get my imagination. You can wait.
Actually?
So many things which I don't understand. World is vast. I know the time of traveling for a mission. If all goes well, I want to go on another journey. I'm free to do what I want. Sounds like fun. Yeah, sleds. I don't know where we go, but I'm looking forward to it already. I want to contribute further to whatever you do in the future. I'll have to keep working hard. Think of anything I can do to help out. Encourage.
Well then.
What?
Alright, don't start cheerleading though.
All right.
Dude, I'm never gonna have imagination, chat. It's not allowed. I'm not allowed to have it. Welcome back, by the way.
You lot! Enemy attack!
I shall be your opponent.
Mind not just barging in on us? Let us
What's the
fight
synthesis?
as one.
Raise a barrier that nullifies one attack that would inflict status ailment and medium HP recovery for all allies. Oh.
No, not this.
Yes, you can.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Yikes! Here comes the counter.
Okay.
Stroll's combat power is down.
Are you prepared?
No, not this.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll do this together.
Heavy physical pierce damage. Oh my. Raise a barrier that nullifies slash pierce strike for one ally. Oh, we're gonna hammer this thing.
All right, let's go.
Oh. Yeah, that'll
I see.
Brace yourselves.
What are you
Only
doing,
one
little
way.
guy?
Finish them off. We're clear.
Alright, can you not resist or repel this?
Now, what's the play?
Merchant. You'll be dust.
Hit him with the abacus.
Let's stay calm. Maybe not.
There they go.
I don't care about that.
Let's keep
I didn't even get, like, experience for that fight on the deck in the other one. Pissing me off.
The Imp's Den, home to countless bandits over the years, has warranted the caution of all who lived near the steep, forested entry path. They warned their children of the dangers there. There are demons in those woods, they said. You mustn't go near. Perhaps the children's anxiety inadvertently roused something from its sleep. It is to that den, now befitting of its name, that the Gauntlet Runner arrives.
The thing is,
Well,
Just.
I didn't read any of that, chat. I'm gonna be honest. My bad. I spaced out.
yep.
Our Go-Born King's using that Covenant. Throw it out by knocking off these weaker magic using the Go-Born. We're black. Okay, so we gotta get the black cloak to Go-Born.
Well.
what is it?
I tried taking out his little friends, but then the Go-Born King suddenly became stronger. If you're going to go fight it, don't let it be the last thing standing. Ah! You think you want to take out the cronies first, but that's not going to work out like you think about it. Interesting. Interesting indeed. What level's everybody going in here? Probably under level, right? 21, 7. Oh, I'm right in the middle of everybody. Alright, I mean, yeah, that's about where I'm at. Alright, let's go.
Okay then. Let's go.
Alright, chat, into the dungeon. Aurora, we're going in the dungeon. Are you cleaning yourself? Are you cleaning? Hello.
What is this?
Veil of Bloodlust. Alright, we're looking for the black cloaks. Like that.
I see the enemy.
No. Looks like they found us.
Okay, let's give it all we've got.
The Hexer.
Come!
Oh.
Not now.
Comrades, lend me your strength for all that we strive for. Shine! Worthy foe
Oh,
of
big
Wealth
damn.
is its own weapon.
Stronger. Yeah! The end's in sight!
I will fight with pride. Come forth, royal soul. Hold on.
They're just gonna run, right?
They've all fled, except this one.
Let justice prevail.
I shall fight as the noble I am. Are you prepared? Take that!
Hit him with the apple.
Right on target.
Oh, hell yeah.
Here. By the chivalrous spirit of the night.
There they go. Looks like that's all of them.
Okay, maybe I don't need the double.
Everybody.
Not bad, if I say so
Hey,
myself.
rank up. Maybe I don't need the double on me.
What now?
That kind of fucked me up there. With what I was trying to do. Oh, let's do luck. Aurora, can you lay down? Thank you. Okay, so I need to defeat all of them, it looks like. Okay, so there's more. Oh, I'm going on. Or at least plateau. Well, I want that item. Whoa, 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 whoa.
There they are. Charging in.
Get ready, everyone.
Act fast. We'll win this.
You make the first move.
That's a lot of bees. Okay,
Let justice prevail. Shine.
I shall fight as the noble I am. No holding back. Not now. Are you prepared?
alright, let's try this out.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night.
Oh, he's weak.
Lend me your strength. Not this. Night. You better be sure.
What's for the captain?
That's the spirit.
Keep it
Stand
going.
ready. Healer! Oh, Mystic Purge!
We must fight.
Yoink.
We're all counting on you.
Dumb bees.
3 enemies left. We can do this.
Merchant! You'll be dust!
Right on
Well,
target.
I will fight
Nice
with
one,
pride.
Stroll. You hit their weakness.
Yoink.
Oh, healing
That's
power.
your opening,
Power
Captain.
of heroes! Shine! 2 remaining!
Yoink.
Wealth is its own weapon. Stronger than us. Yeah! One left!
Took one out.
Yoink.
Not
okay.
bad, if I say
We can
so
do this.
myself.
Yoink.
Oh, healing.
For all that we strive for.
This be enough. Be close. Alright, we're learning. I'm learning to combo
Ooh,
with
not
these.
too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
We're
Even
learning.
easier than
We're
expected.
learning what to do.
Okay.
Hey, level 2 of
You show
knights.
splendid growth.
So if I get ambushed, we're good.
I think we're in the clear.
Shit. The Calendula Cop. Oh god. Can you turn around so I can like make a run for your buddy over there?
They saw
Right
us.
there.
On your toes,
They're out cold. Let's give them a fight.
Let's take them all out. Now get ready.
Let justice prevail! Oh, Mystic Purge!
Smack 'em.
Worthy foe after
Now,
all.
what's the play? Yeah! The end's in sight!
Let's stay calm.
Always comes
Let's
through.
set it up. Maybe there's a better. Let's go.
Oh, wait, hold on. I can just attack you. Goose, you're like 5 minutes late. But I appreciate. I like the effort.
Shine! Stay focused.
I shall fight. It's okay. We can do this. Come forth, royal soul. You better be sure.
Oh, that's good damn. Good damn.
And that's that. Victory's ours.
And unscathed. Old coin, stunning
I chose
arrow,
the wrong
10
opponent.
torpor. Almost level 4. Oh, chill.
I see the end.
Well, aren't you an asshole? Stop hitting me, asshole. Yeah, it's like 20 seconds to join after it's redeemed.
Healer! Oh, mystic purge! They yet cling to life.
Wealth is its own weapon. Stronger than... Yeah!
Two remaining! By the chivalrous spirit of the night. Still up?
Only 2 enemies left.
Oh, power of heroes! Shine! Still standing, I see.
I can't afford to hold back. Are you prepared? Not now. Not done
Let's
yet.
stay calm.
One left.
Keep
Nice
it up.
going, Captain.
God damn it.
What?
Only 1 left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Worthy foe after
I shall...
all.
Yeah!
Into my ass.
And that's that. Victory's ours.
That'll do.
Hey, do you learn something in 4?
That'll do it.
What now?
Alright. Bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. Okay, so just a bunch of assholes there. Bunch of bees over here.
Right there. Time for some close combat.
We can get this.
This could be our chance.
This is our chance.
Why are there so many of them?
Healer! Oh, mystic purge! They yet cling to life.
Wealth is its own weapon. Stronger than a sword at times. Yeah! Tougher than I thought.
It's okay. We can do that.
We got him. Nice
Observe the
going,
enemy with
Captain.
blade in hand. Shine!
Bada, 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 bada. Oh, I didn't mean to do
By
that.
the chivalrous spirit of the
We can
night.
do this. We got him.
I
Nice
stand
going,
ready.
Captain.
Healer! Oh, mystic purge!
Now, what's the play? No holding back! You'll be dust!
Punch him.
That's one!
Nice.
Troll always comes through.
Ow.
Only 1 left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Alright, we should just be
Hit
able
their
to...
weakness.
Observe the enemy.
That's your opening, Captain.
Worthy foe after all.
Wealth is its own... Yeah! Tougher than I thought.
Alright. Okay. Good girl, bro.
What a finale. Keep your energy up,
Good.
everyone.
Tis done.
Hey, level up to 18.
I
Rank 3 for
continue to
me.
grow.
Magic and endurance.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the time being.
Hey, what up? True. A bounty hunter came to defeat a single goal.
I don't know.
I got fired from a workshop, couldn't bring myself to tell the missus. Heard about the tournament, figured I'd take my chance. Yeah, go do it. Definitely when I can't tell you when you're fighting Goborns. Be sure to keep your health up. Intel wasn't used to man of my strength, but maybe it'll be different. Gotta keep my health high. Thanks, dog. Bro, this place is a pain in the ass. Oh, God.
I see the enemy. All right, how's that? Come and get me. There they are.
We strike first. Let's take them all out.
Let us fight as one.
Not this skill.
With blade in hand. Shine. Worthy foe after all.
I can't afford to hold back.
Are you prepared? You'll be dust.
Back.
It's okay. We can do this. No. Let's finish this.
Getting that motherfucker out of here. But I can heal.
Not now.
Hold on.
For all that we strive for.
Just go for a win here. Hold on.
We're almost decided.
I shall no holding back. Take that.
By the chivalry come forth, royal soul.
Okay, it might not go. Oh, yeah, never mind. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, okay. Good shit. Good shit.
Whew, not too shabby.
All right.
Let's keep this up, everyone.
Old coin again. And
I
the
think I'm
bone.
getting used to this.
Huh. We're thinning them out.
Right there. Let's push through.
Nice.
A Calendula coin. Well, we're getting somewhere with all these kills. That's just a bunch of assholes right there. Oh, we need healing. Hold on. Let's.
What now?
Let's heal up right quick before I forget. Let's work our way up. I know I can cut through and over.
I see the enemy.
Oh,
This
what
will
a
stop us.
swing. Uh-oh.
Great job, everyone. Talk about a
Damn, was
close
that a
call.
triple dodge?
Let justice
Oh,
prevail.
aren't you a fucking asshole, ain't ya?
Now, what's the play? I shall vanquish evil. Ah! Not done
I will
yet.
fight with pride. Stay sharp. It's not over
Nice
yet.
going, Captain.
Damn it.
Only one left. Finish them off. and We're clear.
Oh, Mystic Purge.
Wealth is its own weapon. I call upon royal power within. I'll crush you.
Oh, big damage.
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
What now? Right there. Charging in. Come on.
That asshole trying to hop in there.
Oh, power of heroes. Worthy foe
I
after all.
can't afford to hold back.
Yeah, the end's in sight.
By the chivalry. Let's go.
Come through.
Hold on. A tough one.
I've done booped him with my swords and
Only
stuff.
2 enemies left. Stay sharp.
For all that
we strive for!
One remaining.
Well is its own weapon. I shall vanquish evil. You'll be
Punch the shield.
They die hard.
Let's stay calm.
Good shit.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Medicine. Unscathed. Bonuses
Not bad,
everywhere.
if I say
Rank
so
up
myself.
double. 5 and 4. Anything new? Okay,
power
what do I
to
got?
wield.
Increase the effects of consumables by 1.2 times. Increase further of archetypes, same lineage or present. Well, that's pretty good.
I see the end.
Fucking dick.
What now?
I was gonna heal anyway, but come on. Well, it should be more than 30. So it's like 40? Is it going to 88? Oh, what? Consumable my ass. Oh, those mods are going to be a fucking problem. Care about the fire elemental, we can kind of go through.
We cannot avoid this fight.
Right there.
Stand ready.
Time for some close.
No way! He's in the air for the crit, dude. Don't.
Dead.
They're seizing their chance while Hulkenberg's anxious. Trolls enraged? Settle down. Just
Enraged
focus
too?
on my
Oh,
voice.
this is fucking horseshit, dude.
You and me. Come on.
Troll, you gotta aim better than that. Nice dodge! You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
Pain in my ass.
With their weakness.
Oh, healing power.
That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, Mystic Purge! They yet cling to life.
I shall fight as the noble I am. Not done
Like
yet.
that you're not dead
We
is
can do.
pissing me off.
The captain
Oh,
took one
power
down.
of heroes! Shine!
Oh, come on, man.
The captain's enraged. You gotta calm down, or they'll take you out.
You'll pay.
Well, if I hit, they're.
You hit their weakness.
Oh,
Yeah,
healing
like-
power.
That's your opening, Captain.
Blade in hand!
I mean,
Oh,
I'm the
Mystic
wrong
Purge.
one to hit with that, huh?
I can't afford to hold back. I call upon royal power within. They die hard.
Dodged. Nice
Oh,
one, Captain.
baby.
You'll pay.
Well, goodbye. I was gonna do that anyway.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
Hey, rank up. Does that give me anything?
There are still some foes
I
around.
see the enemy.
Don't let your guard down.
I even heal. I don't care. That's not a command, but good try, Anna.
For all that we strive for! Shine! 3 remaining!
Now,
Hulkenberg's got
what's the
this
play?
handled.
Join. Yeah, maybe that's what Anna was trying.
You hit their weakness.
Observe, let
That's
justice
your opening,
prevail!
Captain.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Proud of you for trying,
We're all
Anna.
counting on you.
Only 2 enemies left. Stay sharp. Right on target.
I didn't mean to do that, but I guess we're here now. I've got to punch him.
You hit their weakness.
Oh, healing.
That's your opening, Captain.
Shine! It's almost decided.
I shall. No holding back. You'll be dust.
Double crit.
By the chivalrous.
healing power.
Man, if I trusted that I could melee that thing down.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Big experience.
Wish every fight
Wow.
was that easy, eh?
Oh, hey.
Wait, where's the item?
Almost done.
Oh, it's a beetle.
Due caution.
I never remember what those motherfuckers are for. That's why I bought the cordials. Oh, I guess I just didn't run in this corner. Okay. Don't want to kill the fireballs.
They saw us.
Yeah, good
On your
for them.
toes, everyone.
They can do. If they hit me, they deserve the fight they want to get.
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. Hold on. Chill, bros. Chill, bros. Chill, bros. Chill, bros.
Right there.
Come on! I'll give it my all.
Yes, everyone, go!
With blade in hand.
Alright, I can't use Hanma against these guys, though.
Still standing, I see.
I can't afford to hold back. Yeah.
It's okay. We can do this.
You hit their weakness.
I stand ready.
That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, power of heroes.
I don't trust my
Come on, Volta.
Good.
We've got this handled.
Don't.
3 enemies left. We can do this.
Merchant. Take that.
Punch it.
Almost finished.
Oh, sick crit. Sick crit.
You hit their weakness.
Observe the enemy.
That's your opening, Captain. Only 2
Now,
enemies
what's
left.
the play?
Stay sharp.
I'll crush you.
Punch the other one.
Let's stay calm.
Stab, stab.
I stand ready. Is that all?
Wow, that's like the worst thing it could have done.
I die hard.
That's the worst choice that mob could have made.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
I think we're in the clear.
It's a tooth!
Hey,
Uh-oh, the boy's here.
Oi.
Uh-oh. Oh, I need to heal. I need to heal.
No worries.
Oh no.
Don't lose focus.
Whoa. He's showing us such hospitality. Okay. Oh, we just go right into it. Uh-oh. Well, I'm not prepared for this. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so we don't want to kill his buddies. We just want to attack him. That is not what I meant to do. Hold on. I hit the wrong button. Hold on. I did not mean to do that.
Oh, mystic purge.
I'll focus and fuck it then.
Now, what's the play? Merchant.
Crit him.
right on target.
Oh, hell yeah.
We'll do this together.
Stop making these noises.
I'm counting on you.
All right.
Big damage. Well, either we're all gonna die here, or we might win next turn. Why you have Maggie Dola? Oh, I dodged. Good shit.
Anyone heal him?
Oh, that's a lot of crits.
Not like this. Where it ends.
Yeah. Alright, so don't have a healer at all.
Fantasy is only fiction.
I think if I didn't get a crit 800 times in that one attack, maybe.
We found us. Get ready, everyone.
Chill, bros, chill.
We've scattered them. Our efforts were not in vain.
What now?
So do we just have to kill that last one, I guess?
Oh, I think they see us.
There they are.
Fucking
Right there.
Forward! Let's take them all out.
That is out. Let's go. Get in there. Finish them off.
Not now.
Yeah.
Observe the enemy. With blade in hand! My blade cuts like the wind. Still standing, I
By the
see.
chivalrous spirit of the night.
Three left. Got him. Nice going, Captain. 3 enemies left. We can do this.
I stand ready.
Fucking course you resist.
Warrior! Behold, we stand together.
Let's do this!
I strike with conviction.
Uh-oh. Brace yourselves.
That's all.
God damn it.
Hit their weakness.
I shall fight
That's
as the
your
noble I
opening,
am.
Captain.
Yeah. Not done yet.
Observe the end. Comrades, lend me your strength.
It's up to you now.
Sever! Numbers dwindle.
You never let us
Got this
down.
handled.
You stop attacking me!
Stroll's badly wounded. Can anyone heal
Well, if he dies, he dies. That's where we're at this point.
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him. Yes.
It's not over yet.
Not out of this yet.
Only one
I
left.
stand ready.
Finish them off and we're clear.
They yet cling to
Stroll's
life.
combat power is down. Smooth finish. Great work,
Nothing was
everyone.
smooth about that.
Satisfactory. I've acquired a new power.
I guess that's...
Remain steadfast. Some foes still draw breath.
Hey,
No, 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 no. Oh no, I wanted to heal. I hit the button to heal before that.
Oi!
This isn't gonna go well.
what?
No worries.
Don't lose focus.
This isn't gonna go well.
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Troll's about to fucking die. Oh no. Okay.
This should work.
Thanks.
Thank you. By my sword. With blade in hand. This won't do.
I don't want to do this.
Oh, power of heroes!
I don't think I need
Blade
to
in
guard.
hand! My blade cuts like the wind! I will fight with pride. Tonight!
Come on.
Test out this defense.
Captain's hurt
I
bad.
can't give up now.
Let's get him some healing.
I can't afford to hold back. Let's try this.
That helped.
By my sword. Just the thing.
I owe you.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night. Come and get me.
Dodged.
Oh, good shit. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, no synthesis with.
Right on target.
I
Crit.
stand ready.
Stroll.
I could hit everybody.
Not this one. Comrades, lend me your strength.
Plus 14.
Not now. Let us fight as one. Warrior! I strike with
Maybe we lucky
conviction.
with the crit.
It's okay. We can do this. Let's go. Here.
My thanks. Now, what's the play? I call upon royal power within. I'll crush you.
Dick? Dick?
Only a flesh wound.
Dick? God damn it, why you always weak to something?
This is nothing.
Oh.
Someone heal her.
Well, I guess she's healing herself.
From our provisions.
I will fight with pride.
Bro, I need to attack. I guess we're saving MP, I guess.
This'll do.
I shall fight as the noble I am. No holding back! Ah!
Right on target.
Observe
Nice
the enemy.
one, Stroll.
Okay, sick crit.
Oh, power of heroes! Sever!
All right.
Oh, double crit.
Freedom,
Good shit.
Hulkenberg.
This guy is such an asshole.
Dodged.
Oh, sick dodge.
What a farce.
Oh, he's dead as hell.
Anyone heal him?
Bye, Stroll.
Stroll.
Forgive me.
Someone get him back on his
that
feet.
all?
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his
Fuck.
feet?
That's unfortunate.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night.
Okay.
We'll do this together.
Show them our might!
No holding back.
Okay, well.
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Fuck. Alright, well, let's try this shit again. Fairy dust is fucking useless, honestly.
Here! I knew you'd help. Observe the enemy. This should help.
I owe you.
Let's stay calm. Let's work together! No, this won't work.
Nice.
Joel might still fucking die here, honestly. These motherfuckers are assholes, dude, and they just frenzy and shit and do that.
Everyone okay?
God damn it.
Heal up.
I still stand.
Someone heal her. Hulkenberg's down. Get her back up.
God, these guys are fucking assholes, dude.
Let's try this.
Hulkenberg's
They will
down.
fight with pride.
Someone help her get back in the fight.
This'll do.
This ain't gonna work.
Unbroken. Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her. Nice dodge. You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll. Hulkenberg's down. Get her back up. Hulkenberg's down. Someone help.
I don't think I can lab this out. I think I'm just... Man, I'm coming into this fight with 24 health, man. I hate that it just throws you into it. After you've killed enough. Oh my god. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Merchant is not helping me out with this.
Not out of this yet.
Merchant is not helping me right now.
I call upon royal power within.
Right on target.
By my
nice
sword.
one, Stroll.
With blade in hand! Not now.
Allies, together!
Let justice prevail!
It's okay. We can do this. Vitus power!
I'm not out of this yet. Could do with this.
I knew you'd help. Trust me.
You're such a dick.
What can I do?
Badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
I feel sick.
Everyone, forgive me.
Someone get him back on his feet. The captain's down. Someone.
Why does he have Blizz?
Stroll can't take any
Dude,
more.
I'm about to just put my
Someone
fucking
heal him.
double staff back on if they're all just gonna be pissy assholes like this. I know they said they don't like stabs, but I'm not doing fucking dick diddly with some of this shit, bro.
I'm not out of this yet.
Escape's impossible. It's fucking close to this, dude. Do I have to fucking lose to get out of the... God, this is so fucking lame, dude. Okay.
do with this.
I knew you'd help.
Thank you. By my sword. There!
That helped.
Helpful as ever.
I will fight with her. Come on.
That's what does it, honestly.
Dodged! Nice one, Captain!
That's helpful.
I can't afford to hold. Withdrawing! To the fore! Moving to the rear. This should work.
Thanks.
I'm obliged. By my sword. With blade in hand! Sever!
Let's stay calm. Let's set it up! No, this won't work. Let's go!
I'm trying to build something here.
Nice dodge! You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
Oh my god, the double dodge. And the resist? Okay, hold on.
Closing the distance. Withdrawing.
Are they still fucking looking at me, dude?
I call upon royal power within.
Right on target.
Is everyone
nice
alright?
one, Stroll.
Warrior! My blade cuts like the wind.
It's okay. We'll do this together!
Hold nothing back!
Let's do this!
Maybe this will work? Oh, I hit him that time. Thank God. Can you dodge anything?
Is that all?
Can anybody?
Captain's hurt bad.
Uh-oh.
Let's get him some healing.
This is gonna hurt.
I
Yeah.
can't give up now.
You hurt badly wounded.
Oh.
Someone
You
heal him.
dodge? You fucking...
You all hurt bad.
Uh...
On healing duty.
Yeah, we're all pretty fucking fucked right now.
Here!
I knew you'd help.
Plus need.
Hulkenberg's
Toxins have claimed
We've got
me.
to cure her before the toxins kick in.
Fuck, I hate that I can't.
Warrior! I strike with conviction!
By the chivalrous spirit of the night. By this power. No. Lend me your strength. Maybe there's a better choice.
Dude, we're all dead next turn. Dude, and I have anxiety now. Bro, it's just,
This is it.
thank God. Alright, Merchant's a piece of shit right now in this fight. We're not doing this. I'm sick of trying to lab this out with Merchant. Merchant's fucking abysmal and bad, and I'm not using it right now. It's not good for this fucking area.
What now?
Merchant is actively hurting me. Man, I don't really care about having the staff, honestly. I mean, I guess I could just brute force him, huh? brute force everything. Excuse me. I mean, we're all just fucking front row, honestly, if we're all just attacking. Thank you.
They've noticed us.
I'll need to fucking chill, dude, every fucking time.
There they are.
Charging in. Weak against this.
We strike first.
Right.
Let's settle this quick. Let's
What
make
the hell
an
is
end of
that?
this.
Oh!
No. I
wanna
call
use
upon
this,
royal power within.
Well, maybe I do. Hold on.
Not now.
Oh, they're all stunned. Yeah. I
Give me
should
your
just do
aid.
it. I like being down 75, but this is gonna do a lot of damage.
This is it.
Oh, he's doing the Oh, that killed them all. Holy moly.
Woo, not too shabby.
Alright, maybe that was worth it. Oh my.
The next one will fall just as easy.
Oh, the double rank up too.
Excellent.
Oh. Cat. Cat. It's what we need. Maybe. Oh, it's the main menu one. Never mind.
Greater heights.
And we got the heat up back.
Careful. We've got company.
Hey.
Just let, whatever, man. Fine, whatever.
Oi.
Alright, chat. Maybe now we can do it. We just punch him real good.
I'll crush you.
I stand ready, with blade in hand. My blade cuts like the wind.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night. Come and get me.
Okay. Only 2 blessings? I'll bless anybody in the amount of times I hear it. I'm not stingy.
I call upon royal power within. Eat this.
By my sword. Warrior! Sever!
I will fight knight. Is there another way? Knight. I'm right
I mean,
here.
I have to heal next turn, I guess, but it gets me halfway down, I guess.
Dodged. Nice
Oh, that's
one,
good.
Captain.
Okay. To the whole group.
Are you prepared? What a mess. Let's get on with it.
Alright, let's hope for a crit out of literally any of these hits.
Let's do this.
Well,
Can't take any more. Someone heal him.
well, it is what it is there, I guess. Found out something about this one. I mean, I kind of need me up, but I don't know. Let's find out.
So easily. Someone
Yeah.
heal her. First down. Get her back
Yeah.
Think not.
Okay, so we're starting this over.
Come on, not like this. Someone, help, please.
Alright, so we can't just go all out, just willy-nilly. Bro, I need to not be going third. That's fucking killing me.
Observe the enemy.
Going third is fucking killing me.
To you! I will fight with pride. Let's work together.
Alright, when you do that, the game ends. You think it's only gonna take me 80 steps? Crazy.
Hey, don't get sloppy, Captain.
My limbs feel heavy. What can I do?
Well, yeah, I know it's 8 or 9 hours. Everybody reported that the demo is 4 to 5 hours. Persona 3 Reload took me 120 hours. I'm gonna take my time with it.
All yours.
Is everyone all right?
That is not what I wanted to fucking.
This should help.
Or because you suck at
By the
video
chivalrous
games?
spirit of the night.
Can't see. Not.
Lend me your
Can
strength.
I? Can we not miss this time?
No holding back.
Can we not miss? Thank you. Okay, defense down. Just don't die. God damn it. Oh, good fucking dodge.
You need training.
Oh, okay. Fuck it, I got good HP left. His defense is down. I'm taking a chunk.
Observe the enemy. I'll stay my blade.
I will fight with pride. Let's set it up.
I'm counting on you.
It's still up.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you two just stay alive. Shit. You two just stay alive. Not ideal. Getting good point. Okay, this is fine. This is fine.
Get back in the fight.
Okay, this is fine. Survival.
This calls for one of these.
My spirit
Welcome back,
is
Ted.
unbroken. To you.
It's okay. We can do this. Knight! Is there another way?
That's the spirit.
Just stay alive. Just stay alive.
I can't give up now.
Well, Captain might be going down. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Just don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die.
Oh, you've done it.
Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, this is fine. This is not fine. Okay, well.
I'm not out of this yet. Here.
Still fight. It's not over yet.
We need somebody to fucking stay alive here.
From our provisions.
Thank God, that'll help a little bit. Jesus
is nothing.
Come on.
Stroll! Someone get him back on his feet! Hulkenberg's
Bro,
down.
4 of them hit her. 4 of them.
Not like this! Someone help, please!
Fuck me, dude. I'm fucking fortunate that this went down like this. Crazy.
Here.
Oh, fuck.
My spirit is unbroken.
Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her. Hulkenberg's down.
I can't
Get
give
her
up
back
now.
up.
I'm sorry.
That's insane, dude. Got him down just fine. Unfortunate, man.
So, fantasy is over.
Dude, I don't want to fucking fight these guys. I don't want to do this fight before the fight again. I'm gonna be honest.
What now?
It's not like I was running around killing these guys thinking I would just run over to them, you know? Fuck.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through. Let's finish them. This is a...
Okay.
I don't care about the boss.
We got.
Everyone, go!
I call upon royal power within. Perhaps not. Are you prepared? Take that! 3 remaining.
By my
Someone
sword.
always comes through.
Behold, we stand together.
Let's do this.
I
Hail
strike
Mary.
with conviction. Worthy foe after all.
3 enemies left. We can do this.
Now, what's the play? You can't run! So die hard!
Oh, come on.
By my sword. For all that we strive for. Sever.
You're almost decided.
Let's stay calm.
Got this handled.
We're going in and I don't have to heal.
Finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
I think I'm getting used to this.
Good. 'Tis done.
I'm eager to see you use that.
I've acquired a new power.
Thanks, I guess. Okay.
Some enemies are still around. Careful now. Hey!
Okay. I forgot what I did. I think I passed twice.
All yours.
By my sword. I defer to
52
you.
yards.
Let's stay calm.
Damn.
Lend me your strength.
Let me help!
How's this?
Oh, man.
Look out!
Oh, good rock. This hurts so bad. Okay. Oh, thank God! I thought I was getting personaed.
Let's try this.
Thought I was getting personaed.
Is everyone all right?
Hey, Aaron, what a guy.
To you.
It's okay. Let's set it up.
I'm counting on you.
Oh, right! I've got a new weakness.
Stop critting me!
Hulkenberg's badly wounded.
Come on, man!
Heal her. Nice dodge. You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
That's gonna kill Hulkenberg. Or man!
Get him back on his feet! Hulkenberg's down! Get her back up! Come on, not like this! Someone, help, please!
Dude, they just blitz you into oblivion.
You first.
Observe the enemy. I'll stay my blade.
I will fight with. Let's work together.
I'm counting on you.
No holding back.
Nice hit.
Oh, that was
With
a
these
crit.
fists,
Hold
I
on.
strike for justice. After me.
Oh, fuck it. If I'm going twice.
Strike true.
4 remaining.
Good one, Strong.
If I'm going twice, fuck it. Did I kill one of them and all that?
Only a flesh wound.
You're critting me every turn.
Badly wounded. Can anyone heal him? Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Roll will be fine.
Oh, power of heroes! I strike
I
with
gotta do
conviction.
something.
The captain's
I'll
sickened.
not give in to
His abilities
sickness.
are down, and healing magic can't help him.
God.
We're looking good here.
Let's make an end of it. Brawler! Take that! Tougher than I thought.
By my sword. There!
My thanks.
Fuck it. Who's this? Good dodge. No crit. Oh my, oh wait, what's happening right now? Is this the run? Stop this fucking ailment, dude.
Here.
Helpful as ever.
The
I
captain's
can't
sickened.
afford to hold
His
back.
abilities are down.
After me.
Healing magic can't help him.
Tis yours.
Let's do this! Let's wrap this up.
By my sword. Comrades, lend me your strength.
We'll
Please
team up.
end this. Please just hit. Thank God. What a pain in the ass. What a pain in the ass fight. There we got a scrap metal slab. I'm pissed. We did it. Fuck these goblins, man. I didn't even do it the way I wanted to do it. I was silenced. I couldn't waylay. Ah, whatever. Oh, fucking God.
Not bad.
Dude, everybody leveled up and ranked up.
I'll strive for greater heights.
Oh, I got a whole endurance out of that. Let's get a little more.
I shall
on
rise to the occasion.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
Okay.
Right. I could get used to this.
Battle cry increases caster's attack into. That's actually sick. That's actually sick. I like the brawler class. Asshole this guy is, dude. The asshole is the
Made it
asshole.
somehow.
Bloody hell, he was strong. Didn't figure that. Well, yeah, it's for the 5 attacks everybody took. Yeah, the old loin, the old lion claws. Next time we can skip the insults. Did that more to boost everyone's spirits. Oh, really? The Gorbone's troops quite sufficient. I don't think we changed anything, dog.
Hey.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
It showed an opponent's strength is to disclose one's lack thereof. My father used to say that being humble like this drives the point home.
What do you want to do?
Say,
Stay
Yeah.
present and focused.
Right, I don't think we're gonna have to kill these assholes anymore, right? So I can put my healer back on.
what now?
I know it pisses them off, but... Where... Okay.
I imagine that would be
a gritty weapon. Oh, hey, it's the tooth buddy. It's the talkative tooth.
What?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Tooth, for the advice I already follow. I can get in here and get out of here, right?
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
Excuse me, boys. I'm looking for items. Damn, they're really following me back there. What motherfuckers want to fight?
Looks like
You
we lost
asking
him.
me if I've seen the Pokemon leaks that happened in the last number of hours when I'm streaming and not remotely looking at Twitter?
They saw us.
Oh, that's not a good corner to come into, huh?
I'm right here.
impressive as ever.
Wow, I didn't even attack. I was just running. I don't know where the entrance is, I'm gonna be honest, but we can talk to the kitty and save ourselves. Fully playable start to finish. Uh-oh, Stinky. Is it actually out there, or is that like a meme?
Yep.
Wonder if that makes them release it sooner.
Do make yourself at home.
Not public. Good. I hope it stay. Whoever has it, I hope they don't leak it. I'm gonna be honest. Your PC blue screened? Oh no, Anna. Well, welcome back.
I'm counting on you.
Alright, on the one hand, it's a mega corporation, blah, 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 blah. Who cares if it gets leaked? You know, let the people that don't have a Switch or weren't going to buy it anyway play. But at the same time, it turns everybody into who is just going to wait for it like they were planning. You gotta, you know, be careful on the internet or you're going to get spoiled on the game. You know what I mean? Shit. Oh my god, that tweet's gonna open like 8 times. Shit. Unfinished and unreleased 2007 remake of Yoshi's Egg developed by Game Freak was built in what would become Pokemon Black and White's engine. Found in the Black and White source code leak. Enjoy over 20... What the... Hello? Bro, that's crazy. That's... Oh. Bro, Nintendo's wild and dog. Oh, man.
I'm counting on you.
Bro, I guess I just gotta keep talking to what's his face. I gotta pet the kitty. The greatest leak of all time. I mean, that Space World demo leak from a few years ago was pretty damn good too. obviously I don't condone hacking or the leaking of personal information. But if you're just leaking the assets and like beta versions and songs and like, you know, shit of video games, I like that stuff. I think that should be out there regardless.
Oh, you'll come again.
I mean, I could grind in here. Don't put spoilers. Don't do that. Don't put like, even if there's no spoilers in it, like just refrain from posting that shit, please, Chad, because I don't want to see it. I get it's haha, only Stunfisk is in the game, but like just don't go down that road. At least not in my channel. I think a lot of us here do like Pokemon. Like, I don't give a shit that Stunfisk is in the game, but like it's a slippery slope. I don't need to stay in here. I mean, I guess I could grind.
What now?
Leaker's not planning. I mean, until the Leaker's not, you know. I could probably get to 20.
Right there.
What? Oh, I got hit by the other one.
You'll be dust!
I didn't stretch, I got you in a second.
Is everyone all right?
Let us fight as one. Let's do this.
I should have healed, but
Well done, Holdenberg. Is everyone okay?
Can't give up now.
Heal up.
I still stand.
that's crazy I'm still alive right now, honestly.
Anyone get on healing duty?
I won't hold back. Fire! One left.
I can't afford to hold back. No holding back! Take that!
I don't know how I survived, I'm gonna be
You
honest.
gotta aim better than that.
Not like
Keep
this.
Moss out here. You gotta get back on track.
please.
Or this will get ugly. Not like this. Someone help, please.
I call upon royal power within! You'll be dust!
The move, what? I mean, I saw whatever was posted yesterday up until like midnight or so. I've seen. I haven't really seen anything today.
I never doubted us.
What now?
Are they dead? Oh, thank God.
I see the enemy.
Hey,
Mother.
This won't stop us.
let's get on with it! Something else. I call upon royal power within!
Don't do that. The draft thought. Oh yeah, I saw that shit yesterday. The one of the movies and shit's been in development hell for like 5 years.
You'll be dust!
Right on target.
Is everyone all right?
Nice one,
Join with
Skull.
me.
Let my power support you.
Oh, Mystic Purge! Two remaining!
I'll show you the essence of truth.
Bird!
Expect
took
no
one
less.
down.
Hard draft. Fuck.
Only one left. Finish them
You
off.
can't run!
Clear.
Tougher than I thought.
Ice with blade in hand. Shine.
Oh, I meant to heal, but I guess that works.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
I'm not even getting
think that's
much
all of them.
experience out of this. I'm not doing this grinding. I'm done with it. We're out. We got everything in here. We got what we need. I'm outie. The outie. Hard draft. And it is Monday.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we're done.
Hey,
Return to town.
Okay.
I'm already done. Already done here. Pain in my ass.
All right.
Ugh.
hmm.
Yeah, we'll do it in the
Nonetheless,
morning.
Feeling worn out?
Well, now we get to go to that town today, tomorrow,
Time marches on, and the age of a new king
and
draws
help out
nearer.
the homie.
We got a major bargain. Mister.
More people.
Yeah, I do need to
missing.
talk with her, but let's turn in the quest first. Here you go.
Take a look.
Bop,
We did
bop,
it.
bop. 16,000. And courage, baby.
Now then.
Who? Hey! Look at that.
Courage.
Thou aspire to true sovereignty, kindle the flame, blah, blah,
Why,
blah.
that's
Conqueror needs that precious kindling which a follower's passion. Lame. Oh,
Well done.
4,700, baby.
Come on.
What do you think of this?
Something escaped from Grand Cathedral Mausoleum back in the capital. Some high-minded noble in the capital was looking for somebody to take it down. Something about having it made off with a family heirloom. A pretty reeve, the army's too busy. Oh, the noble on Sun Mellow Street.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Bruce. Wait, what the hell else do I have this report?
now?
Ah. Oh, I can go to Maria, that's what it is. Troll will level up if I talk to him. Maria will too. So 2 days until the hunt.
All right then.
An elder candidate?
That's me.
What'll I do here?
Ugh.
You.
The
Hang
rock.
on. What if... Isn't that... Let's...
Thou, 'tis in thy...
I wish it would tell. Okay, I got 450. Hell yeah.
Yep.
But what the hell does this do?
Let's not.
Oh. Right, no speech to give right now. No, I don't want the meat. Where is the... I'm pretty sure there was something in here I wanted.
Hey!
I forget what it was.
Got a bargain.
Oh, I can get something. Didn't I find something? Yeah, the gritty weapon. The hunter's crossbow. Okay, okay. Oh, that's what it was. The expensive ass abacus. Increases damage against mimic type monsters. And the leader's semaphore. That seemed really good. I do like night. Only one of them.
Can't be.
Hold on, didn't
What
I
now?
get an item? Hold on. I don't think I got anything anybody can. Okay. Forgot to move us back. Whoopsie. Is there something in here I needed? I don't.
You be real?
Might have been this. Oh, that's what it was, these brave guards. I need 10,000. Okay, where's the mad guy? Where is
What'll I do here?
All right then.
Am I losing my mind? Oh, not you. I. Are you this way? The Cattle Racket Road. I can't see over there.
Hey, mister!
How'd you like your vault? What the hell? They're at it. Sorry, brother. Well, I can see why people didn't want me to run through here. I guess. This is definitely that part of town, at the exit. Yeah, I don't want to.
What is it?
Where's the Magla guy? Am I just gonna have to go back to the other place? I'm just gonna have to go back to Grand Trad. Your imagination. Fighting. Even a protagonist wouldn't survive that drop. Chill. I wasn't even running towards that, and you're gonna fourth wall me. Going into the sixth wall.
All right then. All right then. Where to?
Oh wait, isn't there like somebody here I need
go.
to talk to about getting an item back? Let's go do that. Let's go do that. Or getting a, you know.
Got a minute?
Oh, thank you, dear.
Hey, I hear you lost an item.
What?
Whoa!
That's terribly
My
unfair.
wife died in the incident at the Grand Cathedral. She was attacked by one of those reanimated corpses. The heirloom necklace she was wearing was left lying about. I'll get it.
Can hardly believe such a thing.
What? I've already been there once. The black jewel necklace. Oh, that's it! In August.
If so,
Let's give it a shot.
31 days left. And I get courage? And I get a...
okay then.
I mean, we could go do it. Well, I mean, I guess it's technically his now.
All right then. Where
Okay.
to?
But no, we need to go to...
Let's go.
We need to go find what's his face, because I need to form a bond with him.
What were the gods doing?
He's probably in. Or he's not, I don't. Where's what's his face? We gotta talk. Probably in the fucking runner, isn't he? But I don't know where the fucking runner's at.
Gone to shite, this ass.
Where is the runner? That's what I need. Oh,
Let's head there right away.
I found it. Down here doing stuff. Where is it? I already left to get a world record. Abe. Maybe not now. Hey, bud. So I can't talk to him more. Alright, well, that's...
Alright then.
Okay. I don't know what I want to do, to be honest. I want to go to that town. That's what I want.
Well, what do you want to do?
I want to go to that town. That's what I want.
Now then.
Huh.
That's where you want to go.
Yeah, and we gotta see what's going on in there too.
It's your call.
Yep.
Let's be off.
Okay. I'll give you an
The
extra
Gauntlet
stretch
Runner heads off
and
toward a
hydrate,
small
chat.
farming village, and each shuddering step reminds them of their journey's purpose.
What to pick?
What to pick? We're getting our fucking imagination. I'm rooting. It's gonna happen. This is it, chat. It's imagination time. We're getting to the SpongeBob level. Oh. We're getting imagination. He stared up at the heavens. There, a sparkle in the azure firmament caught his eye. The moon at midday? No. Despite its cold, stony glow, this was no moon nor star. There were those who said it was the corpse of an ancient, indomitable dragon. Others said it was a pavilion in the sky, erected by Empyrean beings.
Oh, yeah?
Oh. The light is... whichever it's made up. I hope it's a remains of the dragon.
Right.
Yeah, it's an erect. Oh, I fucked up. Come on. Redo what? I got the imagination. It's fine.
Imagination. Why, that's...
And what's imagination if it's not a giant ass dragon that's bigger than the universe?
The party at last arrives in the village of Comero, a small farming settlement southeast of Martira. Blessed by the mild climate, its ranches produce fine fare, and to take in its idyllic landscapes is to be at peace, as time itself seems to stop. It gained a reputation for its rare and wondrous goods, brought there by merchants in their longing to return. As though welcomed by the grazing animals, the Gauntlet Runner stops gently.
Yeah. Got a weapon. Rips. Whoa, look at that. Look at that view.
Say.
Holy moly. It's quaint. No sign they've been attacked by humans? Yeah.
Fine.
Come on. That reminds me.
Yeah, we gotta ask about the adventure. Old goat's probably dead. That Ishka codger with the bad leg, I'll be damned if anyone would actually show up. He passed away not too long ago, but you knew him. If so, here, this is for you. A glass ornament. Oh, I couldn't tell you, I'm the foggiest. What happens in inventors' heads? He just told me to give this to anyone who came asking about it. Heard he used to be famous in the royal capital, but he developed a fondness for the place and the sky burial ritual. Let me give you this too. Oh, damn, where did he get all this stuff? He probably does. After I handed him what I got at the village, Nuriz fell into silent inspection.
He's been like that for a while now. Wonder if he's all right.
I knew it! This thing's the genuine article, a real bona fide lost relic in my hands.
Yeah, we
Some
got you,
sort
bro.
of power affecting the air around it, trace amounts only, something, a reaction, a reaction entirely unlike Magla, by God. Absolutely smashing! Beyond my wildest hopes. No bloody idea how to use the thing, but if I could just adapt this conduit here...
Welcome.
Can't forget a masterpiece like this. I say, lad, did you find this for my sake?
Yeah, we need to come out here anyway.
We wanted to help you out, Norris.
Why, I'm barely well touched. It positively chokes a man up.
Aw.
You may be just a lad, but you've the heart of a saint. And that
Take
old
my
fella
hand.
seems silly to ask, but he's long gone, isn't he?
Yeah, you can have these notes if you want.
Yes.
We can't read this shit.
I'm sorry.
Thought so. You can fight the years, but you can't beat them.
Damn, that's a good line,
He
honestly.
made good on his promise, though, eh? It's in my hands now, old man. What's that?
Something from the village. It's written with some letters we can't understand.
Ah, a cipher. Mirror letters. See here? It's a script I use myself when I don't want any snoop stealing my inventions. Now I think of it, he's the one who taught me even that trick. Thanks, old man. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
So what is it? Blueprints for a big secret invention?
No. This is research on the lost relics. Looks like the old fellow was hunting for others. Different cipher here. He tried to guess at locations too. Looks like
I don't know why the
his
fuck
case
I'm
ended
sneezing.
when he lacked the means to follow his findings. Say, I've a grander favor to ask. Could you check around for more of these lost relics? Looks like the old man worked out a few other locations. There's 7 more relics noted down in this journal. I've got to see them all with my own eyes. A quick stopover or two in our travels should be all it takes, so please?
I don't see why not.
Right. Leave it to me.
Appreciated. We're in this journey together, what?
Take the hand. There it is, baby.
The free-hearted engineer, Norris. Within him dwells
Oh,
the
we found
virtue
Gunner
of
finally.
the gunner. Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
I'm ready to kick my feet up, lad.
We got the gunner. Can now use the. Oh my! Look at that big guy. That's a cannon.
You said it'd only take a few stopovers. But do you even know where they are?
Yeah, when we get there, we
Yes,
get
that's what
there.
all about, Michael. If we could crack the cipher, that'd narrow down our search range a tad. I'll leave this journal here. If I can crack any of the codes, I'll make a special note of it. So you just take a look when you feel like a spot of treasure hunting.
This one's important.
Where you don't date children. Find your discovered relatives. I don't know where they are, but look for clues. No, a deadline. Blah,
Hey,
blah.
I was thinking this back at the
Persona
village,
fans
but
are in shambles right now.
I think I might be able to detect this relic with my powers.
I know you're saying this in jest, but man, everything I've seen about people playing this game are fucking enjoying the hell out of it. Like, it's its own thing while being familiar enough for Persona fans and not the, you know, more, you know, city life, small town life, you know, going to school and, you know, living out your, you know, late teenage years in high school. You know, it's like a story, you know. No dating sims, well, they're fucking stupid. I was in shambles yesterday. Well, that had nothing to do with this. This is awesome. I'm really enjoying this.
I'll know if I'm close to it.
This
When
feels
you want to hunt for relics,
on.
can you let me know?
Honestly, this feels like a Tales-like story with a Persona engine. and I'm kind of into it because it's obviously very fantasy. Like, it's completely fantasy. Like, this is very much a Tales-like story. And I'm getting the fun, you know, this is a unique fun Persona engine. You know, with, you know, turn-based combat and the, you know, the bond system and all that. And if chill. Seems like Gallica considers where relics are. I should search the area if she... Oh, alright. Gallica will sometimes inform you she's detected a relic when you're at the entrance of the dungeon. Make sure to keep an eye out for it when you're exploring.
Thanks, you two. I'm rather looking forward to digging deeper into this.
Well, we go talk to Moore now. Isn't there something else we needed to do in this fucking town?
Okay then. That reminds me.
Oh, that's what, yeah, the pigeon parcel. Do I have money? Oh, I got 20,000. Oh, it's only 400? Oh, that's easy. What do we have here? Prevents rage, paralysis, strength +3, magic +3, and agility and luck. I don't think I want that. What is this? 50 to 1. Oh, you just buy. I might as well grab these Magla pills while it's fucking here. It's only 1,000. Paralysis for 1 ally. Used while bathing to increase agility by 2. We're bathing in this game? Got Oreo sugar. The tournament.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right.
Village mostly known for its agriculture, livestock, and carrier pigeons. There were some terrifying rumors about Martyra, but this is a nice big
I see.
place. Here, the village wasn't targeted, probably. They'll practice sky burials. Their memorial service held with the soul of the deceased can ascend to the skies and soar like a bird. Magnetism doesn't have the same holdout here. It does in the capital. Some say we're a paradise for the parish. We can be laid to rest as
What is it?
humans. Haven't heard a thing about them here. If we were attacked, I heard Count Lewis. Alright, well, I guess we can get out of here.
Now then.
This is...
We'll face danger here.
Let's see. Here's which one?
Probably just head back, honestly. I do want to go in the mausoleum, though.
Giving it some thought?
Yeah, let's just return to base.
Want to go back?
Do I at least get the ride back to do something? Well, I guess I have nighttime, don't I? That guy's still gonna be outside. The on days you return for trips, have free time for activity nights. If you, Alright, let's see if this guy's outside, so I can give him his thing. Where is he? What up, bro? I got your pigeon thing. Here you go.
Stoop. You know you said.
Easy enough.
Mission accomplished.
Money, baby. Oh, baby.
Amazing.
Ah, brilliant.
Pigeon of the light political city. Everyone was very
Bye,
generous in pitching in. If anything comes up again,
Why, you?
listen, chill, Gallica. I can talk to you now. Hey, you want to help me out now, bro?
Now... And
That's...
Now,
I pitched some appealing ways one might benefit from having a future kingdom, I bet. And there. Why not both, pompous man?
Have you ever heard of Malvino's ring?
Oh.
Rumors say it's a cursed treasure that kills anyone who wears it.
Oh.
I happen to know of a certain noble who wants it, and I'd love for him to owe me a favor.
So you want us to get it for you? That's more of a hassle than getting the dagger back ourselves.
Then by all means do it yourselves. Yes, these swords are terribly crafty, but it's not impossible. Probably.
The way you talk almost feels like you've been in on this from the beginning.
Good one. We just happen to be in the same boat, so why not lend each other a hand?
All in the same boat, huh?
Well, the choice is yours. If I recall correctly, you're a candidate in the tournament for the throne, aren't you?
So you know us then.
Information is a powerful weapon, you see. Considering what I know about you, I'm offering you a good deal here. Mark my words. Once your dagger's sold off, it will be incredibly difficult to track down. But leave it to me, and I'll get it back before that. Of course, I'm no miracle worker, and the clock's ticking, so do make up your mind.
We'll do it.
Fine. We'll hear you out.
At a grave not too far from here. A day's trip in your runner, I'd wager.
I'll
Word
have to
is
wait a
there's
couple
monsters
days.
knocking about out there. Hence my request to the lad with the sword at his side. It's not all bad, though. You'll find good weapon.
I do recall hearing something about soldiers who died in the Annex War being buried with their equipment.
I assure you, it's well worth the trip.
We have to go through with this to get the deck. I'm having a hard time dealing
Can I
with
do
him,
that tomorrow, I guess,
so
and then we'll
I'll
go
let you
to
take over from here.
the town, the thing the next day.
Your fairy friend doesn't seem to like me very much. What say you, though?
There's treasure.
Hopefully I find your ring amongst the treasure.
Thank you for making such a prompt decision. Call me Cuculus. The ring
Cuculus?
should be in the abandoned tomb. I'll thank you properly when you return with it.
Okay.
This one's important.
Oh, there's no deadline? Okay, that's fine then. Get some courage. 15,000 back, too? Put that thing. Okay, so...
I implore you.
Okay, so it's not going to be tomorrow then. Never mind. We're not going to make it back in time.
We'll face danger here.
Here's where we are now.
I'll be waiting.
Okay.
More people missing.
Oh, trying to think.
Where to?
Let's go.
Okay, so we're gonna sell some magla because I want those boots.
What in the blazes? Tournament?
It was like 30,000. I know it's not, you know, bad weather.
Looking to sell, are you?
Oh! Oh, hell yeah. 3.6. If I do 5,000. If I get 18. Then we can go buy the thing in the other town.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Want those boots. Ad starting, chat. Look out. Get your ad blockers ready.
You'd be real sorry
Hurry.
missing out on this.
Hurry.
Yeah. What now?
Blah, 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 blah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The Gooseberry 71 asked me, why do we allow ads to run during streams? Ah, ads. The necessary evil in our digital circus. They sneak in like a thief in the beefed, but they keep the lights on.
Beefed.
Without them, we'd be watching a lot of blank screens, my friend. Keep your stick on the ice.
What is with the hockey reference there, Joker? What? Huh? Whatever.
What now?
Sure. Here, man. All
right, then.
Let's go see.
Where to?
Doink, is it Doink in football? Probably we're gonna go see Maria. Fuck it.
Let's go.
Oh.
Oh, can we not see Maria at night, maybe? No! Damn it, can't see you. Son of a
Hey.
bitch. Okay,
All right, then.
Oh.
I go to, oh, I guess I can go to more, huh? Oh, Brigitte too, hold on. But I'm going to Brigitte. Hold on, let's go
All
to
right,
her.
then. Let's go.
Now what am I to do?
You?
What up, Brigitte? Yeah, I'm back.
Sorry.
Oh, no, we gotta check on the pupper. The doggo.
Unfortunately.
I no longer have any work for you. The dog is no longer here. What? Let her go? That's what I should have done. He was taken. No! No! I kept your silence and promise. Unfortunately, I didn't stop a thief from sneaking disguised as a vendor. Left behind a letter that read, "Those who spread magic igniters shall face the wrath of God." Welcome back, chat. Not hard to imagine what happened. I'll find the culprit before long, and I'll make certain they get what they deserve. However, this isn't the work of a single person, but of a larger organization.
Those people.
Anti-igniter extreme. Bunch of filthy, rotten cowards. The pup was innocent in all this. Kept it. The moment I start caring about anything, I lose it. I knew that. I tried to keep my feelings out of it, but why did this have to happen? For how long must I live in this hideous world? If only I had disappeared instead. Tears or not, I can sense the pain, sadness, and frustration for Brigitte. Words would be little comfort. Perhaps if I stirred her imagination, she would be relieved in such despair. Want to read my book?
What?
Yeah, it's a book. I told Brigitte about the fantasy world depicted in my book, trying to give her even the faintest glimmer of hope. People will help one another, respect one another, and live in equality. How quaint.
But
the author was a sheltered man, I take it. He knows nothing of
this
the real world.
world.
The only equality is that we all inevitably die. The path to that point is different for everyone, meaning everyone has to fight through their own hell. That's not true. Elda, you live in a world that hates you. How can you still make yourself believe in light even through all that? I can't see that light myself, but I know you can, and I really do want to believe in you when you're Fish. Rank 4.
I couldn't ask him to stay, could I?
Increases the inheritance slot for merchant to 3 and widens the variety of items sold at the magical station. Alright, sick.
In any case.
Get your pay. I've included what I set aside for your future shifts. Keep visiting, dog.
Why?
We're homies, dog. He's gone. I have no more work to give you. What's left for you here? Go over dogs, bro. You don't need to come here. Oh.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Nonetheless.
So these sand flashes, do you think we can really rely on something as unknowable as the movements of the wind? It would seem so, according to the fortune teller. The signs continue to appear just expected. Let's prepare the best we can.
All right.
Party tomorrow.
All right then. Where to?
More people missing.
All right then.
Oh, I can go to,
Where to?
Let's go.
So I can go back to Maria.
Well, what do you want to do?
We definitely can't go here.
Now then.
We definitely can't go
And right
here.
there's a labyrinth.
Because of the day we're leaving
Here's
tomorrow.
where we are.
Over yonder, eh?
We could make camp.
A well-deserved break.
Let's see. Let's see. It's your call. Let's move.
I like that it takes time to teleport.
All right then.
Wouldn't it just be like instantaneous?
Go.
Oh, hey!
Hey, where's what's her
You.
face? There's a reason. Yeah. Yeah, I got the tree I could show her. Yeah.
We did it.
Quest clear. Still not sure popping in to show her pictures of the wise idea. She puts on a brave face, but she's still not past it all yet. If you turn around and leave again, do I have that? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. On it, boss. Don't stop it, mate. Whatever.
And so,
She'd been down for so long. Not that I expect her to be a giggling ball of energy after all that's happened, but she seems to feel the need to put on a break. Even to you? There are many who see Grius as a hero who tried to take down a tyrant, but this city has its fair share of loyal supporters. I worry what would happen if more people find out Maria's his daughter. Sat her down and very clearly explained to keep their relationship secret, and she promised, and now she's acting like nothing.
Maria.
How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I'm a little tired. 6 hours into a stream, but it is what it is. I knew there'd be long streams every day this week. Leave it to
Yeah.
me. D&D? Hell yeah. Hopefully your session went well. Hopefully we had a good day too. Hope everybody hanging out's had a good day as well. Are you gonna let me in? Come on, come on, come on. A lot of exposition right now to hang out with Maria. Where are we going, Maria? Been such a long time since I went for a walk. Thank you for coming today, miss. I remember this place. When we first came to the capital, I fell down around here. Couldn't see anything because it was really dark. And Papa, he patted me on the head and said, "You okay?" What's up, Maria? Good tell me. Never mind. I mean, there's something, a whole lot of something, but I'm not sure which one to ask first.
Oi there!
Oi! And the madman who tried to kill Louis. You believe some washed-up mercenary thought he'd be able to... I mean, he would have if it wasn't for the chain thing. It was good? Hell yeah, Ryan. Glad you had a good day. Good session. Let's keep walking.
Yeah.
Tell me stories about your journeys. The ones about places outside of Grand Trap. On it. Maria and I walked around aimlessly as we talked about various things. Now this right here, that's art. Okay. What up? What the fuck?
Excuse me. Stop.
Please don't scribble there. That's Miss Fabian's house. You gross, get away from me. Whoa! Chill, bro! I'm okay. That was your own fault. You had it coming. What the chill, kid?
That's right.
I heard your parents didn't even want you. That's why a parapet. Jeez, chill, man. Kids are fucking awful, bro. Holy shit. Heard my mom say she's some kind of weird half-blood kid living in some dodgy inn. I bet she was talking about you.
Hang on.
Have those drawings, you little nerds.
What bollocks?
Stupid head. Oh, that's a pretty good fucking comeback, man. That's hard to come back from that, man. Kid's got moxie. Am I weird?
No, no.
I'm sorry.
There it got on the picture you gave me. I'm really sorry. I was so happy when you gave it to me. You didn't forget your promise.
Certainly.
I wouldn't break one.
Okay.
I do feel better when I look at your picture. I know you're traveling all over and doing your best. That's why I have to do my best. I can sense Maria's vigorous determination, unshakable trust she's placed in.
I wanted to show Papa too.
Rank 2 reduces the cost of studying the healer lineage. That's pretty good. I'll take that. In case I ever need a backup. Cheaper to make a second healer. Listen. We're not gonna go after the kid. He's just a kid. Kids are stupid. We all said stupid stuff as kids. We said my parents didn't want me? What the hell no. Nobody tells me the truth about anything. They all just say that I'm still a kid. Do they not want to tell me because I'm a kid? They don't want to say it's my fault Papa died?
No.
A very bad person responsible for what happened, not you. I don't get it. Why can't I see Papa? We have to go back to Miss Fabian.
By the way.
Not too much trouble. Can you, I'll visit
Maria.
you again.
Okay.
Man, Atlas and writing good children characters, man, that hit you right in the feels. Think of that I do. I'll grab another one. Oh. I don't know if I have anything else I have to do.
All right then.
I mean, I guess I could just go buy some last minute supplies. That's probably what I should do.
What do you want to do?
More people missing.
An elder candidate?
An elder candidate?
What is it?
Ridiculous. No, it is. Where the fuck? I go the wrong way.
All right then.
Oh, I just missed the door. Excuse me. Oh, I'm gonna buy. Chill, brother. Let's just double our hit right quick. Have a couple. Have anything to appraise? All right.
All right then.
Let's go.
All right then.
Do I have anybody I could go talk to? Nobody I can go talk to. Rank up. Oh, I can go to more. Hold on. And because I have the gunner now. I mean, I haven't taught anybody gunner, but I have. Wait, does that count? I have to teach somebody gunner?
Oh, yeah?
No,
Now,
not the
where was
fountain.
I?
Eyeball.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah, how good of you to come.
Might as well study it. Roll. You're gonna be the punchy warrior gunman. Deploys long-range pierce attacks effective even from the back row. Also a deft healer of status ailment. Agility and strength is what you want. Sleep shot. Only usable from the back row. Deals big physical pierce damage to one enemy and may inflict poison, hex. Okay, oh, hold on. Interesting.
I see.
I'm teaching them, fuck it.
This right here.
Another doink? Hell is going on in my fucking jets? No, you're wrong, Anna. No, you're wrong. You.
All right.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Withered all be blah blah blue. Strive for victory even from a distance. I shall bestow upon thee our soul, the soul of the gunner. No matter the distance, my aim shall remain true. Does that make me what they call a sharpshooter? I won't fail you regardless.
Oh.
Hey, hero's fruit. That's probably
a new
more than the
power to
hunter
wield.
experience. Fantazio's clothes. Nothing changes but the crossbow. So sleep shots from the back row. Dude, honestly, lucky find on anybody would be pretty fucking cool. We can set this whenever though. I can skill inherit from forever. Okay, what
True
now?
to form.
Yep.
Incredible.
I got you, bro. Oh, and we get more imagination out of it too.
All right.
He's pretty good,
Yes.
isn't he? My thoughts were finally in order while researching. I looked to where this place might be. We must also consider why it was that the king imprisoned me here in the first place. With my archetype research and theory of truth, the king would prefer remain buried.
What's that about?
All right.
Archetypes were forbidden by sanctism to begin with. A mighty power, after all, I'm sure they saw it as a threat, and rightly so, especially if wielded freely by the people. Even our research on it is forbidden. Presumably, the king reasoned that if he locked me up here, I could contribute more. And so I continued my research day after day, with no results to show for it, stuck in its place, continuing on in circles, just fine. Speak of it nonchalantly now, but in truth, those days were some of the hardest I've known. How can a man endure such failure and solitude? Insane.
But
my fantasy novel, I found a connection to you, and you who shares my idea. That the king could have expected such a twist as this, and the wheels of fate have.
It's conceivable.
Only when my research on archetypes and transformation magic is complete and immaculate, only then might I escape the king's curse. Alex.
Right.
Oh.
The longer I dwell in this lonely place, the more your words of support touch.
Regards.
I'll count on you as before, as a comrade in vision and in ambition. That handshake.
He.
Ah.
Now. A new power.
Oh. Rank 3.
You are the key to escape.
The party can now study the Magic Seeker. Wait, hold on now. Hold on now. What? We're branching, baby. We're branching paths. You can now study the Magic Seeker in academia. Try seeing what new. Yeah, give me a second. You need a power to oppose more hardships. Study the heroic embodiment of the merchant. Seek this. Okay, chill, man. The growth, blah, 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 blah.
This one's important.
Rank 15. Oh, no deadline.
I have faith in you.
Okay, I would hold on. I need to see what this fucking second seeker is and what it uses. Hold on a second. Okay, what do I get out of this? Oh, I need to get seeker to rank 20 first. Fuck. Yeah, but what's it do? What do I get out of it? Oh, it's medium. Oh shit, we gotta get seeker up. Shit. Increases attack and defense for one ally. Increases evasion against. Yo, he looks cool as hell though. He looks like a what? Like a musketeer. You got a fourth? What the fuck can you give you a fourth? Make support attacks from their comrades happen more easily in overworld combat. I want that. So Gallica to 3 gets me whatever this is. Whatever's MP each. Stunned too. That's just okay. I might as well just keep mage on. Ow. Chill. Hey, Road. I'm just gonna get mage to 20 for when, and then I guess we'll go back to seeker. Okay. Right, I haven't saved in about 800 years. Okay,
Oh. You'll come again. More people missing.
All right then.
So I guess Gallica's just like a... What?
More people missing.
Bro, I don't even know what I can do right now. This is merchant of 15. Can't go there yet. Relics is along the story. Can't go in there right now. That's what we're about to do. That's just the overall. Bro, I got nothing to do right now. I guess we can try and get my...
What now?
I could go get my eloquence up maybe to 2. Somewhere. Don't know where. Was there's an eloquence book in the ship, right?
More people missing.
All right then.
Let's go.
Targeting Jesus TTV with hyper-nuclear power missile that breathfire.
No, let me... Fuck.
All right then. Go.
Wait, what's new in the strategy room? Don't target me with breath fire, whatever that means. Don't do it.
Really?
Like throw the ball?
It's your call. Here's where we are. Let's see.
Wait, what's in town?
See.
Oh, the airlane.
Here's where we are now.
That's the mission. Oh, the game. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes... I mean, it's the Bills. What do you expect?
All right then.
Right, so apparently I can't do fucking shit in here.
Where to?
Let's go.
That eloquence from the guy in front of the place?
I love it.
All right then.
Sorry we can't all lose so badly we don't even get the chance to throw the game. Bro, why do you always take pot shots?
Right.
Oh, that's a talking spot.
All right then.
I guess I could just go get my imagination. Or my compassion, I guess. No, like eloquence anywhere. God.
Let's go.
My ass. Shit on the bills. You just shit on the bills.
Hey.
Yeah.
Link. This. Well, oh, that's almost how the command works. Oh yeah, let's have fuck it. I can't do anything I want to do. So.
You know.
Oh. They're making my favorite desert veggie stew. It's almost done. I think it's gonna be yum. I can smell something burnt coming from the pot. Mix it up.
Well then.
Okay.
Oh, I guess we probably should have skimmed it from the top, huh?
It didn't turn out well.
Well, it is what it is.
All right.
It is what it is. I'm already annoyed that I
Time
couldn't do
marches
anything I
on,
wanted to do.
and the age of a new
Because
king
we were in a
draws
different
nearer.
fucking town.
Is it finally time?
So?
Have the
More
items.
people missing.
Fuck it, let's just
Alright,
go.
then. Go.
Fuck it. That's what I'm saying right now.
Aha! I've been waiting.
Let's go
Let's
sniff.
go sniff out that bounty, shall we?
Alright, let's go.
Let's move.
Let's head to Heismay's hideout.
You would pursue peril.
Considering the distance, we'll need to camp along the way. You're sure prepared? Yes, ma'am.
Then.
Alright, chat. Let's do this.
Trusting the advice of Morris, Barden's right-hand man, the party takes the Gauntlet Runner towards the giant sandworm's nest. They could not know what they will encounter here, nor that it might be only the beginning of their trials.
What to pick?
I don't fucking get. No, I want the eloquent.
What's that?
Yeah. Even though you follow the techniques so far to the letter, some people will still refuse to budge. Fancy words and calculated suggestions backfire on these types because they're guided by emotion,
All right.
logic. For them, the most effective thing to do is probably treat them coldly.
That's
Fuck.
All right.
Fucked up shit. I'm never gonna get the eloquence. Does the answer really yell at him? I feel like none of those answers were very good. What the hell? Huh? Oh, because we finished the boat. We did! Never mind! Bailed out! Bailed out! Hell yeah.
Eloquence.
I'm eloquent, Chad. We did it.
Why, that's...
Dumb as hell. We did it!
Come look at this.
You lot aren't going to believe the view I'm seeing outside. I'm hitting the brakes.
The Gauntlet Runner comes to a stop at the midnight sunset.
Upsha!
The grandeur
That was
of
a big one.
stirs something in each of them. Could a creature this large have truly existed?
Oh, it's the
Or is it an
sandworm
oddity
body.
shaped by the sands? Another truth lost to time.
Whoa, look at that big motherfucker. Holy shit. That's a big boy. What? Is that a giant sandworm husk? It can't be. It resembles a giant sandworm, but I've never heard of one growing to this size.
Indeed.
Beasts that large could be carved into a great many servings. Considering how to eat it on. Your attention is focused entirely on the wrong thing. Cast your gaze downward at its feet. Stand beneath. This white
What
sand.
happened?
Really use those eyes. See how each grain is clear as air? It means it's glass. The glass you've seen in shop fronts of Grand Shred or within the Grand Cathedrals made with magic through a laborious and rather expensive process.
What?
You're saying this glass here was made naturally
Nope.
somewhere? Not quite, for how could that be? For that to happen, this whole area would have had to be hit with a particularly eyebrow-scorching burst of intense heat. Now, intriguing, perhaps an event of great importance once occurred here, details of which we are not privy to. At this point, we can only venture assumptions and guesses, but I dare say this is the spot warranting further research.
Right then.
I'll just do some quick jotting in my notes.
Still, though.
You okay after that sneeze? No, you just gotta sneeze really loud to assert your dominance sometimes. The sand here is rather pretty. There's a dreamlike sparkle.
Yeah.
Stumbling upon sights like this is the real pleasure of travel. Certainly took my mind off our forthcoming bounty. Oh, wisdom.
All right.
Hell yeah. Give me 3.
Hail!
Are you content with your findings?
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Huh?
Damn, Stroll, you gonna lose, dog. We got the Midnight Sun Sands drawing. Have you ever seen Parks and Rec? That's how Ron Swanson's used. Kind of where I stole it from. You always just sneeze obnoxiously. Obnoxiously loud every time. This won't do at all. Gauntlet Runner incoming. She's a stylish one.
Hey!
Oh, god damn it.
Hey.
We ain't got time for this, whoever the fuck you are. Oh, it's that little beast thing.
All right.
What?
Oh. Oh, it's...
So it was your run. I thought I'd seen that craft before.
Oh, do we have to fight?
Katharina? Why are you in a gauntlet runner?
Because I'm in the running for the throne, of course. Isn't that why you're out here?
Oh.
I'm sorry, but the throne will be mine. I can't afford to lose. Not when true change is at stake. Here and now, nobody gets off easy. Not even you. Now let's do this, fair and square.
Can't attack each other, dipshit.
I don't think she's thought this through. I know we've got some history, but we can't afford to let her beat us.
Alright.
Let's work together. Maybe there's a better. Come forth, Royal Soul. Fire!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Join with me. Not this skip. For all that we strive for. Shine.
Now, what's the play?
Oh.
Perhaps not. Moving to the rear. No holding back! Run them through!
That's nothing!
By this power. Burn!
Observe the enemy. Behold, we stand together. Oh, mystic purge!
I don't know what she's about to do to us, but that was a good turn.
Is that all? I can't lose.
You're the one that
counting
came...
on me.
Dick?
This is a joke.
Okay.
I call upon royal power within! This better hit!
That's nothing!
I'll show you the essence of truth. Let's go! Fire!
You have their weakness! Let's do this!
That's
fair
your
and
opening,
square.
Captain!
As one. Shine!
I can't afford to hold back. Gunner!
Bleep will be sick right about now.
Tougher than I thought.
Come on, then! No way!
Oh, good fucking dodge.
Meet! Burn!
You hit their weakness!
That's your opening,
You
Captain.
are good.
Let justice prevail.
We have
Oh,
to
mystic
kill her.
purge! Still standing,
I shall fight as the noble. I shall vanquish evil. Pierce!
Alright, well...
You having a laugh? Even in a hand-to-hand fight, I can't win.
You didn't do anything.
I can't take this. This frustration.
You're the one that came in guns blazing and attacked us, dog.
That'll do.
Hey, hey.
I feel stronger.
I mean, yeah. Let's get strength.
I shall rise to the occasion.
I mean, sure. Okay, can you calm down now, Catherine?
Damn it all!
Boy, damn it all to hell, mate.
I've lost!
Turns out you're a real force to be reckoned with, Eggy. Yeah, Eggy sure is, aren't you, Eggy? Blink? Yeah, okay. You too?
Right.
You're quite the force yourself. Do you even realize how much I train? But I'll say something about that power of yours. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know whether shocked or awed. And not both. Yet, here we both stand together again. Tell it true, I was surprised when I saw you at the open ceremony. I never knew you had kingly ambition. I want power.
Hey.
It's complicated. A long story, is it? Well, I'd ask, but maybe now's not the time.
If you want my opinion.
My aim is simple. I want to help the Parapus. We're a poor lot, generally speaking. Not a lot of options for work, if there's any to be had at all. A good lot of us wonder if we'll be able to afford our next meal. Not something we've got in common with tribes. I watch my tribe struggle in an endless cycle of misery, and we can't even break out on our own.
What we have here is...
But now that anyone can wear the next crown, I'll put my life on the line to make it my head at that point. Once I do, I'm going to put a bounty on every rich and greedy bastard the country has ever known. And not that bad. We knock them off their mounds of money and use that to raise the poor up. Everyone be working together to bring in those bounties, and the ones that do get riches and glory beside.
How about that?
Oh, you judge which right from
But
wrong.
come on.
That's for the king to decide. Wait, aren't you the king in this scenario?
The truth is...
Is this Clamar, who's been sort of the brains of the operation? Real Brady type, but he's nice enough. He's the one who suggested I take the throne, said it would benefit my tribe, so I should take a crack at it. He's the one who pushed me to enter the race. He doesn't want people making fools of the Parapus. He'd shed real tears. Still, not every Clamar is rotten.
I suppose.
Tell me, what are you playing? I'll tell you if you win. That's how it is. I really want to know. I'm going to make you talk, so you better be ready for next time. I'm not yielding either. The future of the Parapus. Started with nothing but the clothes on my back, and I'm not only where I am today by the strength I've earned and the blood on my fists. Now I'm ready to take on the world. Rank up. Rank up the punchy.
Never felt so alive. See you soon, I hope.
Bye, Katharina.
And then...
So you take a beating before then. Well, we're about to go kill somebody. It's fine. It's fine, Aurora. We're about to go kill somebody.
The gauntlet runner takes repose at an encampment as the sun sets along the sandy horizon, darkness settling in. What creeps through the sands outside in the night is unknown to the party as they take their well-deserved rest.
How are you, Aurora? What? The Sands Camp.
Getting real chilly.
Okay. Rogers would have done it again, but Mike Williams slipped. Well, it's Mike Williams. There's no guarantee he would have caught the ball either.
Your thoughts?
Wisdom.
Well, well.
What are you doing?
Indeed.
Oh, they're both wisdom. Let's play a game. Fuck it.
If so...
Oh, are we playing Settlers of Catan chess? If that's how you plan to make your advance, then... I can't make any more moves, that's the match. learned quite a bit from that match. I believe we would both benefit from it. The game affords me the opportunity to visualize strategy. Oh my. What if an enemy came at me from such an angle? How would I retaliate? And so on it.
I'd say...
Oh, it's failed in my duty to protect His Highness the Prince. I was but a novice, a new addition to the Royal Guard. I lacked the experience needed to properly
That's why.
control. 'Tis for that reason I now train both body and mind, so thoroughly as I vowed to never let such things occur again. That's impressive.
No.
Perhaps, but would be more accurate to say I'm trying to attain perfection rather than implying I've already. Quite the pleasure to speak so freely with you, Aurora. Why do you do this? I'm petting you. Plenty. Can you get your butt out of my face? I'm not speaking of tactics. All my experience on this journey, victories, failures do, and so doing, I would see the Royal Guards elevated heights.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's hard to believe your first foray into such responsibility. Perhaps you have a natural talent for being Though to call it talent is a disservice. Whatever higher calling you have, I can only be as I am now because of you. Nah, you honor me.
True.
It was you and Gallica that set the cogs of this journey in motion. I think there's some significance to you being the captain, in my humble opinion. You have my gratitude. After crossing a proverbial swords with you, I feel like I am one step closer to the classic.
All right.
Oh, a 4, baby. Hell yeah.
All right.
2 minutes left. Well, no, it's 12 minutes until ads. 22 penalties? I thought you said you weren't watching the Cowboys game. The piece moves here, you should. Damn, 1350 for a good conversation.
The age of a new king draws nearer.
Listen. He said it was yummy.
The gauntlet runner quietly comes to a stop.
I was
before the
talking
giant
about
sandworm's nest. It
this
is the
overall
day
penalty.
that the sleep-inducing sand flash
What
dances
Metroid
in
at a
the sky.
game?
Their target is Heisme Noctur, a villain still unseen,
Yes, sir.
who has caused the woes of Martyra. Will they successfully claim his bounty to great fortune?
Probably not.
This weather should have all the sandworms conked out.
Speaking of which, what exactly do they look like? I only got a glimpse of the lava. And cooked at that.
As tube-like as any worm. They grow quite steadily in their lifetime. It's the tremendously large ones that end up deadly threats.
Ugh, I don't even want to think about it. What kind of man would want to live in a den of those things? Did you hear that? Just now.
Beasts. And not just one. Should they not be asleep?
Hey,
Oh, it's fine.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Whoa!
So
What
that's it, eh?
the hell?
What's going on? Did we get bad information?
That's no sandworm. A horror like
That's
that
a
could only
human.
be...
Oh, I'm not prepared for this.
Damn it! We can't die here!
Oh, well, I guess we have a gunner on the team. I guess that's where we're at.
Hey, this isn't what we heard about.
The great worm Homo butera. Okay, alright. Well, I didn't think we'd be hitting a human tonight, but I guess here we are. Okay, I guess let's find out if it's weak to blizzard.
Ice.
You hit their weakness.
Okay, it is.
That's your opening,
Good to know, good to know.
Oh, power of heroes. Shine.
I can't afford to hold back. Moving to the rear.
I mean, we're doing good damage.
Gunner! Pierce!
It's okay. By this power. Freeze!
I stand ready.
Well, damn, we're doing damn good damage to it. But I don't know how much damage it's about to fucking do to us. It's got like teeth, petals, and a glowy stomach with what looks like a holy moly, chill! Ow, don't bite me with your teeth petals. You got feet hanging off your sides. You got arms on that tail thing. Okay, what am I looking? We got the rose eyeball. Hold on. Yeah, I'm like processing this. We got the lizard tail rose eyeball. We got horn swords. We got 8 billion eyes.
Run
We got
if you
all
want,
the
but you can't escape my aim.
things that ate inside its belly trying to break its way out. Bro, the design of these monsters, these humans are fucking awesome, dude. I love these things.
Ah, good God! It's hideous.
I mean,
Beautiful in an ugly.
all right.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
All right, okay. I'm gonna assume, Mark, you're talking about the Butera, which is undoubtedly a
I call
monstrosity.
upon royal power within.
Right on target.
Oh, sick crit.
Nice. You hit their weakness.
Is everyone all right?
That's your opening, Captain.
Heroes. Healing up.
Thanks.
My thanks. Now, what's the play?
What's the play? You're gonna keep shooting.
Better hit.
Keep crit, my man.
Vitus power. Freeze.
Oh, healing power.
Healer. Shine.
My man.
Still standing, I see.
Uh-oh, it's pissed now, though. We might be in phase... Oh, no.
It went underground.
Uh-oh.
I think we managed to drive it back.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. We're getting eaten. We're getting bored. No, we got bored. No, no. You always got to worry about the boar. Man. Now we're stuck in the worm stomach dungeon.
Don't tell me.
Eaten by a giant sandworm. I would have fought 1,000 humans before I ever imagined I'd end up in one stomach. A long time since I've had visitors. Of course there's an old man. How long have you been down here, old man? Is there a way out? Places to be, eh? Try to give you that lump there, a big old wallop. What If you hit it, the valve keeps the gut shut. Will open right quick, then go straight on. You can get out, well, through the back. Mind the guts, the digestive juices in there will make short work of you. Melt you right down. That would be regrettable. In other words, we have to find a way through before we get digested. Working on a time limit. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Let's take a rest before you start fighting this guts clock.
Truth be told,
this old beast eating lots of treasure. If you spot it in a belly, grab it on your way out. Not every day gets swallowed by a sandworm. There's riches in here, but once you leave, there's no coming back. Can't tell you how many folks just like you got digested because I couldn't leave well enough alone.
Nah.
Kind offer, I'm afraid I'll decline. I'm a big bug lover, you see, and I still have so much research to do on this giant sandworm. What a fucking weirdo this fucking guy is, dude. He is the fetishist of fetishes. The giant sandworm's belly. Passing through, you should collect the treasure while you're there. Youngsters always looking the things. Infinitely more precious to me, this one in particular is a mutant variety, completely different from bugs. If there's one thing I regret about this world is that I didn't continue my insect research further. Now hurry, if you smack that lump, it'll open up the valve to leave. You'll have to run through its guts while it's still open. Okay.
Okay, so...
Alright, so... what is this gonna be, like a mini game? I just pick up as much as I can on the way out. I gotta blow my nose, chat. Give me a second. I gotta blow it. Give me un momento, pup. Por favor, un momento. Not gonna lie, by the way, Serby, I didn't hear it because I was yelling about Vor. Gonna be honest.
Yep.
I didn't hear the worms dragon cry. Alright, well.
Let's go.
Alright, we gotta hurry.
What?
My lord, what is this? The path to the right has a suspicious looking swamp, and the path to the left is filled with monsters.
What is this?
Are all humans like this on the inside? Kind of looks like we have no choice.
Let's hurry.
Huh?
Hurry.
We're off.
Okay, so I have 14. Whoa,
I
chill,
see the
bro.
evidence.
Come on!
Charging in.
Let's give him a fight.
Looks like we got it.
Maybe they're weak to electricity because it says aquatic. Oh, it runs while we're in the fights. Oh my. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. We actually have a time.
I shall fight as the noble I am. I shall vanquish evil. Moving to the rear, I call upon royal power within. This is doing nothing.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. Wait, this is fine.
Stroll's anxiety is spiking. Keep the enemies off him.
No, it'll be fine.
Burn!
Yikes! Watch out for their counterattack! Yikes! Here comes the counter!
Uh-oh!
They're anxious, and they're targeting him!
I think they're just attacking everybody, I'm gonna be honest. Fucking prick.
Captain, you've been burned! Comrade! You'll take more damage this way, so be careful!
Oh, because he's...
Let justice prevail!
Son of a bitch. Oh, it's debuff. I'm an idiot. Hold on.
I will protect you! Thanks.
Now, what's the play? I shall vanquish evil.
No, I can't do that.
Let me rethink this.
I punch it?
Gotcha! Impossible!
Was nullified?
Bro, I...
Stroll's anxious, and they're targeting him!
Oh, please!
Stroll's been burned.
Dude, I don't...
You better watch out for any enemies targeting him.
Yes. Hold on. We can fucking do it.
Let's work together! Show
Hold
them
on.
our might! Lightning!
You hit their weakness! That's your
Observe
opening,
the enemy.
Captain! They're weak to electricity! Give them a jolt!
Comrades, lend me your strength! You can do this!
No, we're on BRB. It's fine, sir.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving.
My brain's always BRB. It's fine.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the time.
Can I run in here without dying?
Huh.
Oh shit, I can't. It's fine. We're good. I'm getting all this. I don't care.
That should come in
Uh-oh.
handy. Pocket it.
If you see a use for it, I say take it with you.
I imagine that would be of use.
This is so stupid of me to do this. It's fine. I mean, we have healers, not a huge deal. Assuming that these things right here don't attack. Oh, what's that one doing back there?
That might be. What now?
Just strolling through the sludge, baby. Oh, there's an item up there too. I didn't even see.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Okay, we got the shit. We got the shit, chat.
You found something. Let's
So,
take it with us.
okay. There's another item over there. It doesn't look like there's an item there. Okay, I gotta think. Yo, we're gonna be using this fucking. So we head across here. There are items over here. I don't really care about the effigies or whatever they are.
Watch out! We've been spotted!
By what?
There they go!
Alright, how's
Sounds
that?
good to me.
No. Where are the items? Where are the items? Items.
You found something. Let's take
I
it
don't
with
care
us.
about any of this. I want the items. What the hell is that? Where's the whatever, man?
Right here! Alright!
Okay, so that didn't open that one. Does that mean there's like a whole path up there? I ain't running. Well, we got time, fuck it. Excuse me, sir. No, I can't trounce through the fucking... Stop that. Fuck it, dude, we're out. Fuck it. I don't know what I'm leaving over here. Fuck it. Dad, I'm indecisive. I need to go the other way.
Good. I think we lost him.
Okay. Do the thing. If I can run through there, we'll be fine. I just wasted like 40 seconds deciding.
We've been spotted.
If I can just get by them.
Come on.
I've got a feeling you need healing.
No, it's fine. If this is just like a shortcut through, okay, it was nothing. What a waste of time. Okay, we wasted a whole minute doing that, chat. It's fine.
So apparently,
Gucci is bark. Oh god. Okay. So
No problem.
what is that fish with legs? What was the? Hold on, we gotta heal. Oh, it puts me back up to 12 minutes in here. Okay, good. We had 10 minutes in there, man. That was plenty of fucking hell. All right, let's hit dead center first.
We cannot avoid this
Wait,
fight.
hold on. Yeah,
Stand
we
ready.
can. What are you talking about? We totally can avoid this fight.
Hey, you found something!
Excuse me, sirs. Right, into the sludge. Oh god. Are those hands gonna like hand me? Am I gonna get handed?
If you see use for it, I say take it with you.
There's Perdo, okay. Half fish, half man. Yeah, it's a mermaid. Hell yeah. We're gonna fight a mermaid down there, I guess. What the hell's up here? Okay, that's where the... Oh, it's the crystal. That's why that's there. Okay. I guess we gotta... Fuck it. We gotta fight him. Well, I guess we're fighting.
What now?
We're fighting the mermaid.
Thigh.
Oh, it's the shortest way? Oh boy. Maybe I should just go the other way. Alright, fish guy. What are you doing? Stop. Hit. No, not evasion. No, not that. No. We're in hell. Okay. Okay. Got the. Okay.
I'm counting on you. Oh, healing power.
Okay.
Oh, power of heroes! A mystic shield!
Moving the debuff.
That helped.
My thanks. I shall fight as the noble I am. Withdrawing! Gunner! Pierce!
I will fight with pride. Me!
Well, you're a fish. Are you weak to electricity if I can hit? Of course you're fucking not.
That's not good.
Well, really? You're just gonna do this every turn?
Hulkenberg's moving slower.
With blade in hand! I will protect
What we're gonna do every turn? We're just gonna start with this shit?
I owe you. Now, what's the play? Gunner!
What's the play? We just...
Run them through!
We hope it hits.
Let's stay calm.
Me!
Maybe I need to cook the fish.
Burn!
Don't get sloppy, Captain. Hulkenberg's moving slower.
Come!
This is killing my MP.
Thanks.
This is obliterating my MP.
Helpful as ever.
Just so I have a chance to hit.
This better hit! It faded!
You gotta aim better than
You
that.
gotta be kidding me. Don't. Bro, I can't do this fight. I can't, bro.
Let's work together. Me!
Get out of here, Joler. Get out of here, being a dick.
Fire!
I'm not gonna alien shot. Oh, I hit. We hit. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is mine. Okay, so you're saying there's a chance. Hold on. We hit him with the fire. We hit him with the wombo combo. We gotta cook the fish. We gotta cook Joel.
Are you prepared? Run them through. They die hard.
It's okay.
Me! Burn!
Come on, just hit it. Just hit it.
I missed.
Don't get sloppy, Captain.
Tactic.
Okay, that's fine.
Hulkenberg's moving slower.
I don't know what Poochie's barking at, but he saw something. Dude, my MP is gone. My MP is obliterated from trying to keep our
helpful as ever. I
keep a
can't afford to
50%
hold back.
attack rate. Holy shit, Poochie, what are you barking at us? Oh, thank God. Wow, what an asshole. What a dick.
New ability.
Hey, we got poison shot though. Joel, you're such a dick.
Got it.
My thanks.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're not going this way. We're going the other way.
Let us hurry.
Alright, we got plenty of time. Can I kill you guys?
Come on!
Oh, hell yeah. That means I can get some MP back.
Right there.
Thesaurus.
Charging in. Brace yourselves.
Oh, good dodge. I don't want to deal with this.
If we run, we live.
Be careful.
Fucking asshole.
There they are. Time for some close combat. Looks like it could be
No, 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 no. Stop targeting.
Don't lose focus.
No! No! Son of a bitch. Okay, well, we're down here now. Okay, okay. This is fine. This is fine. Down here, make the most of it.
That somewhere safe.
Down here, make the most of it. What are you doing? Get the fuck out. Wait, hold on.
I see the enemy.
Great moves back there. Great find. Keep it.
We're getting greedy, chat. The greed is here. He's about to die.
What now?
I have enough to heal. I have enough. Oh, you have enough to heal twice. Yeah, we're good. Oh, there's another thing over there, son of a bitch.
If you see use for it, I say take it with you.
I'm going along that path, chat. We're getting greedy, chat. Greed. Okay, what is this worth it or not worth it, chat?
Here we go.
Pincer's headgear. Headgear allows a wearer to take evasion. Okay, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Honestly, I don't care if we get knocked down. Okay, you're in my way. Fuck you. There's one item down there. We can make it. Okay. We got 5 minutes. Oh, I'm an idiot. We can do this. Wait, we can do this. We got 5 minutes. Joel's sacrifice will be in vain. He was an ass.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Superior gritty pole arm. What they called me in high school.
What now?
They saw us! On your toes, everyone!
Hurry!
Right there.
Look!
Oh no 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 no!
If so,
Hold on.
What now?
We are not ready. We are not ready at all. Okay. Mostly because you have no fucking. Okay, now we're ready.
Ready?
Got 4 minutes to win. Chill.
Finish it, quick!
It'll be fine. We got this. We got this. We got this. As long as it doesn't. Okay, parasitic vommo. Okay. It's parasite. Parasites don't like electricity.
The lightning.
You hit their
Oh
weakness.
shit!
The enemy.
That's your opening, Captain.
Hell yeah! Yeah, I know things. Oh yeah. Parasites don't like light either. Light and lightning. Yeah, well, okay, we're doing good damage.
Stepping back.
Okay.
I call upon royal power within.
Give me some poison, Stroll. Oh, and a crit! Oh, he's a legend. He's a legend. Oh, this is fine. This is fine. We're doing it. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. We're wailing on him. He doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know what's going on. We're going to town. Now inflict poison on the parasite. Oh, we got poison too. Hold on. Don't summon more. I don't care. You can summon all you want as long as they don't attack. All right, this is fine. Okay, so I can't do electricity. I'm just gonna go for you. We're gonna focus you.
Observe the
We're gonna synthesis because then we can hit everybody.
shine.
I can't afford to hold back.
Now we poison shot to hit him again, and we hope we don't die next turn. Okay, that's fine. Don't do that. Don't that's paralyzed. That's not good. Don't life steal. Don't do that. Don't that's a
You'll take more damage this way, so be careful.
What? Oh shit! Fucking I don't care then. What? Okay, we gotta hit this.
You hit their weakness.
Oh, sick weakness.
That's your opening, Captain.
We stand together.
Oh, I can't use it because of the thing. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, Mystic Purge. Numbers dwindle.
Stroll's been satisfactory. He better watch out for any enemies targeting him.
Need to. No, wrong.
I
fucking
call
word.
upon royal power
No,
within.
not that. Where does it paralyze? Where's the paralyze? Paralyze. Hello. Paralyze check. Do I not have paralyze? Wait, what do I have? Not malady. What am I? What is on me? Oh, it's burn.
Let's try this. I knew you'd help. I'll show you the
Me! Freeze!
I stand. Join with me. No, not that. Let justice prevail. Shine. One remaining. Good. Tis done. It burns.
You gotta be kidding me.
Stroll's been burned. He better watch out for any enemies targeting him.
Pass.
You first.
Captain, you've been burned. You'll take more damage this way,
Vitus
so
power.
be careful.
Nice!
You hit their weakness.
Is everyone all right?
That's
Come.
your opening, Captain.
Oh, Mystic Purge. They yet cling to life.
It burns.
Don't do
What are
that.
my
Just
options?
fucking pass. Just pass.
All yours.
Me! Freeze!
Okay. Asshole. Everybody's an asshole in this giant worm.
Good. Tis
Level
done.
20. Rank up to 4.
I shall strive to use this power wisely.
Magic and endurance. Good shit. Okay. Oh, no, it's fine. We'll make it.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
we found the butthole. We found it. Oh, come all this way. We're really doing this? You have an alternative? There's no sense in grumbling. Gather around, children. This is the legend of Lord Stroll, who crawled out the arse of a worm. That's. Do you smell that? Nature calls, I suppose. Well, you're taking the piss.
Hurry.
The other one, actually, we have to move. You won't have children if we all die in the poop-apocalypse.
Damn it.
Dignity, I don't care anymore as long as we get out. Bouncy poop. Oh my god, we're like a doctor with a camera. Oh, look at that, Chad. That's what you like to see in the morning. The sphincter. Oh. That's putrid. That was rough. We've dealt it some grave internal damage. It should remain quiet for a while.
So,
This doesn't smell. Oh yeah, yeah. Indeed, yet at least that's the scent of misdirected voice. And me, well, yes, that's a bit of a stench too. It looks to me like Morris's tip was likely no good to begin with. Suppose this was a trap.
Wait.
Why a trap when we'd come so far to help? They'd not posted their bill out in the capital if they weren't desperate for aid. Ugh. Well, this must be his den, assuming the information about Heismay even being here wasn't false.
Even so.
Not come all this way here just to turn back now. Let's at least investigate the situation. The weather's getting worse. We have to be careful in our investigation. Every region has unique inclement weather. There are sand flashes in Mar Tira. During inclement weather, magma becomes denser, causing monsters to become enraged. This magma density impacts dungeons as well, so be sure to pay mind to the
Is
weather.
all well?
Hey, do I stink?
Sure.
How did you twist up its guts by going in wild as a box of vesps and it puked you out? Nope, we got pooped out, dog.
Sure,
A little
but
crappier than that. What brings you to a remote place like this? I'm a humble peddler. traveling for business, and then sandworms. Now there's this weather too. It's like this, monsters go berserk. Not too many out in these places though, so I'm just here quaking in my boots. I'm safe thanks to you. I owe you all my life. I'll say anything you want, whatever catches. What do I got? Medicine. Notebook of remember. Okay, nothing crazy. Well, we got a bunch of stuff we could sell. We got 9 gold. We got 9 old coins. We got some resin. We got 2 mushrooms. We got 2 cotton. We got 2 wriggling vines. We got a grand iron. We got onyx. No, that's my apple. We got 2 perdos. That's my eggshell. Well, we got a lot of shit in there.
Now then.
Okay.
Look forward to doing it.
Alright, well, that was a pity situation. Get it? Get it? Alright. I need to save. I don't want to do that again. Hey, we're 20 hours into the game. Gonna need a bath. Nah, we're cleaned off. Our character models are. Stop staring at me, Sarah B. Called comedy. $11 D&D game huge. Thank you, man. We staring? All night resorting to the foul deeds with truth, I cannot let it lie. A night of honor, I must put an end to it. Yeesh. Usually get in like this is a hideout. That scoundrel. If you're set, let's put an end to this man's crimes. So we're kind of stuck here. I don't think I'm going to go through the whole dungeon tonight, but we're going to head in and start it right now. Because I started an hour late and it's fucking 11 p.m. Actually going to say I can't. I mean, you can. It's just not, it's not very effective as the kids say.
What do you think?
Well, we got nowhere fucking else
so we
to
bring
go.
the fight to them.
Is our bounty really here? Please don't make me talk. Well, damn, that looks like that flower on that human sandworm. This area is massive, though I could expect no less considering the occupants. It's at the bottom, an underground lake. There's a hut on the shore of the lake. What the hell? He really has been living here. No wonder no one's been able to catch him yet. This is truly his hideout. How might he keep his victims here once kidnapped?
Look.
The place must be a home to countless monsters. Don't ever fucking say that to me again, man. Don't you ever say that again. This must be home to countless monsters. A child would not survive even half a day. Now that you mention it, you've got a point. This doesn't seem like the kind of place where you could hide a lot of people. I don't think they're hiding them, dog.
I'm heading out.
So, what the hell? Why is it all glowing? Oh, because it's the let me buy. Dude, I can sneak there, right? What's this shit, chat?
If you see use for it, I say take it with
Oh,
you.
it's stupid. Okay, maybe it's not stupid. Hold on. Okay, that's it. Hold on. Hold on. We're going this way. Yeah, see you later, bitch. I'm just going. I'm making myself puke with this, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No, I got hit by the back one. No.
Captain's fighting his anxiety and they're targeting him.
Only a flesh wound.
Oh my. Being in a dungeon when the weather's bad, I mean, yeah. Enemies grant more experience, but you now receive a turn-on bonus when striking their weak.
There's no telling what he'll
Well,
do.
that's annoying. Weak to wind and I don't have either fucking those, man. Hell no. What are
Wind
they?
should solve this. Let's blow them away.
Hell no, I ain't fighting this. Chill, no. What the hell? No, escape. Get the fuck out of here.
There's no way out of this.
Ain't, what the hell? You guys lose my whole thing for trying to run? Okay.
Only a flesh wound.
Captain, your attacks have been weakened.
Alright, well.
They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all in one fell swoop.
Let justice prevail.
I can't do that.
Not now.
I can't afford moving to the rear.
Falconbird, your attack has been blocked.
Pierce. Oh, how can this be?
It's okay.
Its weakness.
We can do this.
Wind should solve this. Let's blow them
I
away.
ain't got wind.
Take this.
Uh-oh. Oh, good fucking dodge. I'm in an awful situation.
Worthy foe after
Run
all.
if you want. Gunner. This better hit. That's
Another big tears. Keep hearing piss.
Say so myself.
You gotta piss.
Hold on.
Unless you're into it.
Child's play. Badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
Yeah, don't worry.
Are you all right?
Thanks.
I owe you. Run! Are you prepared? Run them through! They're tenacious!
But I will fight its weakness.
Yeah, I'll do any damage, but I don't have, I mean, I guess I could just use fire, but like
I shall no holding back! Pierce!
Pierce! Is this the area to go to Seekers so you can get a magic seeker?
Everyone?
No, I just got, I mean, I guess I could go see. I just want, dude, I'm like, I at least want to get mage to 18 out of 20. It's right fucking there, and then maybe I'll swap over. Because I gotta get to 20 for magic anyway.
Stand ready.
I might as well get like, oh, I can kill you.
I see the enemy.
Oh, I can get this.
Preemptive strike.
Get ready.
Yeah, he does.
Vitus power. Nice. That should have done it.
Oh, healing power. Grant with blade in hand. Shine.
I shall gunner! Perhaps moving to the rear. Are you prepared? Run
Are
them
you
through.
prepared? Yeah, I could, but nah.
There they go.
Man.
Don't let your guard
Waste
down.
my fucking
There's
time.
more of them.
What are you doing there? Nothing down there? Oh, nothing right there? Where am I going? I'm jumping down. I'm not even looking. We're not even looking. If he falls down on my head, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. Alright, I think we got all the items. Okay. God.
That should be it. We don't know what's lurking inside. Stay vigilant, everyone.
It's that guy that hired me, isn't it?
Tracks. Something small crawled here.
Uh-oh.
Probably the larvae of the giant sandworms, right? This place is bound to be chock full of them. Maybe what happened is that people mistook the human for some subspecies of the sandworms. Not that they're anything alike.
Ugh. Even the memory of being eaten puts a twinge in my nose. I'd rather it stay numb.
Stop fussing over a smell. You'll attract the enemy.
I just heard something.
Gallica, which way is the sound coming from?
Shh! Be quiet!
Uh-oh.
No, they're footsteps. Someone's coming this way.
Another Joel. Oh no. I'm never gonna hit him. Oh, anime. Oh.
What the?
Oh.
Keep your guard up.
Who's he?
It's coming back!
Is it that little beast thing?
How do you know where it's hiding?
I think it's gone somewhere.
Are you the man we seek?
Name yourselves.
You mean this is Heisme?
I didn't expect a Uchief.
He's a Uchief.
Never seen one in the flesh. We're but another lesser tribe the city dwellers don't
Whoa, it's a Batman! It's a Batman!
We owe you
Whoa!
a debt, it seems.
A Knight of the Crown, are you? Is that why you knew my name? Or perhaps you know it from the wanted posters.
Yeah, I think it's more that, brother.
Both, actually.
Are you actually kidnapping kiddos, dog?
I flee to the furthest depths, and still they pursue me.
Where are the people you kidnapped?
What are you talking about? Suppose there's no point standing around chatting with someone after my head.
He's a bat! Yeah, that's why you can see in the dark. Oh, chill, bro. We can talk. Chill,
So it truly
bro.
was part of the Shadow Guard.
Shadow Guard?
Eyes front. He's a knight to be reckoned with.
Here I come!
We ain't gotta fight. This is okay. We're fighting, I guess.
I'll not be anyone's captive without a fight.
Man, we could talk
I'll
this
have
out.
to provide some less delicate discouragement. No hard feelings. I was saving this.
Oh no, he's got shadow clone jutsu.
Huh? There's more Heismes?
To push me this far. I did not give you enough credit. But against my mirage arts, your strength means nothing.
Whoa, chill, bro. I just started. Don't my ass. Come on, man.
What the? We've got multiple Heismes.
Let's set it up.
Strike true.
He'll probably hit somebody.
Lightning.
He'll hit one of them.
I can only do wide-ranging attacks. Focus on one at a time.
This is nothing.
Joel's badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
Bro, just fucking hit me.
Real tactic. So heavy.
My best.
Only a flesh
Get him
enough.
back. Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on?
I was saving this.
Can you not crit me first turn this time?
To push me this far.
Thank God. Okay. Jeez. First turn crit last time, my butthole.
What the?
Okay. So I'm supposed to just focus on one? Sure, let's choose that one.
I'm barely staying awake.
Where'd he go?
What a shame.
Dodge! You've got some fancy footwork,
How about
Stroll.
this?
Dog!
That's not good.
My strength.
Oh, you've done it.
Badly wounded.
I have my...
Stop throwing sand at me!
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
A mystic shield.
Thanks.
I owe you.
Oh.
I'm not out of this yet.
No, you're fine.
Moving to the rear. This should work.
I'll show you the essence.
Yeah, I'm getting
of
real
truth.
sick of it already.
By this power. Roar!
How disappointing.
You're overwhelmed with anxiety.
Why? Why? I got rid of him. Don't be the. I'm so excited, man. Oh, this is hell. This is hell on earth.
Anxiety and they're targeting him.
This is hell on earth.
Captain, they've slowed you
Oh,
down.
power of heroes! I will protect you!
I knew you'd help.
Helpful as ever.
Let us clean up this mess.
No holding back. This better hit.
That
No
all you
good.
have? Have you really come this far on brute force alone?
You're the one throwing sand at me. You're the
Now
one.
I know you only see what I want you to see. And once lost in the mirage, there is no escape. This should work.
Dick. Bro, I'm hitting them all.
We'll do this together.
Show them our might!
Lightning!
I see your
Can
game.
do wide-ranging attacks. Focus on one at
Bloody
a
hell.
time.
Damn, quit wailing on me. Is it actually as simple? Bro, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. I'm gonna be
I will not
completely
let you
honest.
die.
That helped.
I owe you. I can't afford to hold back.
I don't know what the closest
I
one
shall
means.
vanquish
though.
evil. Run them through.
How
Impossible.
disappointing.
Oh no. Stop hitting Stroll!
This is nothing.
Stroll's badly wounded.
Whoa.
Can anyone heal him? Stroll can't take any
Try
more.
the third?
Someone heal him.
Bro, I ain't hitting.
Won't hold back.
Is there another way?
Guard up.
Hulkenberg's
Be
moving
neither
slow.
timid nor
Great
arrogant.
strides for! Are you alright?
Thanks.
Helpful as ever.
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility?
No! No! I didn't even want to fight! Oh, I got him. What the hell?
Was luck on your side? Or perhaps... No matter. I can't back down either way. Here I come. Allow me to use this.
Captain, they've slowed you down.
So it's really...
Let's go.
Well, I'm gonna miss, so it's not like it fucking matters.
A blunder.
Oh.
Let us clean up this mess.
It is. What? Oh! I saw it just as you typed it, man, Cardi, as they were all falling down there. None of them had shadows on them.
A mystic shield!
I saw it as they were all falling.
I owe you.
You
And then you typed
equal
it.
to
I
a
shall
Ujief's
vanquish
agility?
evil. Run them through.
This should work.
Bloody hell. Oh, you've done it.
You stop doubling up on me!
Anyone heal him.
Hold on.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Well, let's just try...
Burn.
Stroll
Observe
can't take
for
any
all
more.
the great strive
Someone heal
for!
him.
I will not let you
He's
die.
getting
Thanks.
dumpstered right now.
Helpful as ever.
I shall fight. Gunner!
Just give me
better
some
hit.
poison.
Right on target.
Oh, sick crit?
This one,
Let's
Stroll.
go. Freeze.
A blunder. Most impressive. You've some grand cause to fight for, I'm sure. But I have my own. I've no intention of being so easily snared.
Okay.
Where'd he go?
Man, am I doing
disappeared,
another
just like
fight
that.
where I don't get any experience? Yeah, I like this guy. I don't
Even
think he
wholly
kidnapped
surround them,
anybody.
too. Tis bad
I'm
enough
gonna
that he's
go out on a
skinned,
limb here.
but we have an environmental disadvantage.
Thank you for
here.
trying to use Caddy's emote there. Bad enough she's skilled, but we have an environmental disadvantage.
But the very first thing he did was save us from a human, right?
So it seemed. Had he not stepped in,
Hello.
he'd be rid of us and not have to bother exposing himself.
Well, we don't know anything for sure.
Why are
yet.
you biting me, asshole?
Worth noting that the petrification magic didn't kick in either, I suppose.
Our names still mean nothing then. The people's support is not yet strong enough to protect us. 'Tis frustrating, but we must press on.
Should we investigate the hut in the meantime?
Good plan. Let's take a look first.
It's like a tent more than a hut, but spacious but empty.
Let's do it.
Proof that he's a kidnapper. I don't think we're gonna.
Doesn't it
find
seem
proof.
like?
Wait, I don't think I've seen. I've seen such a thing on my travels before. The Ujif tribe has a custom to cremate the dead. They store the bones in an urn for burial.
I see.
He did not go to such a trouble for a child he abducted. 'Tis only a theory, but I suspect this may be Heismay's own
And
child.
so,
He's but a fallen knight, and has a price on his head besides. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to manage a proper burial. Aww.
Really?
Look.
All these things have been bundled up in multiple layers of
Indeed.
cloth. Fairly tightly at that. Doesn't seem like anything would break if one were to drop it.
Hey,
Everything in his room is bound up in cloth, even the floor and walls. Probably not to let light in. Could use a bat, maybe?
strange.
Well, at least for like the walls and stuff.
This is
a letter.
What the what?
To Papa. Thank you for always working so hard. I hope you and Mama stay in love forever.
Oh.
Mayhap. That's...
Oh, the Shadow Guard. He was a knight. I suspected as much when we learned he was a huge. Now, is that a different group from the one you were in, Hulkenberg?
The truth is...
Titles and honors go to Plamar or those who resemble them enough. Other knights work in their shadow, their duties less. Named Shadow Guard. Discrimination even among the knights, so much for our civilized.
Even so.
The Shadow Guard go unseen by the public. Pariah is all, their only focus is skill, and Heismay, he must be dangerously skilled.
So apparently...
I suppose he's been through his own share of woes, but there's also nothing to clear him of the kidnapping charges. We'll have to hear the truth.
What?
But can we even catch him? He's fast enough to run circles around.
No.
The direct confrontation is difficult, but he had some weakness. Would that he had some weakness we could exploit. There's some clues. A lot of cloth.
Right.
There's surely some reason. Why does Heismay have so much cloth laying about? To block out light. He's a bat. The feeling it was a different. Not that. To dampen noise, then maybe.
Aha. Hey.
You think those big ears of his are just for show? He's bound to be much more sensitive to sound than we are, and that's how he lives here so safely. I mean, that makes sense too. I mean, bats are good at seeing in the dark too, so if they made everything dark and somebody came in, they'd still have the advantage too.
I see.
Cloth is a measure against unnecessary noise. Indeed, I've heard it said that the Ujif have excellent night vision and sensitivity to sound.
Then
If we make a noise so loud that even we can hardly stand it.
Nice.
For the shot.
Right then, let's get this plan underway.
Oh no. Oh god. Well, here we go, chat. Turn up your volumes.
Heismay! Come out!
Show yourself!
Wow, that's some crazy echo.
Kind of nice getting to let loose. Long as
This
I'm
is
yelling
gonna
anyway.
attract every fucking goddamn monster in this fucking place.
Untouchable, you bastard!
Alright, well.
Big ugly sandwormy human thing! Even Hulkenberg wouldn't eat you!
Well, I'm not so sure about that one. I mean, I think that one, I don't think she'd be that picky.
Gasp! Rejected by Hulkenberg! The ravenous, all-devouring she-beast of the Knight's Order!
Is this what we've come to? Saying whatever's on our minds? Well, so be it.
Danica, the sound of your wings keeps me up at night. Stroll, you think you're so smart.
Does he?
Gallica, please be nicer to me.
Hey, I'm your fairy guide, not your fairy godmother. We're on a mission here.
Ah! Enough! Stop this infernal din!
Oh, come out and talk then. Good scene.
What do you think would happen if that monster showed up without my ears working? You'd all be dead. Is this blasted bounty that important to you?
Care about the
Here's our
bounty,
guest
dog.
of honor at last. It was never about the money. Children are missing. We can't just ignore a kidnapper.
Mm-hmm.
Kidnapper? I see now. As you were saying before, they've named me a kidnapper. A monster preying on children.
If the charges are false, I would hear it. In truth, even I've come to doubt the allegations.
And why is that, Lady Knight?
You've lost a child yourself, haven't you? I cannot imagine a parent who has endured such pain would kidnap children, much less sell them off.
Hold on. I can't trust a man who does nothing but flee the people responsible for my home burning. Zorba, who forced the dead to fight on his behalf. Anyone who can't face reality themselves is capable of any low.
True enough. If we lived in a world where words alone proved us just, I'd not be living in this infernal cave.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, but I won't go to the gallows before I've even honored my son's death. If you'll not leave me be, then we decide this another way.
So you're finally ready to fight us
Why are
properly.
we fighting again?
Raw steel.
Why we gotta fight? What?
If I'm to take your life, I'll not do it from the shadows. But if you refuse to retreat, then ready your blades.
We'll make you talk.
Yes, we shall have the truth from you.
Here I come. I'll use this.
Thank God.
He's not getting away this time.
Me! Lightning!
So, you saw through my illusion. Even so.
Is everyone all right?
With blade in hand!
Well, I need to heal Thick Face over there, don't I?
Healing arts!
He knew you'd help. Helpful as ever. I shall... No holding back! Gunner!
Let's hit that poison, please.
This is nothing.
Ow.
Slash!
Dick.
I was saving this.
All these copies.
I won't hold
I wonder
back.
if there's some way to tell them apart.
Thanks, Gallica. I guess you haven't noticed.
Observe the enemy. Let justice prevail! Oh, Mystic Purge!
Be neither timid
I shall vanquish
nor
evil. Pierce!
Can we get the poison to proc, please?
Only a flesh wound.
Oh, good turn. Good turn. Good turn, chat.
A blunder.
Oh, healer! Shine!
I don't think he's trying, chat. I'm gonna be honest.
Now. This better hit!
This is nothing.
What a shame.
Dodge!
Oh.
Fancy footwork, stroll.
Bird!
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he's going a hundo. Maybe I'm off here. Actually, just in case fucking dumb bullshit.
I will not let you die.
Thanks.
My thanks. I shall vanquish evil. Pierce. Not done yet.
Damn, that was some big damage.
I show no mercy.
What? Am I?
Oh, come on. Forget? Really? Really?
She can't use her skills like this.
Well, I fucking can't either. Son of a bitch.
Take this!
Dust.
He's lost his memory.
Wasn't
He
my
can't
task?
use any skills.
Still standing, I see.
Blunder.
Are you prepared? This better hit!
But how?
Okay.
Then
Into
my
the
fight
ass.
ends here. What are those strange powers you possess?
Dude, we're not gonna kill you, bro. And we got some sand silk gloves, though.
Not bad, if I say so myself.
There's that level. There's that level 18 I wanted out of mage.
I'll strive for greater heights.
We got one luck up. Let's go one more in strength. We got
Nice. I feel stronger already.
magic in it. Well, we got agility, I guess.
Right. I could get used
Oh, what
to
do we
this.
got? Oh, we got Sukukaja. Hell yeah. Okay, good shit there. Good shit for the long range.
How'd you cast spells without igniters? What was that?
You want me to
We'll have
tell
our
you? You
answers
can
first.
join us.
Did you really kidnap all those people from the castle town?
Look around you, lad. Where would I keep the victims? Besides, I'm but one man. Kidnapping on the scale you suggest would be damn near impossible.
You're saying you were framed? This case even reached the capital, you know. Why would anyone pin such horrors on an innocent man?
Innocent is more generous than most of the world sees me. A Ujif drifter, a disgraced knight condemned by the Sanctists. What couldn't they pin on me? They cast me out, stripped my titles, and put a price on my head. They would even refuse me the right to mourn my child.
And thus, you held back against us, didn't you? You never intended to take our lives. Or
Like I
perhaps
never intended to
you
take
could
his.
not bring yourself to kill a young man.
Just didn't want to make a mess I'd have to clean up.
What do you think? Is Heismay really our kidnapper?
No, what the fuck?
I don't think he's the culprit.
I agree. That being said, it is also hard to imagine the town maintaining a groundless bounty so faithfully. 'Twas the Holy Lady who named the price, and the guard captain who thereby took it to the capital. To end this as a case of mistaken identity would disgrace their word.
You think they must have had a reason to suspect him then? So,
I think somebody's
what's
feeding them
really
bad
going on
intel.
here?
Sounds to me like between the guard corps and Heismay, one of them could be lying. Remember when we first arrived? We almost got killed by a beast they told us would be asleep.
Well, the one guy told us.
You cannot be suggesting the guard corps set us up. Absurd! No, it defies all reason. They went to such lengths to place the
I mean,
request.
if they
So
really
you think
hate
I'm the one lying, do you?
or his
Like I
time.
said, we don't make assumptions. If there's anything else you know, we're listening.
You're a strange lot. Fine. Investigate this as you see fit. And if you think I'm guilty by the end of it, put me in chains. What's the matter? Never tied up a captive before?
How will we tie you up?
You'll make a better guide than a captive. Otherwise, the human makes a meal of us, and nobody wins.
A strange lot indeed. And... oh, my God, a foul-smelling one.
All right, pal. Yeah, okay.
Remind me.
All right. We went through a butt today.
Sorry, but you'll have to bear with us.
Don't mind me.
If the charges prove false, you should be cleared. Still, we'll have to find a new head to be judged for the
3 minutes
competition.
still.
Then we'll just find whoever's actually behind it and have their head instead. Let's contact Barton
I wanted to
tomorrow,
get this
but we'll
done
keep
before the
quiet
ad
about
rolled,
Heismay.
but
Can't tell
it
if we
is
can
what it
trust the guardsmen yet.
What are we going to do with Heismay tonight? We can't exactly set him up at the inn.
Well, I'm chilling
Steady
here.
on. You're not leaving me to watch our bounty alone.
Fine. Then Nurus and I can both watch him tonight. Better us than risking our candidate, I suppose.
I don't think he's gonna
Never
do
would have
anything,
guessed
dog.
that the bounty hunting was part of this plan to take the throne. And further, you've a lady of the knighthood with you. Not to mention command of a gauntlet runner. I sense there's more to this story, hmm?
I'm gonna tell him.
The truth is, we're going after Luis.
Luis, the monstrous child himself, eh? So you're not just grasping at power. You've got convictions. But now the throne's in anyone's reach, eh? Suppose the king's magic wasn't just a myth. Well, hardly matters to an old codger like me. No telling if I'll even live to see the next king crowned.
This is all jolly cheerful. And I'm to be stuck between these two old goats the whole night.
Don't blame me, lad. You volunteered.
He did.
Those are some sharp ears. We should probably watch our words in here.
What a terrible day. I hope Nurus and the others are okay. All I can do now is get some rest ready for tomorrow. Fuck.
What now?
Yeah. I'm not going to be able to find somebody to raid in the next minute 14. Unless y'all want me to. I just throw y'all somewhere. Just immediately. And then we just come back tomorrow for the stream time. Dude, there ain't no way I'm finding somebody before these ads start rolling. Ain't a fucking shot. I'm 46. The chat will be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not making y'all watch ads. Thanks for hanging out. Cerebi, Mancardi, Goose, anybody that may be lurking. Go say what's up to Kyrie. It'll be at the same time. Send a smile. I'm getting this fucking raid off before fucking shit happens. It hurt. It does hurt, Anna, but don't send that in the raid. Where is my chat? All right, get out of here. Go say what's up to Kyrie and bye. See y'all tomorrow.